I don't know, bro. I'm just, I
See how space travel and being a globe isn't the same thing, is it?
what is?
No, it's not. One of them
They'd have
is
a base on
going
the
up,
moon. Then.
and showing off above Earth, and one of them is just what Earth is.
They're both the same thing for sure, man.
One's
You have to
traveling
do one
space,
to prove
one's
the other,
shape.
right?
One's a shape, one is called traveling space.
That's what it was, right? You had to do one to prove the other.
Well, at this point, they can't travel space because, mate, it's not a globe, so they simply
You have
can't
to do
do it.
one to take a picture to prove your hypothesis, like to prove your proof of the other. If you need a picture, you have to go far out to get it.
Right, that's kind of what I was implying.
But that isn't knowing it's a globe. That's just taking a picture as a bonus, icing on the cake.
Well, that's why all the photos of Earth are composite images, mate. Because they're all just low Earth orbit images.
Because
they
it's
can't
a dream.
go out.
They want it to look like their dream of Earth, not like a blurred cloud ball.
Wrong. That's the most bait thing I've ever heard, mate. If you're being legit, like it is a dream. If that's what you said, entirely. Reality is entirely a dream. Correct. It's a collective
crazy
dream.
Freemasons in rockets would exaggerate what they see when they come back.
Or they won't even have the same story of what they saw. And they'll differ in what they saw.
This all happens, yeah.
Looking at the same place.
Outer space is a mirage of our reality here. There's no terminal for discharge in the depths of outer space, and certainly none that mediate anything with a magnetic presence. So
what does that mean?
Basically, what I'm telling you is what you're seeing out in the distance is apparitions of things here. It's a holographic mirage.
Okay, why do you think that's happening, and how?
Because we live in a realm here. And
because,
what he was telling you,
it's a fantasy, because it's fantasy and weird. That's why.
Not fantasy; it's real. But
what does realm
mean?
There's
a holographic paradigm to the reality we live within.
That's why apparitions of us, reflection apparitions of this, happens in the sky.
I couldn't tell you why it happens. I just could tell you that
that's not much of an explanation, then, I'm afraid.
Well, I guess I'll have to work on that.
He's correct. I reckon that's the best take I've heard of the sky.
How do you know then, Vanu? How do you know he's correct?
I just intuition, I believe.
Intuition,
the best I can say for now.
Okay. So you just feel it.
Definitely. I mean, they're not physical entities, the stars. That's a start.
You heard other people saying, look at this ball in space, and you just feel that it must be an apparition reflection of this realm. You know, that doesn't make sense, right? Like, on a sensible fashion.
What ball in space? There is no ball in space.
If what we see above our head is a reflection, because I think, did I hear that right? What we're looking above our head is a reflection. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, yeah, it's a reflection of the ethos. So not necessarily like a reflection of light, but a reflection of the energy here terrestrially.
It's a quantum computer, mate.
So where's this So where's the source of this reflection coming from?
It's terrestrial. It's a reflection of the terrestrial interaction here within the ethos.
Okay, then, but so
well,
if it's a terrestrial reflection, right, the terrestrial ground is changing all the time, isn't it? And this reflection seems to be rather constant and doesn't change. So how's that work?
Why does it look like a sphere?
You're saying that there's two people that said something. You said it looks like a sphere. We're talking about the light itself.
I'm just pissing about.
No, I never said anything about a sphere. You suggested that it's a terrestrial reflection dice low, right? So if it's a terrestrial reflection, here on Earth, the land is changing all the time. but we don't see about what's above our head
Yeah,
changing
no,
all the
it's
time.
not a reflection of something physical, rather than that of the energy emission coming from this potential 0
Yeah,
point
I'd say, mate,
non-partitional
terrestrial Earth.
potential, which is the premise of the true denotative definition of what inertia is.
Right. Okay.
Terrestrial Earth is cyclical, mate. It's changing, but it's always the same. Agreed?
It's changing, but it's always the same.
I reckon.
How is it changing but
Fundamentally.
still the same?
Well, that's the beauty of
Can
Torus.
energy be created or destroyed?
Well, no, apparently not. That is
So-
a law that it
So,
can't
so
be.
to
Yes.
say that it's constantly changing, and I'm telling you that it's a reflection of the terrestrial energy here. I mean, it seems like it coincides. I don't understand why you're not drawing the connection. If the energy is always present, it's just manifesting and demanifesting in different ways. Like, I don't understand why you couldn't accept the consistency of what we see up there if I say it's a reflection of that.
But these energy fields move, don't they? Like the magnetic fields, they move.
There are no
this sort of
fields.
thing.
There are no fields, like, per se, as like multiple fields. This is what science has done to us, is separated fields. There's ultimately only one field, that being of the ether.
Okay. Look, I'm not trying to argue with you, Dice. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to come across argumentative, but yeah, I'm just passionate in the explanation. That's all.
Yeah, because this is the first time I've actually heard this, myself. This is why I've had a couple of questions. Is also.
Yeah, just type in the holographic or hologram paradigm. There's a lot of info on.
Yep. All right. Let's have a look.
Also, look into what Henri Poincaré said. He's got a lot of great information. This is the guy that Einstein stole most of his understanding from.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to smoke a doobie. I want to hear Jin talking when I'm back.
Yeah, I think I'd like that too.
You want Jen's? There we go.
Yeah, we want to hear Jin, man.
There you go. Hit him with the echo, Jen.
He said when ready, he's ready.
That's how.
He's ready. You've been summoned, Jin. You've been summoned to the plate. Batter up.
Here I am. Here I am. Here I am, folks. What's going down?
Supervisor.
How are you doing this morning, this evening?
Supervisor's been called upon.
Have you fixed that bloody echo, Jin?
I don't think it's me, actually. I think it's the system. It's Discord itself.
Do you
That's
use
what it is. Sorry.
headphones at all, or you just use?
No, I don't use headphones at all. No, I never do. I never do. Never do.
There's the issue.
That's why. Grab yourself some headphones, Jin, because we're getting feedback from your whatever device you're using. That's exactly.
Yeah, but have you guys got your mics open? That's the thing. You've got your mics open. shut your mics and you won't get the echo. Yeah?
No,
I think.
It's when Jen gets close or turns it up a bit to hear, it's when we hear a little bit of echo. It's not all the time, I don't think.
no, it's not all the time. There is just occasionally, but when the echo comes, obviously when a couple of people are talking at the same time, or when you're talking and someone else is talking, that's when the echo happens. So grab yourself some headphones and do the right thing by Jeremy, because you're killing him. You're killing him.
Push to talk normally clears that all up.
Or adjust your microphone sensitivity, because I can use my speakers and not get an echo.
Yeah, I'm using my speaker with push to talk, and it's okay, like 99%.
Yeah, I've tried that. I shall fiddle about with that sensitivity a bit more later on. Yeah, I'll try that.
Well, what do you have it set on at the moment? Do you have it set on automatic, or do you have an actual setting on it, manual setting?
Let's fix it now, Jin.
What do you mean, automatic noise reduction?
Yeah, I have it set on automatic, so I'm going to now go to manual and see if that works.
Yeah, it just turns your mic into more dynamic so that it doesn't pick up the background. It'll only pick up your voice when you're close to the mic.
And also make sure that your noise suppression is ticked, Jin.
Also, Jeremy's probably just as bothered by some of the shouting as well as the echo.
Just the echo. We're just trying to have some clean audio for people to listen to. That's all. The echoes and people start over talking. The only reason you get an echo is because somebody's over talking. So we already got instant audio chaos. So the echo just adds on to it.
Man, it's Saturday. We're trying to get turned up in here, all right? I said that in a joking way. I don't know if it came across that way.
So, what else did they speak about on furthering the flat Earth movement on the other channel, Dicela?
Oh yeah, what about it?
Yeah, like what other ideas did they have?
Oh,
We're bringing it to more people.
Yeah, I mean, the idea I came up with is essentially setting up a table, right? With let me turn off this radio. A table with either like a laptop or some sort of a device that would give the general public a way to interact with us here on Discord. So I think it'd be pretty cool to have somebody go live, set up a camera and a table, and essentially just interact with people passing by. And
yeah, that's pretty cool.
Right. And it'll give us a way to try to answer some of their questions that they've maybe never been aware of or ever heard of and stuff. And I think it would be a lot of fun and also just, really touching people that would never necessarily come across this sort of a topic in the settings that they're, consistent with. So it's just a way to reach more people and also give us a chance to interact with some new people as well. And I just think it'd be fun.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good idea, actually. Just have one of us that is normally in the chat set up in a park somewhere and just get the public involved in these chats.
Right. Or somewhere like with a high foot traffic area, preferably like a city sidewalk where, maybe people are bar hopping. So you can kind of catch people in like a lightened mood Already got a few drinks in them. I think that would be kind of fun. Also, also college campuses. I'd like to set up a few booths over at some college campuses to get some fairly indoctrinated people interacting. Maybe even a professor or two.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea, actually.
You know how there was that character, I think Stephen Crowder, and he used to set himself up in front of a university, and it used to be change my mind, and he'd have a particular topic, so gun control or whatever the case may be, but change my mind because I think this way. You could do a similar sort of thing. Earth is flat, change my mind.
I love it.
Yeah, I think it'd just be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Is it a meme? Is it a meme now? Is him sitting in front of that?
Yeah. What was that?
Actually, that'd be really cool. Earth is flat, change my mind.
I mean, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, flat out. Mic check. Mic check. Echo.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you, Jen.
It might put off a lot of people, though. You could just go, the Earth's not a globe. Change my mind.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Not about really changing.
Just that
it's not about changing someone's mind as much as it is the hypocrisies and the iniquities from the mainstream narrative. I've never heard of some of these.
You got bad reception, bro.
You know, the ideas coming across. So it's a way to essentially up them to critically think, getting them questions in further depth. Not just accepting the paradigms upon them, but rather investigate further. And that's how I kind of came across this whole thing. Was hearing people talking about it, and I thought it sounded ludicrous. And so I looked into this. Really
You're trapped in a magnetic field by the sounds of things, Dicelo.
I'm gonna jump out. Too
easy.
Okay. How does my mic sound now, Fansaw? Jeremy, do I sound any better?
Hold on, your mic. Talk, Jin. Talk.
Yeah. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's no. I don't know.
Mary has a little lamb.
I can't hear the echo, personally.
I did.
Jen, keep talking.
Mary has a little lamb.
Be talking while someone else is talking. That's when you hear the echo.
Yeah, but while you were talking through them there so rudely, Bandy.
But actually, no, it used to happen just if he's got his mic open. So do you have it on push to talk at the moment, Jin?
No. I changed the sensitivity. No, I have
I heard it there.
I heard a little bit there. Yeah.
It's still there, Jin.
Well, it's coming. That's because I'm talking through all your mics. So if you all shut your mics, perhaps it won't come through. Sure.
Yeah, but that's the issue, Jin. The issue
that's not how the world works.
Push to talk works, man. Just keep it on push to talk.
What can I do about it? Not much I can do. It's been like that for ages, man.
There is something.
That's not how it works. That's not how echoes work.
You can help us help you, Jin. Right?
Push to talk is the best way, Jen. All you have to do is set up a button on your keyboard, the right control button right in the middle. Then you find your trigger finger. You just hold it down as you talk, and as soon as you finish talking, you take it off. And then when other people are talking, it's not going to come through your speaker. Your mic won't be picking it up.
What about headphones? Are they an option?
And when you're on your phone, you don't even have to worry about setting up a button. The push to talk is just a tab down the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can set up hotly. Yeah, that's right. Bandy's with it.
Boom. Master hacker, I am.
There you go.
Discord mod status.
mic check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's better, Di. It was. That was. Nah.
Oh, I think you're
Nah,
still
you're
You
recording.
gone
spoke too
again.
soon.
Yeah, I know.
Must be that holographic connection that you got going there, buddy.
Must be. So did we work out the dimensions of the moon buggy?
I knew you were going to say that. I knew it.
How big is it supposed to be?
Well, I don't know. These are the things that we have to uncover. Dawn.
Look.
Well, I guess it's like 3 meters by 2 meters.
3 meters by 2. Oh my! We have a problem already, Globus.
Oh no!
3 meters by
We
2
do?
meters.
Look, you've seen the
How big is the
blueprints,
lander?
Andy. Come on.
Exactly.
It's a guess.
Did they put it together
I
before
know.
they started
I
riding
know.
it? Was it
It's
in
a
pieces?
guess. It's a guess, like everything on the globe side. It's a guess.
With four
I think it was flat pack, innit?
old trailer tires.
They had to put it together on the moon.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Half
Yeah,
a
screwdrivers
kilogram of
out.
oil.
Like, we need to. Hold on. I'm going to Google the dimensions of the moon buggy. I'm interested now.
I'm not going to amend
Yeah,
my
there
answer.
is a
That's what I'm going with,
documentary
2
called
by 3.
there is a documentary called Was It Only a Paper Moon by James Collier, and they look into the way they deployed and packed that thing. And I think his name is Frank Hughes, who is the top man in NASA. He was questioned about in what way did it fold up to get into the actual LEM compartment, right? And Frank Hughes gave the wrong way it folded up. It folded up the wrong way, and James Collier pulled him up. It would have been too long to fit, Frank. But you're the main man. You said it folded like this, but it can't fold like this because the wheels would protrude. Yeah, I'm going to show you that documentary. It's very good.
The frame was 3.1 meters long with a wheelbase of 2.3 meters. And the height was 1.2.
And the cost was $3 million.
That was per tire. Per tire.
That sounds like an easy fit.
Per tread.
Okay then.
Fit.
Well, if you can find me the dimensions of the moon buggy compartment, you may be onto a winner, Globus. But until then, right, you have been pummeled.
Look, I think we can trust the experts and the engineers. I'm sure we can.
Well, the experts' blueprints, right, conveniently leave out the measurements. Conveniently.
Do they now?
Yes,
No, I'm actually interested in finding the dimensions. Like, I'm legitimately interested. Damn it. All right.
All right, I found it. It's 2.3, 3.2, and 2.3.
Are those
Oh,
the
the
hatch
moon buggy?
dimensions?
Yeah, I'm 30 centimeters and 20 centimeters out.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
but
it was, yeah.
we were after the hatch dimensions, like
Yeah, the hatch.
not the buggy itself. We've got that now. But can you help?
What? You want me to guess the size of the hatch on what? The buggy comes out of?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Ah. I think I need to see the craft.
Oh, we had the blueprints here a couple of days ago. I dropped them.
And what's the issue with the size of it?
Well, obviously, if the moon buggy's too big for the door, there's a problem.
No, just strap it to the top. Just get a roof rack.
Are you aware that you're probably wrong? And if we do the math, the hatch is just big enough.
We haven't done the math just yet because we don't have the sizes to do.
It's always
anything.
happened with Flat Earth. They think they've got the longest range photo ever, and then we do the math, and they're up a mountain, and it was fine, and it works on a globe every time.
You haven't done any math as yet, right? So don't be making proclamations so soon in the argument.
Let's see the lander craft.
Right. So, the door has to be at least 2.301 meters wide.
Look, here's a clear shot that's clearly big enough.
It's clearly big enough. Clearly. It's clearly.
You can see
Oh,
it just folds in.
Making me look
folds
bad
in,
here.
just like that.
it gets better and better. Oh, it's gold. That is gold. But Globus is all over it now. He's
I
a
know we
man
need a
on
better
mission.
photo. I know.
I'll
This
get
isn't
the
the best image.
He's a man on a mission. Because I
Well-
keep on razzing him up about it, saying he wants to defend it so vigorously. Right?
Yeah. Well, is this the actual dimensions?
Oh, he is a man of the moment. He may know. Gummy Bear is in the house. He
Is
may
he?
know. Yeah,
What
Gummy
might
is
I
here.
know?
My
Hey,
most
Gummy.
trusted colleague.
Gummy, we
Yeah?
would like to know the dimensions of the door on the lunar module where the buggy came out of.
I have no clue.
No, and neither do we. It seems to be top secret at this stage, but we are digging.
Wheelbase just fits inside. One of the sides opens, flimsy opening, and then they unfold all the bits and bobs on the buggy, and there you go, perfect.
Where?
I'm not saying this ever happened on the moon, but I'm just saying generally they would have matched the sizes.
Maybe, but I still would like to see the blueprints and the dimensions on the blueprints to see if they marry up. Because that little door on the blueprints doesn't actually look like it's 2.3 meters wide, which would actually have to be 2.301 meters wide for it to fit through. You can't have it scraping the seals and all that sort of stuff.
Scratching the paintwork. Don't want that.
No.
Here's one that Europe says they're going to design.
Yeah. Don't be worrying about what they're doing now. We're worrying about what they did back then.
This is another concept.
Yeah. We're fine with concepts. We're actually inquiring about the apparent reality of things, not concepts.
So James Collier, I reckon Jin's dropped the documentary and left. I reckon that documentary will try and discuss what we are discussing now.
Maybe. How long does it go for?
We'll say the moon land didn't happen, mate. 100%.
Jin, it's unavailable in my region. What the hell are you doing to me?
There you go.
It's been blocked.
Must be some truth in there.
Yeah, why does that not surprise me?
What about this theory? What if they took the wheels off and that's how it fitted in?
Mm-hmm.
They put them back on?
Because they've got time to be worrying about taking off wheel lugs and putting them back on and all that stuff.
They also had to fit in the fake astronaut dummy that was driving the thing around too. They had to pack that in as well.
Oh, no.
That is not a real human on that thing. It's totally just a stuffed astronaut suit. It just doesn't move organically at all. It's just stiff. The hands look like they're like glued to the steering wheel. Just watching that thing bounce around, it does not look like a human. I think it was like a remote control car, basically. You know, like they had a fake little mannequin stuffed up spacesuit and just drove it remotely.
The Lego one is so much sicker than the proper one. Just completely ignored the original design. Made it look really cool.
I'm going to send you a pic here, Bandy, or the chat in general. And
Yeah.
Let's see if you guys can identify whereabouts the hatch would be, because this provides some dimensions, and then maybe we can derive the dimension of the hatch, or the dimensions of the hatch from the given lunar module dimensions. And then we can.
What about?
I think that's in. It's obviously in sheet images.
Because I posted some blueprints the other day, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. But with the one that I just posted, whereabouts is the hatch on that?
Ooh, that's hard to.
Technical drawing.
17 foot, look. 17 foot across. That's enough to fit 2 meters in.
That's
yeah,
the,
but yeah, that's what I want to know, the hatch. Where the hatch is, so then we can use those dimensions to
narrow it down.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if
Hold
we if we can see that the top there is 13 foot across, then
Let me see if I can find these lunar module blueprints again. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Boom. Okay then. Let me. Come on, hurry up. My internet is so slow tonight. What the hell's going on?
meters.
Maybe because I've got 5 million tabs open. It might have something to do with it. Here we go. Bloody hell.
It's almost 4 meters in width.
Okay then. Now.
Okay, here it is. So that's the door.
Another little thing with the moon buggy is how the gravel that it's kicking up, like the dust or the rocks or whatever, actually match Earth's gravity, not 1/6 gravity that they claim is on the moon. Like it's in slow motion, but the actual arc of the dust that flies up off the wheels is what we would experience on Earth.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the same as what I just posted.
Gio, who told you that?
So what's
one of the big things for me? Oh, go ahead, Banto.
No, I was just going to say, what's a third of 17 foot? So that's 6 foot. So 6 foot is only 1.8 meters. Thereabouts. Yes. So nowhere near wide enough for the wheelbase of the lunar buggy to get through, because that little hatch there, the little rover hatch, looks like it's about a third of the size between those feet, which is 17 foot wide. Would I be correct there?
Is it the wheelbase that's in question that wouldn't fit, or would it be the track distance?
Well, what's Gummy got here? Oh, what's this?
That's supposedly how they packed the rover.
Okay.
I'll tell you what a good one was for me was the I think it was Apollo 11. They must have had bad lighting or something, and there was just like a hot spot around them, like directly around them, and then you could see as it went out, it just faded out.
Look at this picture. Here's where they're actually hoisting it onto it.
Hold on. Gummy comes with all the pics. Hold on. You got Gummy.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Hey. Is it the wheelbase? That I don't think that's in question. It's the track distance.
So how could they unpack it on the moon? How do they unpack a rover on the moon to put it on that fucking thing, mate?
Like it.
What?
What do you mean? They don't have to pack it back. They're not packing it back up.
They have to set it up to get it out, right?
what is showing, the way they show it affected there is that they're packing it with the wheels in, and to whatever they like suppose with it out.
You're cutting out.
Supposedly supposed to be with the wheel. Once it came down, it opened up the wheels or whatever.
But that's not the rover being pushed up. I don't know what you mean.
Have you got a demonstration coming of how they actually?
Yeah, it's already posted it.
Oh, so what? Pull thing.
They're essentially pulling it out the thingy. The wheels unfold so that they like twist around, so that the bottom, so the outside bit is the down bit.
Yeah,
but
look at the size of the wheels on that rover that you posted compared to that photo. That's not the same thing.
I actually don't quite agree with you. They look relatively similar.
What?
Crazy. See, the wheels are gonna be backwards. What the fuck? Yeah, that's weird.
Well, no,
Yeah.
they're not folding like. They're not doing like a one like. How do I even explain that with words? Instead of you seeing them as folding straight outwards to the left and right, as in on the sides of the rover, imagine them twisting around, like along the front.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
To me, that makes sense.
So, do we have any perhaps demonstrations of how they actually unfolded this thing, or do we just have kind of like diagrams?
Well, I posted the 3 hour.
That's exactly what I was gonna ask.
I posted
I
the
want
3
to see
hour
that in
long
practice and actually
moonwalk. I don't know whether it's on that. I'll have a little skip through.
Yeah, skip through it, Jim, and see if you can find it. If it's 3 hours.
Elbow, you're a little laggy, Elbow.
But have we settled the fact that
Yeah,
they
I wanted to
twisted
see
it?
that in practice, like the
Is that
actual
settled now, Ben?
wheels coming down that way.
Look, you know what? Fine.
Oh,
yes.
Here's someone who
Origami.
Win for the globe.
animated the unfolding of it.
Let's go.
Oh, okay then.
Animation.
Now, my request was like, do we have like any video of them actually doing it? Like, not the actual animation. Like, did they actually test? Okay, cool.
But there you at least see the method of which it is claimed to unfold.
Mm-hmm.
I understand
the animation proves it. What do you want?
Damn.
But that shows how the wheels, how the top part unfolds for the wheels to get the right side up and all of
That's
that.
a piss take, that photo.
The launch it.
It's like they're gonna have a beer on that fucking thing with those chairs.
Yeah, there's nothing can
They
that
surely
video.
NASA launch it's $37 million. That's gold. I love that.
Surely they must have recorded them like actually unfolding it and folding it back up, like practicing taking it off at least or something for when they got up
they
there.
had to test it, right? So they had to have video recordings of this shit.
That's a pretty cool animation, Gummy. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Now we just got to see the real thing in action,
Well,
and then I've got you convinced that the moon landing was real, right?
Absolutely
This is the
not.
last step.
Absolutely not. Just because you can unhook a rover from something does not mean they went to the moon.
I know, I'm messing with you.
But that would be a step. I mean, surely they should have tested it, make sure they can unfold it once they get up there. You don't want to lug that thing up there and not be able to use it.
Yeah. I'm finding photos of it like push. I can't tell whether they're putting it up or whether they're testing the folding, but there's a photo and I'm not finding any videos so far.
I mean, I don't have a lot of confidence in these guys. They can't even fuel their rocket up.
What do you mean by they
Not
can't
only
even
that,
fuel the
they canceled the launch because they couldn't fuel the rocket up. And not only that, I think it was Bart Sabrell, one of those moon landing documentaries. The guy wanted to go take dimensions because he knew how big the Bliss was, and he knew how big the astronauts with the Bliss would be on it, and he didn't think they could fit through the door. When he went to the thing to see the thing that came back, they wouldn't even let him. They wouldn't even let him measure the dimensions of it to see if the astronauts could even fit through it or in it or something.
And didn't the door open? One of the doors open towards the inside.
Oh, here we go.
Didn't the didn't the door open towards the inside of the
Oh damn!
Playback disabled and other freaking sources.
Yeah,
So annoying when they do that.
I think
Isn't
it
it?
did. Yeah, Elbow, what you're saying is true. Yeah, the door opens inwards.
Oh yeah, there. Yeah, that appears to be unfolding just like the animation showed it to.
I've got to check it out, coming. We'll scrutinize it, shall we?
Oh yeah.
Now, I want to see it on Earth do it than practicing here. Could be
But I mean, don't you think that this is filmed on Earth and therefore you are seeing it on Earth?
Well, of course.
Well,
of course.
Did I get you there?
Camera.
You got him, dummy. You got him.
I think I got him. I think I won.
I think you're gonna have to concede here, Ben.
I think we've got to watch it in double speed, haven't we?
I'm not conceding just yet. I've got to watch the video.
I think I can give up now.
Yeah, this is irrefutable evidence. Moon landings occurred. Well,
So
it's
we're
nice
gonna
being on the
boys.
flat side for a while, I suppose, guys.
Let's turn it off, guys. Shut it down.
Damn you, Jim.
It's a club.
Boom! Look at that.
That's huge, isn't it? Huge evidence.
Is there?
Looks like a cheap, shitty movie, mate.
Just got
They're
to
not on
count
the
the
fucking
pixels.
moon. Well, this was in 1971, so you can't expect them to have 4K cameras to the moon.
Yeah, so they did this in 1971, but they cannot do it today, bruh. They can't just get one shit foil thing with these two cunts talking shit, getting this bloody rover on the moon. They can't do it today.
It's not
Look at
that
the video,
simple.
man. It's not real.
I don't see what part of that
Is this
video
supposed
makes
to be
it not real.
Is it supposed to be real video?
It is real.
You already said it. It's on Earth. That's why.
Of course it's on Earth.
I mean, I think it is real. Now, whether you want to discuss that it was filmed on Earth or not, now that's another thing. But I believe this footage is real.
Fair enough.
I think it's undoctored. There's no CGI. You didn't have that in 71.
What this that I just posted, that deployment.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you can't say there's no CGI because they're saying that the video recording for the the land when it was landing, it was recreated by the lunar team because it wasn't recording.
Yeah, that famous video we always see of Neil calmly talking, and we don't hear any kind of engine noises or anything inside the cabinet, even though they're sitting on this giant fucking engine. We don't hear any of that. We just hear Neil calmly walking us through the landing, and you can see the surface of the moon. That one you're talking about, Elbow?
No, I think this is proof of the globe, guys. Like, you can even see the lunar wave.
Look how light it is. He's able just to pick it up and move it.
Things don't weigh that much on the moon, yeah.
Apparently they don't. No, like they're 1/6 of the
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. He's having awful trouble.
That's why I said we should probably watch it in double speed.
I am already.
Well, since they popped up there in a tin can made of tinfoil, it'd be easier to go to the moon to go on a diet since you weigh it what's a sixth the gravity than it is to go on a real diet here on Earth.
That's it.
I'm stuck at
That's
50
it. Put
seconds.
all the fat people on the moon.
I don't know if that was a funny joke, but I tried to string it together. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it didn't.
See how the wheels pop out at
Maybe
50
that
seconds.
would make the moon heavier though, and then create problems with tides on Earth. So we best not.
Oh, I found from NASA's own site. They have a 4.5-minute video of them deploying it on Earth. Although it is in a file format that I'm not sure how to. Like I got it playing here, but I'm not sure if I could share it with you. But
well,
let's see.
We asked and we received.
There you go. I'd just like to thank my colleague Gummy Bear. Came in with the good.
And Jim.
Jim as well, yeah. Thank you very much.
Came to the party.
Well,
our peoples and your peoples all working together as one peoples.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we're here for.
That's right.
What about the golf clubs? How'd they fit the golf clubs in?
And the gorilla suit. That's the ISS.
Testing, mic check. Gentlemen, I've posted the video that I was talking about by James Collier. Okay, was it only a paper moon? He takes a look at the blueprints and with his pencil in his ear, pulls it out and starts to use his slide rule and speaking to Frank Hughes on how the LEM couldn't have got in the way he described it was folded up. It wouldn't be able to get into that compartment. And there was a little bit of a debate going on there. You know, and he's showing us the measurements and everything. It's really good. It also covers the hatch and how the astronauts, if they were in the suit, there was no way they could go transition from the lunar command module into the LEM to then go down and land on the moon. The hatch that was too small when measured. The one we see in the simulator, it's a simulator, so it's a massive hole, right? But the actual LEM itself, the one that you'd see in the museums or whatever, it's too small for them to get through. They would have torn their suits on all the little attachments for this thing called the drogue that drags the lunar command module and docks with it. You have to move this piece out of the way to enter the LEM, and they would have torn their suits and got caught up if they tried to go through there. It's really good, really good.
Yeah, I remember seeing that Paper Moon documentary years ago, way back. Yeah, it is a good one. I remember that sticks out in my mind because I saw pretty much all the ones that were out, you know, back then especially. And I remember that being it was a good one. Like it actually stuck to the real information and analysis rather than, you know, a lot of hype and that kind of thing. So yeah, it really dissected a lot of good information.
Basically, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, because James Collier actually calls out Frank Hughes and he bills him as the man. He's the head man in NASA. So whatever he says, you can take to the bank. He's the only surviving member of the team. He's the last one. Top man, Frank Hughes, okay, apparently. And he was promised a cherry picker at the, Kennedy's Space Center. And when he got there, after he made the arrangements, long drive, 500 miles drive to get there, whatever, he then asked for the cherry picker. And when he got it, he went to measure the hatch. And he was told, you cannot measure that hatch. Right? He was told he could not measure that hatch. And then he was asking, why can't I measure the hatch? I was promised a cherry picker and I could measure the hatch. Is there any problem? Why can't I measure the hatch? There you go, And the curator of that museum was very flustered. You could see he was troubled, didn't know where to look. The camera was on him. Watch it. It's really good expose.
Bloody well said, mate.
I'm like a video drug dealer. I carry all the good shit, mate.
Yeah, you destroyed him. The cunt is thinking the moon was real, and then fucking legend comes along, debunks it.
Yeah. This guy, what's his name? James Collier. He also did the other video called Vote Scam, The Stealing of America. Okay. Him and his brother dedicated 25 years of their life proving that the electoral system in the US is rigged. Okay. They even tried to run
definitely,
for the
mate.
ballot and that, you know, and they proved it. They proved that their system is rigged. Vote Scam, 56 minutes long documentary by the same guy who produced that video. Funny thing is, both of them disappeared strangely. Strange death. When you look up where they are today, you don't even know how they died. Okay, you can't find anything on their deaths. Both of them died 1999 or 98 or something like that. And then James Collier's daughter, who's Kenneth Collier's niece, is carrying the mantle for her father and uncle, because they both went at the same time, right? And but she's not creating as much waves, but she's pushing the book, Vote Scam, The Stealing of America.
Okay, so I found a video that talks way more about all the aspects of the rover, but at the specific time point is the part that I found as well. They got the same part there where they unfolded on Earth.
Check it out, Cummy. Check it out.
So now we have one that's at least given to be from Earth and given to be on the moon, and they can be compared to see if they act the same.
Yeah, okay, but don't you think, right, the man by the name of Frank Hughes, he's the head man in NASA for the equipment and in charge of training the astronauts, okay? He's the head man. Should he not know how the equipment folds and fits to the compartment? And he gave the wrong description. And he's the man who trains them to use the equipment. And he gave the wrong description. And he drew it out distinctively how this thing was supposed to fit. And when you measure it from one end to the other, it's 2 feet too long to fit in there. And the correct way to fold it is that the wheels folded inwards underneath. So you get a kind of rectangular shape. And when you look at it from the top plan, it's a triangular, almost like a triangular shape. And then that fitted in the compartment. Frank Hughes has the wheels sticking out end to end at the ends, which lengthens the whole thing by 2 foot, you see. And that's wrong. How could you make such a mistake? And this is where James Collier challenges him, you see.
Luckily, we don't rely on one man, and that's all I got to say about that.
Well, he is the top man, the man who trains the astronauts to use the said equipment on the moon when they're practicing on Earth and on the moon. Frank Hughes, the top man.
No matter what, whether he's the top man or not, we never rely on just one person. That's why things work. So that's all I can say, Jim.
You can rely on the man.
We don't care about the one man
who trains them. The man who trains them is the man you need to rely on. He's the top man. He is responsible for them.
He might be your top man, but he's not mine.
No, look, he's the
just
man
one amongst many.
Puts them. You're not listening. You're not listening to me. He's the man that puts them through the rehearsal. Everything is timed. That's Frank Hughes controlling all that. So he would know how the thing fits into the length and how it would be deployed on the moon. You can't dismiss that man. That's like dismissing the CEO of a company.
Yeah, and the CEO
or
is
your dad, head of your family.
And even then, a CEO isn't the entire company.
Credibility, does he not? Does he not have credibility? Yeah, but
yes,
he is
but
the
even
head
if
man that you would have to go to. Look, if you're going to go to find out anything, that's the man you go to. Frank Hughes. Anything to do with the Apollo missions today, if he's still alive, he is the man you would have to go to get the SP. The man, that's the one. Frank Hughes. Okay?
Well, if that's how you view it, that's fine, but we don't rely on
how
one
he's
person.
been built. That is how he is built. He is built in that fashion. That's how they prop him up. He is the man to go to. So if you're looking for information, you'll be taken to Frank Hughes. Okay?
Well, you keep propping him up to be
Don't,
that.
don't
I just
dismiss
prop
it.
him up to be
I'm not
another
going to
man
allow you
among
to
the mission.
dismiss that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, you can go to other men, but you go to the top man as well. You know, he carries a lot of weight, does he not? The top man.
Well, you keep classifying him as the top man.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's you doing that. I haven't called him the top man.
Yes, the top man in NASA. That's how he's been billed. That's how he's billed, though.
On the subject of the buggy and how it should fit in the lander, is that right? Is the authority on that? Is that what you're saying, Jin?
He's the authority on how long it should take and everything else. Because you know they rehearsed everything to the minute apparently, because everything's scheduled. You're on the moon. You don't want anything to go wrong. No hiccups. This is the man that is in charge of all that. Trains them.
Well,
Frank
you know,
Hughes.
if I had questions about the lunar lander, or sorry, the lunar rover, I would ask the person who designed it, the people in the design team. I wouldn't go to Hughes, whoever the hell he is. I'd go to the designer,
Apparently,
the person who
that's what
engineered the
NASA
thing.
says. NASA says go to Frank Hughes. NASA tells you to go to Frank Hughes. That's the
Well,
man you need
luckily,
to
I
go and
don't
see.
care what they say. I'm going to go to the designer, the engineer.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, that's your freedom of choice. You know, you cannot dismiss Frank Hughes, the top man. You can't. You can do it if you want, but you do it and you're looking foolish, because at the end of the day, that's the man that they built. You can go to the designers, of course, but when it comes to like the operation time schedules, the designers are not there. That's where Frank Hughes kicks in. When the astronauts are rehearsing it, when they're supposed to be on the moon and deployment, this is the man who's in charge of that. And you need to know that. How did it get in there? How did they deploy it out? That's the man you go to. You can go to the designers, of course. The fact is, even the designers are probably not alive today anyway.
Gummy, how do you know it wasn't made in a Hollywood basement?
Yes, Gummy.
What exactly?
I'm just joking. Come on, don't take it seriously, please.
Okay. I couldn't tell. Sorry, I'm a bit autistic sometimes.
It was my sort of like hint at, come on, let's change the subject. I'm getting bored.
Okay.
And the thing is, they left it on the moon at $60 million a pop. They left it, that's in today's money. They left it up there, okay? So you'd think when China visited the moon in 2013, you would have thought they went for, I think, a 3-month mission on the dark side of the moon, apparently. But you think they would have dedicated at least, a week? You know, a week, just so we could see how the equipment has fared up all these years. Because the moon is a museum, really. So you'd be able to drive around with your rover and have a look. Has things rusted? Are they still immaculate, or are they covered in dust? Let's have a look.
You know what's required? Hold on. You know what's required for rusting? Oxygen.
Hold on.
I know that, but let's look at it. Fucking hell.
Jen, give me a second.
Not go and look and see if things have indeed...
Jen, give me a second. I got a contention with that video, Gummy, that you posted.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't fully build, and then there's cuts in the scenes.
The one on Earth?
Yeah, the one that was made on what they say.
Well, that one. Let's see here. Let me just double check, because the full one. Let's see here.
In other words, what I'm saying is that it doesn't go from folded to fully build, and then getting in top of it. It's just like here's how it's supposed to go, and here comes the first 2 wheels, and then it cuts scenes.
Okay, well, just
by the way,
for you.
The wheel was kind of weird. It was like folded kind of odd on the one on the left side, like it was bented or something.
Just for you, here's another one that is a full It's 4 minutes total, but the first 2 minutes are the uncut unfolding of one of their test vehicles, where you can see the full thing, and it's
and do they get on
straight.
top of it as and there's no cutscenes?
There's no cuts. They don't get on top of it, but it's fully unfolded. All four wheels touching the ground. I downloaded it from NASA's website and I uploaded it on Vimeo for you, just for you, bud.
Yeah, here
All
we
right,
go.
thank you.
The first 2 minutes are fully uncut unfolding.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna look at it as soon as I.
Yeah, we're looking at it now. Seeing as Gummy went to the effort, I'll look at it.
Wasn't much effort, but yeah.
I'll still take a look, Gummy.
Yeah.
Take a look. Because I just don't want to hand wave dismiss it straight away.
Yeah.
Straight away.
But the thing is, it's not like I'm married to this being real, but I just don't see any evidence of it being not real. I see it folding out right in front of me. Tested on Earth, tested in what seems to be not Earth. But yeah, that's my.
Yeah, but I think what he wanted to see was that happening on the moon. I believe that's what he wanted to see.
Well, you got a video of it happening on the moon.
The whole shebang there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of does
I mean,
show
like
it.
you're allowed to argue that either it was faked by done on Earth or all of these things, but it was fully shown unfolding and messing with it and all of these things. So
You're right. Yeah.
I'll kind of give you that one, Gummy. I'll give you that one.
Thank you.
I'm on your side, Gummy.
Oh, yes.
No,
We're all in this together.
I'm on your side here.
Here we go.
In the interest of pursuing the truth and getting the actual facts out there, Gummy, that's why, you see, in pursuit.
I tell you what,
I
it
still
is
have
the
contention.
it's the flimsiest looking thing I've ever seen, actually.
That's what I was going to say. It is flimsy.
Well, you got to remember that it only has 1/6 of the jiggle on the moon. Yeah.
God. You
All you need is a little bit of duct tape.
That's true, SE. Hey.
Look at what I posted 24 after the hour.
Yeah, the duct tape.
Hold on.
The fender that's like duct taped or whatever.
Well, yeah, they had dirt being thrown up because the fender wasn't.
Yeah, they forgot to iron it, didn't they? See Montreal. It seems
So
they
they
forgot
did
to
a
iron
little.
their curtains before they put it on the lander.
Yeah, it seems that way. Yeah.
They did a little engineering to fix a problem, and it worked.
Do you see any tracks in front or behind the wheel?
Why would I?
Because it's a hover buggy, right?
Nah, but it's got 1/6. It's got 1/6 of the track making
Or was it
ability.
lifted in by a crane?
It's almost a hover buggy.
Exactly. It's 16. It's only 16% on the ground. The rest is hover buggy.
This is the best part. Listening to the excuses they make.
83% hover buggy. There you go.
Look at me giving them arguments. I should shut up. Sorry, guys.
It's comical to show them something that's impossible and just listen to them make the excuses. It's part of the fun.
Thank you for that video, Gummy. I do appreciate it. I did watch it.
Yeah.
The mental gymnastics that they do just to get through the day on their globe, eh? Every day, mental gymnastics.
Well, it keeps you fit and agile, Jen. I do gymnastics to keep fit.
I have a contention. I have a bone of contention with your very existence. Are you trying to tell me on this flat Earth you believe you're living on a ball that you cannot prove? Real time, real world today, right? My word, you've got some audacity,
No.
I tell you.
That would be incorrect.
Oh, so you have proof of your ball then, do you?
I do, but that wasn't the main incorrect part of your statement. The incorrectness was the first. Yeah, it was that the incorrectness was the first word which you said flat Earth. That was the incorrect. I'm on a globe Earth, and I can see that it's a globe Earth. Yeah, you're right on that.
Really?
Oh,
No one
yeah.
else can see that but you, yeah?
Of course,
Yeah?
I mean, there's a reason we're 90-something% globers. It's a reason you're in the minority, Jen.
Because you're 90%. 90% of you are delusional and brainwashed. But anyway, let's put that aside.
Exactly.
What do you
But if you're
What do
driving
you
down
see?
the
Where do
road,
you see this globe?
if you're driving down the road and everyone but you is heading the other direction, like, is it them heading the wrong direction or are you, Jen?
Well,
maybe
Gummy,
you're in the right.
Yeah, Gummy, I don't think that's a very solid stance to take. Have you seen when Witsit was out there on the street asking people? He had 3 basic questions. He'd give people $100 if they could answer them correctly. And the questions were like, how many times does the Earth spin in one day? Like some of the most absolute basic things ever, and people didn't even know them. People had no idea.
But what country was this done in?
USA.
Yeah, and have you seen the other ones where you'd ask them, oh, what country do you live in, and they can't even say that?
Yeah, but my point is, you're saying that all these people believe the globe as if it's like a strong thing, but 99% of people don't even know anything about it. They just were taught it, indoctrinated, and blindly believing it.
You definitely got me there. Most people have no freaking clue.
Right. So do you really have the whole world believing this globe idea that's so strong, or do you have 99% of them are clueless and there's a couple people that seem to be pushing it?
Well, if we talk about everyone, then yeah, most of everyone is clueless. But even then, 90-something% believe in it. And then if we talk about the educated on the subject, we still have 90-something% that believe it's a globe.
Doesn't the schooling system sort of stack the odds in your favor?
Oh yeah, definitely. But wouldn't you say that the reason we have school is so that people can get educated without having to do all the groundwork?
You call it education. I would term it somewhat differently.
Well, if you grow up in a household, Gummy, like you're born, right, and you're put into your crib, and your parents buy you like a little mobile to put over your head to get you to sleep, and they've got planets on them, and they've got little rocket ships, and they spin round and round and play little lullabies, like so. The first thing actually comes from your parents, right? Because that's pretty much what they've been told. Like, and some of those parents didn't even go through the thing of their parents telling them they were on a globe, right? So but it started somewhere. But if you're coming from that premise, right, that your parents are telling you one thing, and then you're put into a system, and all that system does is just reinforce that idea. Like, you're not gonna question it at all, because the information is coming from the most trusted source, your parents.
Well, yeah, but that's not enough to say that it would never be. So, for example, we have just the same thing where, for example, there are children that are brought up in a very Christian household and then go to a very religious school, and then yet they end up atheists later in life.
True.
And we have the same here. People that are born in a family, they learn about the globe in school, and yet they become flat earthers.
You could argue that it's a part of the system, though, that makes people atheist. But yet again, then with your last point there, that us flat earthers have gone to school and we believed in the globe, but when you see the light, you see the light. I'm sorry, Gummy.
But the reinforcement of the globe, Gunny, is in every aspect of your life. Like you go to the movies, the first thing you see is like a big globe on the cinema. Everything's about space. You see news articles about rocket ships and space and stars and all this sort of stuff. So it's not as though you have the same reinforcement when it comes to religion and your religious beliefs. You don't have that same sort of thing bombarding you day in, day out. I think
Atheism, yes.
Yeah, they're worlds apart. I think that sort of thing.
But atheism is thrown in your face, just like the globe.
No, I don't think so. I think it's thrown in your face at all. No, I don't think that's thrown in your face.
Well, I think it's like it makes people seem scientific to not believe in God. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, no, plenty of people believe in the globe that are also religious. Like
no, I didn't say the globe. I said God. You know, like God. Yeah, like the education system kind of makes you atheist.
Well, I'd say agnostic because I make a distinction there. Science would never say there is no God. Science would never say there is a God. Science would simply just be agnostic on the point. It couldn't say whether there is or isn't.
We can't prove anything in science, right? Yeah.
So anyone who claims that science, so anyone that says that science proves there is no God, they're wrong. The same way that people who say that science does prove a God, I also believe they're wrong.
How do you define God? That's just a stupid way of thinking about it.
No, I mean, I'm more talking about like atheism and how atheism is pushed, you know.
I don't really think it is
true. I reckon that's how it is for sure.
Why? How is atheism pushed?
Because you go, I had the problem as a teenager, bro. There's just a lack of spirituality, right? So they push the opposite of what is real.
They make anything material scientific, anything unmaterial fairy tale.
Well, part of science is repeatable and repeatable and testable. How do you repeat and test something that isn't physical?
I get that, but it just because we can't.
Imagination, people have minds. We just act
can I
as
offer
if
this?
they don't exist.
Yeah, like the idea that if we know, like science has taught us that, in order to make certain complex things, we have to create them. And when we look around us, we see nothing but complex organisms and life. So science, some way, kind of could deduce that there is a creator, right? It's just it takes no opinion on what it is, I think. Do you know what I mean?
Well, what I'm saying is science doesn't say whether that is created or not, as in whether it was made intentionally or not. You can say that it gives you an impression of it, but you can never say that science proves one or the other.
Because it just doesn't understand what it is. You don't want to.
I'd add this caveat is that from high school, just from the years that you're in school, right? You might evolve into your, the thinking behind it, whether science is like against God or whatever. You'll find that it's not so much like that. But I think from the time that you're in school, religion, all of that stuff is sort of made fairy tale. That's kind of how it came across to me at school.
That's how it is, definitely.
And that's what I believe it is too. But just the same way that it is fairy tale to go full in on one religion, I also believe it is fairy tale to just straight out say there is no God guaranteed.
Right, but I'm saying I adopted that sort of idea because of school, and it wasn't until years out of school that I got rid of that.
Well, I believe, of course, that is the better way of being, is to not believe randomly in a religion.
Well, how do you define religion? The problem is, subscribing to certain Abrahamic ones, but not having,
the good thing about those exoteric religions is they come with this good sort of faith in things that you don't get otherwise.
Well, I'm not against the good parts where, like, for example, having a sense of community, that's definitely a good thing. But, for example, believing that you need to be good or you're going to hell, I believe that's a toxic way of thinking. And I
True,
believe
I
that you
agree.
can have that even like while without having to fully believe in a religion where it's like, oh, there's no doubt that this is true. I still
Yeah, that's
believe that
wrong.
a good part of society could be, okay, we can't say 100% that God is real, but we have a good feeling about it, and it's a good thing to think about, and we
Well,
can be
look, I'd say
together
the
and have a
fact that we're
community about
thinking
it.
about it, the fact that
But
we're
you-
thinking about it proves it's real, in my opinion. Like, how else could we be aware of the question? And then
Yeah, but
then
how
you
else?
got to ask how you define the idea itself.
But how else could we know about dragons if they weren't real? Do you
Imagination.
not see? Yeah, but
So
so
that's our
would that
psychic link
same
to the
answer?
infinite quote unquote God. See, it's right there. The dragon you just said is the medium, I'd say, between us and God.
Is not having consequences for your actions not a good teaching, Gummy?
So being good in order to not get punished, I think, is a very toxic way of thinking. You should be good to be good, and you should be good to others so that they can be good to you.
Yeah.
But
No, I don't
if you tell someone the only reason to be good is so you don't end up in hell, I find that very toxic.
No, but I think
that's understandable. But what did
teaching people that there are consequences for your actions, right? So if you're not good or you do these particular things, right, the consequences are, right, this is what you may suffer. Now you should do them. The teachings are also to be good because it is a good thing. But if you're not good, right, there are consequences. It's exactly the same when you bring up children. Like, you be good for the sake of being good because it is the right thing to do. Makes you feel good, makes the other person feel good. But if you're not, there are going to be consequences of those actions.
Yeah, but some people are good purely because they want to get into heaven. I find that to be corrupt goodness. Like, sure, the outcome is good because they're being
why?
good.
I'll tell you why. Because they're going to reincarnate at their death, and that's the problem, I'd say, with Abrahamic religions.
Yeah, it's almost like they're living in a life of fear of not going to heaven.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's
so
I find that to be bad. I find that
Right,
there needs to
but
be.
again, I think you're right by saying it's a toxic sort of way to look at it. But
Yeah.
whereas you said earlier, which is probably the more genuine and more natural, it's good to be good, and you want other people to treat you well because you're good, and you treat other people
That's
well.
our nature, isn't it? Some people want to just murder other people, so it's all subjective at the end of the day as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, but at the end of the day as well, as I advocate for not putting your eggs in in one basket. So saying 100% God has to be
The
real
problem
and then
is
fully following it.
Exoteric religion, which is like Abrahamic religions and that. They're definitely a problem. I agree with that. There's no debate there.
Well, so
but they
what?
do come with good ways of thinking and good faith in that.
So what religion would you say differs in that way? That's not an esoteric religion like the Abrahamic ones.
Hinduism, maybe certain Eastern philosophies to a certain extent.
Okay.
And definitely old religion before Abrahamic ones, pagan ones, and that. But then you don't have to subscribe to anything, man. Like the information's all out there.
But
They're all just cults.
Don't all religions though preach or teach that there are consequences for actions?
It's true. That's a fact.
Okay,
Butterfly effect.
exactly right. So now, whether or not you decide to live in fear of those consequences, well, that's a choice that you make. But I don't know, people walk around in fear, so to speak, thinking, "Oh my God, I've got to smile at that little old lady because it's a nice thing, to do, and it's going to give me a pathway to heaven." I don't think people are walking around doing these sorts of things just for the sake of it, just trying to get enough eggs,
Yeah, just to get pluses, merits for God.
Exactly right. I don't think people are actually walking around doing these things, but in the back of their mind, they may have, oh yeah, there are consequences if I do stray. I go with that, but there are consequences in all aspects of life, and we are taught there are consequences for everything, and that's a good
that's
thing.
just the ego, mate.
It's not the ego.
But so
no,
so I
if they're
agree
worried
that
about themselves, and it's the ego. I'd say the reason you'd want to put a smile for someone, that sort of thing, and do good, is because you see yourself in everything, and you see yourself in others. Like, why else would you do it? That's how
Right,
it naturally is.
you're loving yourself by loving other
Yeah.
people. And,
Exactly.
But I'm not saying that people go around just smiling at people for their ego.
No.
Pluses
I meant,
at all.
if people think they need to do it to get pluses and be good, then that's them thinking for themselves. Like that's just a way of just the mind.
Yeah,
It's not good. The ego is a problem, but it's a natural part of us. We all have that.
Oh, of course, everyone has a part of ego. That's just human nature. But I'd like to have an example of someone that only does these good things in their life because they are scared of the consequences. I don't think people walk around like that at all.
Yeah, true.
No, I think they'd be blissful with being the way they are. If they are that sort of way, it will create bliss. You're not going to be thinking about, why not? Yeah, am I going to be punished? If you're already doing good, how are you going to feel bad?
Exactly right, and it makes you feel good too as a consequence. So you're going to do things that make you feel good too. So
yeah, so it's a win-win.
I do believe that there are people that will, or not even that it's every decision, but I definitely believe that people or like circumstances will be like, should I help out this person or not? And the deciding thing is actually I should help them out because maybe I'll be repaid in the afterlife.
Really?
And I believe that there are a lot of people that will have that kind of thought. Yeah.
They have those thoughts on a more macro scale. Like they're not going to murder someone because they'll go to hell. Like I don't think they're having it in small thoughts like that. You know what I mean? It's a grand sort of thing, which is good in a way.
But that's how it pops up in life. And I also believe the same applies to, like, for example, if you ask someone, if you ask someone the hypothetical of they could murder someone and get away with it, there would be no human repercussion within human law. What would be the reason for them not doing it? A lot of people would answer because they'd go to hell.
True, you're right. So there's nothing inherently wrong with that. But then again, they're just tricking themselves because that's not actually fully true.
Yeah, because there will be people that would say they wouldn't do it because it's wrong. It's why would I want to kill somebody and get away with it? I mean, that's not what my life is about, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not just because they would go to hell, but because it's not the right thing to do. It would be why should I end that person's life? Not because I'm going to go to hell. I'm going to be feeling bad myself. Our people are around as well. Let's not forget.
But that's the thing is, I just don't believe that kind of person doesn't exist. The kind of person that simply wouldn't do it because they think they'd go to hell. I believe that kind of person
rich
does
people
exist.
are there, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
That's,
there are
that's,
lots
that's
of
all
those
I'm trying to
people,
say.
Of course. Yeah.
I'm not saying that all religious people are like this, or that being religious necessarily necessitates this. I just think this is one bad part, whether it's a small one or not. But yeah, I'm not against religion as a whole, but
Exoteric religion is the problem, mate. You're correct.
Yeah, but I'm not against
It
religion
is a
as a
man-made
whole,
construct.
but
Anyway.
I'm against.
Religion is a man-made construct.
I'm against the kind of 100% blind faith religion, where it's all you believe. That's when I have a problem with it.
Well, that's all the mainstream can understand at the moment. There's nothing.
Just in any way at all, anyway.
But yeah, you know what's cool?
conscience.
You know what's cool about religion?
I don't really follow any religion as such, really.
What's cool about religion is like the allegory in the stories that like our ancestors are trying to tell us. That's what's cool. You know, I think anyhow.
Yeah, definitely.
But
how moving the literacy is. How well it's put together.
I mean,
and
do
how
we
many
believe?
meanings it has in such little words?
Do we
Well, like,
believe
check
that
this
the
out too.
meaning?
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just gonna add this is like I think like our ancestors had such high intelligence that they understood like when they told us like let's say the story of the Christ. You know, like let's say like as soon as you get to like you know when they say like there was a virgin birth, right? Well, nothing in nature does that. So it's like it immediately should like tell the reader almost that like, hey, you're entering into the world of allegory. You know what I mean? Like there's like motifs of like intellect and like you know what I mean. And I think like our ancestors were wise enough to write these beautiful stories and to explain these deep philosophical human issues. You know, or you know, mental mankind's issues. You know.
Definitely.
But I think like when people get too literalist about everything, and that's the thing too, is that we live in a materialistic, literalist world. And I've always thought like the only idea of heaven for a materialist is like a big palace, a gold boat. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like a bunch of wives.
Whereas most of us still kind of like, what is that non-physical realm?
Well, what I mean is, well, that's
same.
up to the individual when you get down to it. Like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, I've always felt like nobody knows. Our ancestors didn't know, but they were like,
can
"Here,
see it.
experience this wisdom, because this is a fact." Like Bansaw said, like you know, hey, there's punishments for like it's grand when you're good, and it's bad when you're not. You know what I mean? Like they told us these things. These are ancient stories, and like I think anyone who gets too lost in the literalism, whatever, I think you're right. Like in that sense, Bacon or who's that Gummy? You know, like you're right. Like people will abuse these things, and you're right. I think again, it's like be an enemy of all that you read. You know what I mean? But read it, right?
Yeah. But I mean, it's the same kind of thing as well. Is I believe that when you take, if you read like the Bible and take it literally, every like word by word, taking it literally, I think that again is taking it too far. I think there can definitely be a lot of good sentiments and morals and stories and all of this within the Bible, but I believe that taking it literally is you're taking it too far. That's just not how it's
How about
supposed to
this
be.
though, Gummy? What do you think about this? Just to like you know, like what if you think like I think the same way about the modern accepted cosmology? You know what I mean? Like you know, when it gets outside the realm of what I'm experiencing.
Well, the thing. Okay, so when it comes to cosmology specifically, I do have to concede a bit to you, because of the fact that a lot of cosmology is, of course, is not as testable as something that's on here on Earth that we can put our hands on.
Right on, man. That's awesome, dude.
I do still give the thing that it still has more testableness outside the book than something like the Bible does, but only because it deals with a different kind of questions. So,
yep, fair enough, man. Fuck yeah.
But yeah, like if you were to say the same thing, however, about like a statics book, like the like of stat as in the things that are stationary and the physics of that, then I'd start to be a bit more not agreeing with you, because these are the kind of things that you handle with your own hands that are testable, physical, like yeah. But yeah, definitely for a cosmology book, I can understand your hesitancy to agree with everything that's said in there.
Yeah, man, that's what's up. Yeah, I do like that idea though. That like, you know, let's say like in biblical shit, it's kind of like you have like the allegory of like good stories and good knowledge. You know.
But Gummy, yet you believe in the globe and you can't test that, feel that, measure it, and you're carrying a belief there.
Well,
Fundamentally
that I do
zealotry,
believe.
may I
do
add.
believe that it's testable. You can make tests looking at the
No,
horizon. You
you
can
see,
make
you
tests
should know.
looking at
You
the
should. It
sky. You
shouldn't
can
be
make tests.
believe. It should be you know. Hello, you should say. You should be saying, "I know it's testable. Here's the evidence. Here's the globe." Not I believe. You shouldn't be carrying a belief now. That should be a knowing that your is a globe.
Oh
You
yeah,
see?
I know that all the tests show it's a globe. Yeah, correct.
Yes. What tests are they, please? Pray
I
tell.
mean, you've heard them all. They don't convince you, but they convince me. So
I'll believe you if it was God that told you.
well, what if I claim that God told me? What if I claim that I had a revelation and he spoke onto me and told me that quantum mechanics is true? Like, what would that
Careful, you might have a
change?
really weird dream tomorrow.
But it is like, let's say that I truly believe that that happened, and I am telling you this like from the bottom of my heart. What does that change for you? Because
No, I was only
yeah,
joking.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, as a point as well, is that like, even if I say that to me, like, this truly happened and I'm not lying, doesn't mean that it actually is true that God spoke to me. I might have just had an episode.
Yeah.
I might have just had a weird dream. Like,
Yeah, you're not actually lying, but the experience isn't what you're.
Exactly. Yeah. Like,
You're
I'm not
thinking it's something more than it is.
It's not an intentional lie, but I'm still not speaking the truth. So it's kind of
Right,
like
you're
a
not
little.
purposely deceiving. You're
Yeah.
just.
I'm mistaken.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
I'm saying something that I believe is true.
Yeah. You're speaking something that you're mistaken about.
Yeah.
As always, Gummy.
Of course.
Hey,
I'm
did you sort
mistaken.
out,
I'm mistaken about a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I
Did
will
you
try and
sort
admit
out,
when I am.
Did you sort out Bacon's little algorithm for his circles intersecting?
I did help him out, but then while I was like helping him out, he also said that he might have figured it out without my help. So
Okay, well that's a good
I'm not sure whether he still needs help or not. I pointed him into the direction of the Newton's method because Newton's great.
Look now you may as well be speaking Dutch at the end of the day. What's he studying, Gummy? Do you know?
As far as I'm aware, it's some sort of a computer science type thing. I don't know specifically though.
That young fellow is committed. His girlfriend, I think, lives 3,000 kilometers away. He's got to travel like 3,000 kilometers to visit her. He is committed.
3,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
What's that? That's double the distance of mine.
What, your girlfriend lives 1,500 kilometers away? Damn.
At least by, I just googled it, and I think it's taken the car route actually though, so I'm not sure how it is the air travel. But that's of course. So essentially, of course, my like I live like how do I even say this? Like I live in Sweden technically, but I'm staying in the UK right now with my girlfriend.
Yeah.
So usually we're not together, so we're Sweden and UK apart. But right now, of course, we're not. So.
Does Sweden not have any girls?
I that's literally word by word what one of my grandparents said. So no, but it's like I can't control who I meet, and I met her online, and we felt a connection. So I can't really help that. Of course, it would have been easier. Of course, it would have been easier if it was someone already in Sweden and whatever. But life plays out however it does.
I give my son the same sort of grief. His girlfriend lives about 1,500 kilometers away from him, and it's just like, hey, you couldn't find someone in your own town? Like, it would be so much easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, similar sort of thing. He was actually on a holiday, my son, when he met his girlfriend. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that actually reminds me of something that happened to my brother. Because he was on holiday. I think it was to what's that island called? Cyprus.
Cyprus. Yeah.
He was on holiday there and met a girl, and that they kind of clicked. And it turned out that back in Sweden, they're both from Sweden, and that back in Sweden they only live like a couple tens of kilometers away. So they live very close. Yeah. So while they met in Cyprus, they still lived close by back at home.
Oh, that's nice.
It didn't actually work out, but that was still like a little funny coincidence that even though he met someone so far away, they actually live very close.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think? Do you think technology is ruining today's youth?
I think
yes and no.
Yeah, I love technology. My kids love technology, but they have to be guided on how they use it. Like I know in our household, when it came to TV or computer time, we were very strict in how much TV they could watch, how much computer time they had, and then the rest of the time they had to entertain themselves, whether that was reading a book or being outside, playing, getting dirty, whatever the case may be. But we were very strict on what they could do with either the idiot box or the computer. And the computer that the kids actually had access to, or my kids, was in the main room. So myself or my wife, we always had access to what they were doing on the computer itself. So we kind of supervised. We just didn't want them going on there willy-nilly doing whatever they wanted, and having access to whatever they
and not only that they'd have access to whatever they could, but that other people could have access to them in some malicious ways as well. That's another problem.
But I think if technology is used properly, Gummy, I think it is absolutely brilliant, brilliant.
Yeah.
And I'm all for it. But when it's used the wrong way and unsupervised, especially with children, I think it can be a destructive thing to a child's childhood. Or they miss out on their childhood because they're stuck in front
development,
of the screen.
and experience.
Definitely agree with you. Yeah,
I must admit, Bansor, that I've had that 3 years. I'd have to say, my youngest son, when they play the games online with other people and their friends. When they play these war games and you got to have each other's back. There are times when my son gets annihilated because they're not getting his back, and he's out the game and he's like in tears and that. And you know what? And I say to him, let's go to their house. And he then perks up. Your friend, let's go and knock on the door and see why he did that to you see. And then that tidies that up because their mums are there now. I said, look, my son is playing games with your son. They're being a bit spiteful, and can we sort that out, please? Thank you. Yes, and they're surprised that we're knocking on the door, you see. So it's like over the last 3 years, that it's settled now. Now they're really enjoying the technology now.
Yeah.
After all this behaviour over the last couple of years, you know, honestly.
And we had very strict rules and things like when it came to dinner. Right, we'd all sit around the dining room table. TV was turned off, right? And the dinner time around the dining room table, there was nothing. So
Yeah.
So now
Family bonding, yeah.
Exactly right. So now you've got to talk to one another, which is actually really cool to see because my eldest daughter, who now has her own family, is applying the same sorts of things to her children, which is really really good to see. But then you go around to friends' places and you see pretty much the opposite. I kind of just I don't say anything. I just kind of shake my head. I actually think it's a shame.
Yeah.
To see that happening, when they're all sitting on the couch in front of the TV eating their dinner type of thing, no one's talking to one another.
And not even that in some families, like they will be in their own rooms eating. Like it's just they all come downstairs, get their food, and then leave back into their rooms and keep doing what they were doing.
Yeah, it's kind of breaking down the family dynamic. And I think a lot of things are responsible for the breaking down of the family dynamic too. Feminism being one, I think, is a huge breakdown of the family unit. I'm dead against. I'm not saying at all that women don't have equal rights and all that sort of stuff, but I think the feminism cause has done a disservice to the actual family itself, where a woman has been taught that your worth isn't in the home, it's out there in the workforce because you are equal to man, you deserve equal pay and all this sort of stuff, when the role of a mother should have been put up on a pedestal as the highest possible job that you could have and the most important job.
Well, it is, isn't it? I mean, it was at one time, and then
most definitely,
and now but women are complaining that the men are not doing enough to help. You see, this is why they think, well, I want to go out and work. Then stop having kids. I want to go out and work as well. Why should I be stuck behind the kitchen sink and the cooker?
It's a propaganda though that's being pushed on them, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. It is a propaganda, right? And
let's not forget the system.
When you have a family, when you have a family, right, it is a team effort, between husband and wife or partners, more
That's
partners
right.
now
That's right.
rather than husband and wife. But I must say there was an attitude of a lot of men, like they go to work, right, and then they come home, and that's when their time stopped type of thing. Whereas a mum, she wakes up in the morning, she has to deal with the kids, and then dad gets home, but she's still dealing with the kids all the way up until they go to bed. Whereas dad kind of got that free time. There was kind of no break for mum at times in a lot of households. So
the boys and go to the pub. Go to the pub, play golf, go football.
Exactly right. So maybe the emphasis should have been on maybe the emphasis should have been on the man saying, hey, you got to pull your weight in the family unit more.
Is it also the pressure of the work though? Like the longer days, how much more time does the man have to come home? And then I know it's not, I'm not making an excuse, I'm just saying, like, there is other reasons why the man does that. He's had a 10-12 hour day, maybe he just wants to sleep, come home and sleep, but it's just the added pressure of the race world.
In today's world, can a family get off with just one wage? Like,
right? Yeah,
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that.
Yeah.
Well done, Gummy. Yeah, you can't run a family on one income anymore.
Well, and that's also too,
unless
Jin,
you're really toiling in.
Yeah, but Jin, that's also too because the woman has been encouraged to get out into the workforce, and as a result, initially, that was fantastic, and there was more disposable income, so they bought more, right? And then inflation kicks in. Okay, then so now you got less and less.
Yeah.
But
And the value of someone's time is now less
Exactly.
because
exactly
all
right.
women's
Exactly right.
time has been added to the workforce. Yeah.
Yeah, but
The kids have less and less time with the parents.
Yeah, but to kind of say that, a man is out there slugging his guts out and he's tired and all he wants to do is come home and slouch on the couch and drink his beer and relax. Well, the mum's got to, she might not be doing a
Do it all day as
physical
well, yeah.
job, but she's still having to deal with the children for 12 hours a day. But it's not just 12 hours a day, it's the rest of the day, it's the rest of the night as well. So I don't see it as equal at all to have that sort of attitude, because I'm a man, I've earned the money, so now I have the
It's not in that sense.
And another thing
I
is
know.
is women who have to deal with the children, they don't get weekends off. It's more the other way around. They got more to do on the weekends.
Yeah, and the man goes and plays golf with his mates and goes down to the pub and this sort of thing, and mum's still left home with the kids.
Yeah, and from what you guys have said, it really shows how this propaganda, the women will really eat it up. It's like freedom, isn't it?
Exactly.
Why can't I have
Exactly right.
freedom? Yeah.
And so now the woman, she doesn't have to worry about bringing up the kids, because now you've got to put your kids in care. You put your kids in the care of the state, and now the state brings them up while you're at work on doing what you've got to do. But then
Teaching them about the globe.
Yeah, whatever they're doing. Exactly right, Gary. And all these bits and pieces that a lot of us disagree with what they're being taught at times, well, especially in these forums, right? But I think it is at a detriment to the family. Most definitely, it is of a detriment.
But then another question also that's like interesting to think about is if with the way technology is advancing, where like you'll have stuff like trucking jobs going to AI and like more and more jobs disappearing, seemingly the only solution where people don't off themselves is like a UBI or like people getting paid for doing nothing. And then what's going to happen with the family structure then? Is it going to go back to spending more time together, or is it going to divide them further?
Well,
Right. Is it going to be like you have less money because there's less jobs, or is it going to create freedom? Or
yeah,
I think it's going to create a greater gap.
Well,
In my case,
here in Japan, So in my case here in Japan, we've had 4 kids here, and I would take over my shift from 9 o'clock till 6 o'clock, 6 in the morning, so that I'd give my wife a chance to recover from the day. You understand? So now she's got time to refresh, not think about baby, because I'm in the house. After my work, I can do that, but I wanted to do that as well, so that my wife wouldn't fall into the postnatal depression. I didn't want her to have that, because it is a thing, and it can stress a woman out. And I wanted to actually do my bit as well, bond with the kid and get on with it. So I did that for all 4 boys. 9 o'clock in the evening, 6:30 in the morning. That was my shift, and I did it separate rooms so that my wife could go off, and I was basically on the computer most of the time, like I am now, night owl. You see, okay. So and I had the baby crib right there, and whatever it needed, I was right on it. My wife had already expressed the milk. Could use that, and when that finished, I would then use a little bit of baby formula. Okay. I loved it. I loved that part of it. That was one of the best parts of my life, honestly.
And then they grew up.
Now they're roughing me up for the money. Do you know what I mean? I'm getting spanked for the money. Yeah, being called a miser and things like this.
What do you think about technology, Gummy? What's your take
well,
on it?
I definitely think you pretty much hit it straight on it. Hit the what's the saying? Hit the nail with the coffin, nail on the head, hit the hammer on the head.
Yep, hit the nail on
Yeah.
the head. Yeah.
Like it's definitely something that can be useful in many ways, but if it's not controlled and if it's if kids are left to their own devices with technology, it usually has a worse outcome. But if you make sure they use it in the correct way, in a good way, and have a good relationship with it, and not spend too much time on it and too much, then definitely it can be good. So pretty much agree.
It's funny
with
how you would possibly see though from like poorer backgrounds, or not even poorer backgrounds, but worse off, completely worse off lifestyles that, and those that are spoiled in a sense, that they will use the spoiled ones will use the technology not really for good, if you know what I mean. They'll use it for their leisure, whereas those that are in dire situations, kids even, I think they will use it for good.
That was me. That was my position when it came to toys and that. I always wanted Scalextrics. My dad always promised to get it every Christmas, and it never arrived. The only way it got into this house was me saving up my pocket money, right, and spending £5, which was like £5,000 as a kid to me. That £5 was, right, and buying it off a friend of mine, such like the kid you mentioned, the guy that didn't use it for good. Yeah, it was a posing thing. He posed it on Scalextrics, right. And he had a load of stuff, and guess what? He was throwing it out. Okay, he was doing boxing like we were. We're at a boxing school as well. Okay, that's why we were friends. And then I was always talking about wanting Scalextrics. He had it. I went to his house and played with it, and then he's telling me he's getting rid of it. I said, I'll buy it off you, because he was going to throw it out. I said, I'll buy it off you, £5 for the lot. And he said, yeah, right. That's how Scalextric came. When I got it, I treasured it. I prepared it, repaired the tracks and repaired the cars, got some new motors, soldering iron, learned it at school and how to use a soldering iron. Yeah, and took care of it because I had to buy it myself. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And that £5, like 3 months to pay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you compare it to the kids that'll get a free latest iPhone and iPad for thousands of dollars, and they don't value it whatsoever because they're given it.
Right. No value.
No respect. That happened to my second eldest son, by the way. Yeah, he got the iPhone, which my wife bought. I didn't buy it. My wife bought it, and I said, "Wow, why did you buy him? Why did you buy him an iPhone?" You know what I mean? And I go, they're kids. They don't really need such a high tech equipment. That's just they don't understand the value of that. Okay, so he's got the iPhone now. I said to him, "Don't take this phone out of the house, because if you do, you might lose it, or you might drop it and smash it." Okay, so this is the best phone on earth today. Your friends don't have that. You're walking around with the best technology, yeah? Okay, what does he do? He grows up, so he had it a couple of years. Okay, then now he's getting a bit brave, going out on his own with his mates now. Put it in his pocket. He lost it. Okay, comes home, said, "I've lost the phone, Daddy." Blah blah. I go, "What did I tell you about taking it out?" I go, "Did you go back and retrace your track?" No. All right, get on your bike, go back and retrace your track. When you finish, go to the police station and see if somebody's handed it in. Because in Japan, they do that. People will find something and they will take it to the police station, okay? So go check. He didn't even do any of that. I was angry. I said, "Get that done, yeah? Go on." Right? Next couple of days later, my wife's bought another one for him. He's got another one. Like they're 10 a penny. I said, "Excuse me, you get him another phone? You give me that phone." No iPhone for 2 months. I kept it down there and locked it up. So you could understand that, you don't do that. You cannot have this thing that is the best in the world. Your friends don't have it, and you can lose it, and you get another one like that. No, my wife don't seem to understand that. So that's why I had to step in so that he could understand the value of something, because it was just a bit silly, you know what I mean? I wouldn't have had them on the phones anyway. But my concern about technology is this: 2 concerns. One is the metaverse and these devices that are putting people into this virtual world being used to imprison humanity. What do you feel on that, gentlemen? And I'll step out now.
How about external control, where you think you've got control of it, but it's the other way around.
Yeah. What do you think about that? The metaverse.
I mean, stuff like the metaverse. I feel like
and now you're in this virtual world. You're a billionaire. You're a billionaire in the metaverse. What do you think?
I feel like it's taking too much away from the real world, and I feel like if children grow up with that, they'll lose the importance of the real world for the metaverse. I really do feel like if they get too attached to it.
Yeah, I think social media is already kind of doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where it's heading, by the way, folks. That's where it's heading. And then we've got the they can't wait quick enough to get us all ID'd up technologically. ID, you know, they want you, everything's technical now. Technology. We're being imprisoned. Cameras everywhere. You know, could have your special ID number. Blah blah. You know, do you understand? On your devices, if you
yeah, paying with the chip in your wrist.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Just swipe your wrist across the did it. You know. Yeah, I'm not into that. That's just, you know. Yeah, I mean, if I have to drop the this system, I mean, I'm quite happy to embrace nature anyway. That's where my heart lies anyway. So, you know, I'm definitely moving away from this slowly, but gradually, slowly. You know, there will be a day when Jim won't be online. I do feel that, because I don't want to play that game. You see, I want to be free of that. You know, and that's how it is.
Yeah, I feel that.
Nature will always trump.
It's hard to bring everyone with you, though, isn't it?
In my life, I feel.
Hard to bring everyone with you, though.
That's right, but that's right, yeah. But then I can enjoy my own company and the company of people like myself who are more outdoor going and relaxing under a tent, talking about how how we can have this revolution and thing and change the world if we can. Let's pull out the plug on the technology and cut the wires. We'll fry and go mad, you know? Sabotage. Yeah.
Oh no, infiltrate.
You know?
Use it for our own.
Yeah, that's a good idea, yeah. Enter the metaverse and cause mayhem. Start robbing everyone.
I vote Jin.
An ordinary citizen by day, a metaverse villain by night.
Yes. Huh? On me CBR 1000. Yeah, I can just imagine.
Dr. Jinkle and Hyde.
Yeah. But yeah, I am concerned about technology. And Bansor said it right, and Gummy and the rest of you. If it's controlled, yeah, definitely. And it's great fun. I've enjoyed the PSP portable. Yeah, so PSP, Sony PSP. I've enjoyed that. And the games that I enjoyed most were the Colin McRae's Rally, best game ever made when it comes to rallying. MotoGP. I'm world champion about 6 times on that. Ridge Racer 1, Ridge Racer 2, Becoming a Pilot, another game by PSP, and a few other games.
All travel games, all like transport.
Yeah. That's what I'm into. I'm into that big time. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Gran Turismo. Yeah, I remember when I got that. Oh, that was such a nice
Number 4 was
game
amazing.
set.
Number 4 was amazing. It was my favourite, and then it just started going downhill after that.
Yeah, and then we went into Grand Theft Auto, where you could really be a villain there, and I really enjoyed that game, and the kids enjoyed it as well. You see, right? When we go on holidays, for example, when we go on holiday, traveling abroad, we would check in the hotel, everything's fine, go out and enjoy the environment. That's swimming at the beach, snorkeling, whatever. Sit on top, kayak, screaming the place down. Yeah, we set up a beach tent so my wife and the kids can get changed in the tent, and get out there and scream the place down. Lovely. Then return back to the hotel, clean up, have dinner, do a little bit of window shopping, and then in the evening, we'd go down to the lobby area. I brought my extension lead, plug it into the lobby, right, and we'd be outside playing PSP. And that was just to finish the day off, yeah? I used to love that with the kids, And all of us fighting to win and all that, And the people, we used to have a crowd around us actually watching us, Yeah. giving them a go. Yeah, you can have a go. Go ahead. Yeah, man. Yeah, it was good. So yeah, it does bring a lot of enjoyment if used properly. I agree. It is fun, definitely. The best fun is, of course, when you're actually mountain bike trekking or tree trekking. That's where you're up about 3 to 4 foot, 5 foot off the ground, and you're trekking through trees, right, through all the branches, and you're tied up with a harness so you can't fall down anyway. Double harness, and you're really and then you're going through zip slides, climbing the frame, and that really, you know, like military assault course basically, and that's fantastic. You're doing that, you know. Mountain bike trekking, like I said, hiking, canoeing, camping, these things, they're the best games because you're with your family and you've got to talk and get the communication going, get the dinners, get your meals sorted out, meeting other people and conversing and enjoying that, exchanging the flat earth truth. That's what I'm busy doing anyway. And then in the evening, you can play a little bit of PSP, running off the car battery, you know. Loved it, man. Yeah. So I have an SUV, so I've got a big heavy duty battery, you know, so no need to, you know, you get these Japanese, they run their cars, leave the engine running, and then they're charging their phone up. And I say to them, look, one, you're polluting the campsite, you're polluting nature, and your little phone is not going to drain the battery off, okay? So please turn your engine off, you know? And they do, they turn their engine off, you know, because I said, I'm doing the same thing. Look, we're playing PSP. Look at the electric cable. Look at the extension. Look, we've got 4 PSPs on the go, okay? So it's not going to drain the battery. So please, you know, come on, don't do this. Because, you know, you've got exhaust fumes in your tent. Fucking hell. And you're on camp, you know, nature. But yeah, you know, thoroughly enjoy that. Yeah. Snowboarding as well. That's another good bit of fun. We have walkie-talkies. So before they had the mobile phones, we had the walkie-talkies, okay, which was given to me by a Greek friend of mine in London because he knew that I was into the outdoor thing. So, and they've got a 5 kilometer mile radius, okay, these walkie-talkies. So we go out snowboarding, we clip it in, mic check, test, okay, and then they go up and do a thing. When it's lunch time, okay, boys, it's lunchtime now, yeah? Come on, let's go and get some lunch, yeah? Okay, yeah. So, because you split up when you're going up and down the slopes on the ski lifts, you know, the faster ones go ahead and the slow ones come after. So you're saying, okay, look, yeah, meet up at the, you know, the cafe? Okay, I'm waiting for you there. Come on. Yeah, I used to love all that, man. No one else had that stuff, you know, the old walkie-talkies. Yeah.
So what do you think, Gummy? Are you there, Gummy? Gummy.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about testing how light performs in a curved density gradient or a multiple of curved density gradients? What do you think about that idea?
I mean, I don't see why. Or what do you mean? What do I think? I think testing everything is interesting.
Well,
but I also believe that you're not going to get any extra information that you wouldn't get from just testing it in a normal gradient.
We wouldn't get any extra information.
I believe that all the information we can get from a normal gradient, you get just the same from a curved gradient.
Okay then, so light is refracted and reflected and mirrored because of the angle it hits things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay then. So if we're in this spherical, but I'm going to use the word curve, so I'm going to say curve. So we'll forget spherical because it's a local thing. So we're in this curved density gradient, right? And the light is traveling in a straight line, right? hitting this curved density gradient, which it is going to affect the angle of attack at which it comes out the other side. And this is, and every single time it comes out of it and goes into it, it's going to get affected every single time. So no matter what the light passes through, okay, it's also too going to be affected, you know, because of either the rarer or denser medium it is traveling through. So the light is going to speed up and slow down and speed up and slow down, which also too is going to affect the angle of attack in which the light travels through this density gradient as well. And so look, I've got no problems at all with the theory of what you might expect. Like, you know, we can shine lights off mirrors, we can do through lenses, all these sorts of bits and bobs, right? But we are only shining it through, say, one lens or two lenses or three lenses. Right? We're not doing it through a density gradient as such, which is full of quadrillions of different bits and pieces, which are curved, right? Which just what's the word?
But so,
okay, go. Yeah, go.
so the curving will affect the angle of incidence. So the angle it comes in. But do we know by how much? Like, how much will the angle have changed over a certain distance?
Yeah, do we?
Yeah, we do know that it's 1 degree for every 69 miles, which is not that big of an angle change over the distances we're talking about.
Okay, so if this, yeah, okay then. So the curve is 1 degree over 69 miles, but this effect, right, we can theorize about it, like the Andrew Thomas Youngs, these sorts of people, whoever else has studied light, and they can draw pictures, right, and they can write words about these things. They can do, say, computer simulations in regards to these things too, Gummy. But it doesn't seem to me to be taken to the next step, the next level of the actual experiment itself. It's just taken as a fait accompli, because we can set up a density gradient of sugar water in a fish tank, for argument's sake, and see how light refracts through that density gradient, that medium, and we go bang, okay, that kind of marries up with what we think it may do. Okay then, but I haven't seen the same sort of rigorous experimentation the other way in regards to a curved medium at all. And I think that's kind of where what is told we should expect in regards to observations over long distances, and we can apply our 7/6R, 4/3R indexes to refraction. But do we know that it actually performs that way? And I say to you, and that I think it falls short a little in actually showing that this is actually backing up what we think we should see. Don't you think?
Well, no, because what I think, so the way I see it is, okay, so we do this experiment with a straight gradient. Okay, we'll get this kind of outcome. Okay, what happens if we shift the input by 1 degree? We get this output. And then we see, okay, let's think of the atmosphere as this gradient that shifts by 1 degree every 69 miles. Let's model this. We'd expect this kind of refraction. And then we go in the atmosphere and we test something and we just see, and we see that things appear to refract just like that. I see that as validation. I don't see that as, oh, now we have to repeat the exact same steps that we did inside with the straight gradient with the curved gradient, because the straight gradient has implied something about the curved gradient, and the result appears to be correct. So I like on one level I agree that you won't have the same confidence level, but I still think that the confidence level is more than high enough to think that it's true and to go with it.
Yeah, but if we have a curvature of 1 degree per 69 miles, right, and we're applying the same curvature to the rate of refraction, well, right, that goes in there, isn't putting that curvature in those calculations just like a confirmation bias? Like you haven't actually tested to see if that refraction will actually marry up in any way, shape or form.
What do you mean? Because I mean, we test the result and see if it matches with the prediction. So I don't see what part you mean that we're confirmation biasing.
Well, the result you're kind of saying, okay, then we have this curvature, and if we apply this rate of refraction, this is what we do see, or this is what we don't see, and this seems to marry up with our mathematics, and that's fine, right? It marries up with the mathematics, but you've got to then take the mathematics to the next level, Gummy. Like you got to scrutinize those mathematics. You have to go into something with confidence that backs up your mathematics, something that is demonstrable to some sort of good degree. Now, I'm not suggesting that you are going to get a density gradient or a medium, maybe that even reflects the atmosphere. All right. But trying to do something with some sort of curvature, some sort of curved medium gradient to see how light would perform through that gradient, I think would probably be paramount, really, to science and how light does actually perform. And look, you probably don't think it's paramount and has got no validity to it whatsoever. But being of the scientific kind of mind that you are, you probably would want that yourself. You should crave for it.
If I can make so to me, and I can understand that this probably isn't something you would agree with, but to me, what I'm saying is we've tested this wheel in a lab on the surfaces of hard gravel, soft sand, and hard asphalt.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say, okay, but I'm gonna be driving on small gravel, so it's not quite hard gravel, it's not quite sand, it's somewhere in the middle.
Yep.
And I would say, well, based on our tests with the sand and the gravel, it really does suggest that it's going to work like this. And you're saying, well, you don't know that until we actually tried it on gravel. In my opinion is, sure, we haven't tried it on gravel, but we know enough about it from trying it on sand and hard gravel that we can say what really is very likely to happen. Yeah. So to me, that's very analogous, where you're expecting, or not necessarily expecting, but you still want it to be tested in the scenario of the curve, when I believe that all the tests we've done already kind of says exactly what's going to happen. It's not going to add much more.
But then you take that wheel and you put it on that gravel, right? And it goes bingo. That pretty much works out the way we expected it, because now you're driving it on that smaller gravel, right? Because you have to put your theory
your confirmation
to the test. Exactly right. So now you are actually driving it in small gravel, right? So you can go, yep, that it just needs a little bit of a tweak here or a tweak there, but it pretty much performs the way that we think it performs. Now, seeing how light performs in different mediums, I've got no problems with that. gummy, right? Whether or not you do it in a vacuum, through water, through ballistics gel, whatever the case may be. You know, you can measure the different speeds of it, this and that, and the other thing, right? But you are just putting it through a planar medium, okay, and you are testing, you know, how that reacts in a planar in a planar environment. It's not in a curved or a spherical. Hard to do a spherical, but at least a curved testing environment whatsoever. They're just in planar environments. Then
Yeah,
they're not
but
put in the curved
the,
environment.
the whole thing that I would say then the equivalent to the experiment or of the wheel thing. So we've tested it in one thing, which is one extreme, which is so sand would be the equivalent of just straight, just a normal straight medium. And then we've tested it in hard gravel, which is a hard change in angle. Changing the angle a lot, or changing the angle just straight up, how does that affect it? And then now our question is, what happens if we change the angle slowly over time? Well, we know what happens with a straight medium. We know what happens when we change the angle a lot, or when we do the different changes of angle. So then we can extrapolate what should happen if the angle slowly changes over time.
Yeah, but
So
you are
to me, it's in the
changing.
middle of those extremes.
Yeah, but okay. So if we're going to, but what you're doing is, right, you're just changing your angle of attack in that medium. Okay, that's all you're doing, and that medium is still a planar in medium. Okay, so you can have your water, right, and you can shine your light through water straight on, or you can shine it from the top on an angle, right, and this may act in completely different ways and show you different refractive kind of properties, but the medium itself, right, is planar, dummy. Like it's not a curved medium whatsoever. And I think there may be, right, this is just me personally, this has been a bugbear of mine for about a month now, right? To me personally, I think there may be a slight difference. Now it may in fact work in favor of you, not me. I've got no idea how this experiment would work one way or the other. I've got absolutely no idea. I've seen computer simulations and all this sort of stuff, but taking it to that next level, which I have searched for, Gummy, I've scoured the internet trying to actually find something to back it up. You know, to see if someone actually has tested it. You know, people can put say a curved surface in a fish tank, so to speak. But
Yeah.
that's not a curved medium. There's a difference
Yeah, I get
between.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. To me there's a big difference, and I think you need that curved medium. Well, you don't necessarily need it. You know, you can hand wave dismiss it, but I just think, you know, that it would be a good thing to see the experts test to see if what they say about light actually behaves the same way. Because until they do, I'm going to argue you know absolutely nothing about how light acts in a curved medium because you have not tested it. Have not tested
Yeah,
at all.
but that goes back to when you say we know nothing. Well, then going back to the tire thing, I agree with you that we haven't tested it in the light gravel, but that's not the same as saying we know nothing about it. We have a very good educated guess or estimate based on the sand and the hard gravel. Of course, we can't know 100%, which is, I get that point you're making, and I can agree with you. But to me, we can still have such a high level of confidence that it's not a problem.
Yeah, no. I think
And I think that's where we disagree.
Yeah, no, I think you misunderstand. I'm not saying you know nothing about how light behaves. I'm not indicating that at all. What I'm saying is, right, you can theorize about how light works in a curved medium, right? But to me, until you tested it, you really do know nothing about it. You only kind of got a theory. Like it's like string theory. You got these theories about how these strings work, but you really got no idea really how they work. They're just kind of ideas at this stage because they haven't been tested. Yes, you do have have ideas and evidence to back up how light works in a planar environment, I will grant you that every day of the week, Gummy, and you know
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
know a lot about it. You know a lot about it. But when it comes to the curved medium and gradients, I will say that you know nothing about it because you haven't tested it. You've only theorized about it.
Yeah. But I mean, this might also be another thing that we just fundamentally disagree on. But to me, a curved medium is just a bunch of linear mediums lined up.
Yes,
and that it can be simplified that way.
But the way that medium is, right? So and acting in that medium, like I said, it's going to affect the angle of incident, all these sorts of things, how it comes out, which way it goes, how it's going to affect the angle of incident to the next particle, all these sorts of things. And I think this just compounds the further and further it travels. And that's just my personal thought on it, really. I mean, like,
well, yeah, and my opinion is that because it's such a slight, like 1 degree per 69 miles, I don't expect it to compound too much. I just don't. But I get why you feel like it's a possibility, and therefore we really should like examine it before we make any statements. So I get you on that point.
Did you hear what he said, Bandy? About the straight lines forming a curve, a series of straight lines forming a curve.
You want to jump in, Montreal?
Oh yeah,
No, you're doing great, bro. I don't have your temperament to deal with, Gummy. But just keep what he said in mind there. Straight lines forming a curve.
Yeah. And like I said, I mean, it just boils down to it. I just don't think it has undergone the rigors of experimentation at all. All right. And you know, how would you do this experiment? Well, I don't know. I'm not the great light expert, or personally myself. That ain't my field. But you could, I know, shine it through jelly, right? Layer jelly over a curved surface, different densities of jelly, and shine light through, right? And that jelly itself, inherent as jelly is going to have bigger particles and little particles in it all the way through that particular piece of dense jelly. And then you could make one that is slightly less dense and layer them all on top of each other, and then shine your laser light through it and go boom. You know what, our computer simulation was spot on, right? Or you'll go, oh my god, you'll be scratching your head going, you know what, we've got to recalculate that simulation because it is nothing like what we expected whatsoever. Like, it seems like a rather easy thing to do, really, like, you know, on a very simplistic kind of level. You know, I could be, you know, if I went to a scientist and say test it with jelly, they'd probably laugh at me. But anyway, that's the best thing that I can come up with, and the only way that I think the way that you could actually have a curved medium to be able to shine a light through, because pouring gas over a butane bottle, right, is not analogous at all for starters. Plus, you know, firstly, they're very cold surfaces, so light acts in a very different way through a colder medium. We know this straight off the bat. So you've got to make it more analogous to actually what we're kind of trying to look through for starters.
But at the same time as well, is it like I feel like the extent of the result could at most be, okay, we were off by a couple % of how much it would bend in a curved medium. I don't see.
You can assume that, Gummy, right? You can assume that the outcome will be plus or minus 2% or plus or minus 0.01%. You can presume that, but that's all you've got really at the end of the day. It's just an assumption. And when you assume, it makes an ass out of you and me. Ever heard that statement?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So you
But
shouldn't assume anything. Right. You should know. You should do your mathematical equations. You should do your computer simulations, and then you go. You know what? Boom. We've got all this. We're going to take all this to Mr. Yale, right? And we're going to do the experiment, right? And get the experiment done.
it's just I don't see. So I agree that more experiments is better in in most cases. But I also don't see any logical reasons for why it would change by more than just a few percent.
Wow. It could help with a lot of things, Gummy. It could help with a lot of things. How you know how light performs in a curved medium, right? Because you tell us that when we're looking at stars from a long way away, right? So I'll give you the fact that you're looking at stars a long way away, but they're coming through these mediums, right? And sometimes the light passes past planets, it passes past other stars, right? And so they also too have a medium around them, which is spherical, which is curved, that the light also too has to travel through. Okay, which is going to affect the refraction and all this sort of stuff. So it could be actually vital how you are actually viewing these lights above your head and what you're seeing. So there are as many applications for it other than just looking at distances a long way away on the horizon.
I agree on that. They can have some bigger implications in that sense, but I don't see how, or it wouldn't change anything about whether Earth is a globe or not, or the radius of Earth or anything like that. Like the big.
We are not talking about, right? We're not. I did not bring up the shape of the Earth once, right? I just talked about light traveling through a curved gradient.
Yeah.
Right? So that's it. So if you think this is where I was going, well, no, I think you've got that kind of a bit confused. I just want to know that what we're being told, what we're seeing, is for the particular reasons why we are seeing it. Okay, then now the shape of the Earth may be a consequence of that, right? Maybe, I don't know. Right? But the way the light is reacting through these gradients, at first has really got nothing to do with it. Right? It is how you guys, and when I say you guys, I mean the royal you, not necessarily you, Gummy, but you do say that this is how light, acts in these sorts of mediums and blah blah blah, all this sort of stuff. Well, it gives you more substance to your thing, and like I said, it could have greater implications to people, say like Chronic, who say that what we're viewing, 1,000 million light years away, right? Well, now all of a sudden, now we have something else in our bag of tricks, because light doesn't actually perform the way we thought it does, because it's going through a curved or a spherical medium, and this is why we are seeing this, and this is why we are seeing that. I think you're just putting your mind there. Oh, this is a trap to get the Earth flat. No, my friend. No.
Well, the whole thing is, like, the implication to me isn't, oh, we don't know exactly what light is doing. It's just we're off by a couple percent, and therefore, 1 second.
You're right, buddy. What do you reckon, Montreal?
I don't know, Bandy. I don't know. I mean, it's the same old, same old.
I know.
It's just it's not gonna change anything, except maybe what we actually thought was the position of Betelgeuse is actually off by 3 arc seconds. I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, like I get that. Being more accurate is good, but in this scenario, I feel like being more accurate will change so little in any scenario that it's just almost not relevant talking about.
Well, that's massive, being off by 3 arc seconds when you're trying to work out mathematical equations why these lights are moving this way and that way, and then you have to make up special relativity and dark matter, so the way lights move, right, fit into these mathematical equations, right? And to me, it could make a massive difference, Gummy, because now all of a sudden, like all your equations can be completely out because you've had to make up dark matter, right, and assume a lot of things when you could actually have something that is actually more concrete. This is why we see the light exactly where it is on this side of the planet or that side of the star or this or that. There's less presumptions put into things. You're only talking like 3 arc seconds. Betelgeuse being left or right, but this makes a massive difference to your mathematical equations when you're trying to work out things, why things move from point A to point B. Has massive implications.
I just don't see the massive implications that you say they have. I just don't see it. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yep. No. Fair enough.
But yeah, I need to go.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the
have a good one. Yeah.
All right, Cammy. Thanks for the chat, man.
We doing? What's up, guys? How we doing today?
Yo.
Yo. I'm out doing DoorDash. Rough start. Had a rough start, but just going all right now. I started with a trunk full of cans and bottles that I was supposed to bring back before I started, which I forgot about. So I'm on my first order, and now I have a trunk full of fucking cans and bottles. I do it right near my house, though, so I just dropped them off. Like, I specifically did DoorDash today because I can't listen to this chat and do Uber at the same time, but I can listen and do DoorDash. No one's been talking like all day.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet, maybe.
It was busy earlier, but
Well, you know, those Globers, maybe they get sick of losing so much that they go quiet for a bit, you know?
no, I don't think that's it because they think they're winning.
Well, maybe. Maybe not.
Tell you what, DoorDash is more dollars per mile than Uber is. Because I've only done like 30 miles today, and I'm at like $70. Normally with Uber, it's like $1 a mile if you're lucky.
DoorDash, is that like delivering food?
Yeah, I just do Walmart. I've just been going, like, I have my thing paused right now. And I'm just going to go back to the Walmart parking lot and wait because they bring the shit right out to your car. It's mad easy.
Oh, so not even just like food, like it's like groceries, even not just like fast food and stuff or restaurant stuff or whatever, maybe.
Yeah, they'll bring anything you want, honestly.
Huh.
I've went shopping for people before inside a Rite Aid. Walgreens or something. I forget what it was, but that is a fucking hassle. I've only been doing it for like 2 hours, too. I want to stop, but I need money. I wish I was a streamer. I watch this one guy plays Wormate.io, and people just be tipping him like $5-10 like all night. I'm like, yo, this guy's playing a video game. People are just tossing. This guy makes more fucking playing a video game than I do on DoorDash. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it. I got enough in that account now to pay my cell phone bill this month. Fucking beat. Me and the wife had a couple drinks last night. All right, I did another order, and it was definitely worth it.
How can these guys listen to some of these quote unquote astronauts speak and not think to themselves, boy, those people sound like they are literally mentally retarded?
Dude, Don Pettit sounds like a genius. I don't want to hear it, Bob. Don't you
I
dare.
just watched like just a few minutes of the 24-hour Globebuster stream or whatever. It's just like just listening to these people talk sometimes. It's like, seriously, you sound like you're mentally handicapped. Not necessarily even like the words specifically, but the way that their speech is. Like they sound like they're somehow slow or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear you. And the thing is, these people have their pick out of anyone in the world on Earth. The smartest, brightest people on Earth. These people have their pick, right? They're NASA. Everyone wants to go there. There must be millions of people trying to be an astronaut. Every little kid's dream, be an astronaut. So they got their pick of all of the brightest, most brilliant people on Earth. And you get some Don Pettits in there, I guess. I don't know how that happens, but
I think that's I'm really thinking that is like one of the key things that they look for is like mentally damaged people that they're able to manipulate way easier than like a normal, competent thinking person.
Oh yeah, they probably have a checklist to make sure, like, will this person lie for money and so on,
Yeah, I mean, they might even have like the interviews and stuff like set up basically almost like science experiments for like psychology and stuff like, and they might be able to know by the time that the person's gone through, several interviews, what kind of person they are and, how controllable they'll be.
Yeah, most definitely. And they can also pull that hero card, oh, you'd be doing this a great deed for your country. You can get some people to do it for free. You know what I mean? You pull the card and it's like, just do it to be a hero.
Yeah.
Think of them pitching this.
Humanity.
Think of them pitching this to Neil and Buzz and them, right? They're like, listen, guys, we're not going to the moon, but you're going to be fucking heroes for your country, but you can never tell anyone.
Yeah.
But you're doing a great service for your country, you know what I mean? And next,
Yeah.
That's how you get people. Some people are very patriotic, and you can use that.
Oh yeah, I mean, like think of all the like special operations and dark ops and stuff that probably go on that the military people aren't allowed to talk about, and they're probably, it's probably trained into their brains basically that they can't talk about them because it's good for the country. Like they're serving their country by not saying things, even if the things that they've done on those missions are questionable or downright like they think they're wrong. They may be able to convince themselves or be convinced that the operation was necessary to whatever protect freedom or whatever.
Greater good. Yeah, for the greater good. We got to go in here, kill this guy, but it's for the greater good. You pitch it to him like that. Fucking starving right now. I just delivered $8,000 worth of groceries to people's houses, and I haven't eaten today.
It's a lot of groceries. It sounds like maybe. I guess I don't know how much groceries are over there, but
I don't. I just made that number up out of the blue. I have no idea. The last one I took was fucking. My whole car was full just now. I had shit in the front seat, dude. I'll tell you what, me and my wife get about $250 worth, and that only fills the trunk up usually.
Well, we have a minivan, and my wife will order $400 to $500 worth of food, and they generally are able to get most of it in the back, and then like maybe they'll put the eggs up by us or something.
Eggs and the bread, yeah. Yeah, that's usually what I do. My wife will get. Sometimes I'll have the eggs up front with me, or my wife will get some goofy ass flowers and some shit. And then I'll make one of the kids hand him. He never wants to take them from me. He's like, I'm not carrying no stupid flowers. Yeah, that was definitely worth it to take another delivery out because I was at like $70. Now I'm at like 100. Like when I talked to you last, I was at $70. Now I'm at 100. They wouldn't let me end the dash. I was trying to end it.
They would.
And then one came up for like $15 or something. And I was like, okay. And then it was two of them. So I was like, oh, okay, nice. I should keep going. I could do this for another 2.5 hours, but I just don't feel like it. I don't have the will
How long
or
have you
the
been
energy or
working
the
today?
motivation.
How long have you been doing it today?
Only like 4 hours maybe.
Oh man, yeah, like that doesn't seem so bad. $25 an hour or so.
Yeah,
doesn't seem too generous.
that's what it usually is. I didn't put a lot of miles on the car either. Put about 40 miles on the car, maybe 30 something. I don't know. I don't really keep track of shit like that.
I don't know if I would even have that available to me in this area. We live in kind of a small town, so
You probably got it.
well, I'm guessing that the app is probably available. It's just I don't know if there's enough people in this area that would be attempting to order via DoorDash or whatever to really make it worth it and consistent or whatever. Maybe our town is like only around, I think 8,000, 9,000, something like that.
Oh, you definitely got people doing it. Because there's a city around here that's got like 15,000 people in it, and they got DoorDash there.
You think it's pretty decent, possibly? That doesn't seem too bad.
I mean, if you want to waste $10 having someone deliver your groceries, yeah.
I wasn't talking about like having someone do it. I was talking about like maybe me going out and like delivering people's groceries for them, because if I can make a few bucks here and there, that seems like it'd be kind of.
Oh yeah. If you get unemployment though, you might want to be careful. Because it's considered like working.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Because pretty sure they'll ask me, if I work this week and how much I made. So actually, good call. I probably wouldn't want to do it, at least not until my unemployment ran out.
Yeah, it'd be good to do while you're doing your H&R Block stuff if you wanted to, because then it would up like your income for when you do get unemployment, and then just not do it when you're getting unemployment or something.
Yeah.
You know a good app to keep track of your miles? Like, does anyone ever come to you with mileage or no?
Not particularly, but I mean, you could just check your miles each time you get into the car and put it in a note.
Yeah, but I think they need more detailed info than that. Like, they want to know like where you drove, where you left, where you ended up, where you went to. Like,
Do you
know what I'm
like
saying?
keeping track for like self-employment stuff?
Yeah, for DoorDash.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. That's actually that's outside my area of expertise. I don't usually do that kind of stuff. So,
okay. What do you even do there?
Nice. What do you do? Not those kinds of returns. I'm more on the simpler side of things as far as returns right now. I mean, technically, I have the option to level up and do more complex returns if I pass the tests and stuff, but I haven't had the enthusiasm or will or chutzpah or whatever to go ahead and do that. I'm comfortable where I'm at. I like these returns, doing these ones or whatever, maybe.
No doubt.
I don't want to get into the stuff with like depreciation and crap like that. And like sometimes I'll do like higher level ones anyway, even though I haven't leveled up my actual number or whatever. Like I'll still get, 2s or 3s and I'll get through them because it's like it's stuff I know how to do. I just haven't gone through and leveled myself up. So
yeah. I think I'm going to start doing DoorDash from now on instead of Uber and shit. Unless Uber has a banging deal. I'm just going to do DoorDash because I can't fucking stand people. People getting in your car and shit, making a mess. Little kids fucking eating
dude, I
potato
wouldn't
chips.
like if there wasn't a way to be like put yourself on no smokers mode, then I wouldn't even be wanting to do like something like Uber because like I don't want someone who's been smoking getting in my vehicle. Absolutely not.
Oh yeah, people getting reeking like weed, which I don't mind, but you might mind it. I can definitely smell cigarette. Like people will be smoking a cigarette and then put it out as they're getting in the car.
Yeah, no. I'd be like, no, that's not gonna work.
One
You
guy
call
had a
someone
blunt.
else.
One guy tried to get in with a lit blunt one. I'm like, dude, I honestly I don't care. And this was when it was still illegal. I'm like, dude, I really don't give a fuck, but I'm like, I'm still driving, man. I'm gonna pick up a passenger when I drop you off. Like, I can't.
Yeah.
We can't smoke weed in here, bro. If it was my last ride, I might not have cared, but
Well, even that seems risky if you're gonna get like a contact high or something while you're driving. Maybe.
no, I don't get contact high. I'm a professional weed smoker, bro.
Maybe not.
I don't get contact highs. That's for kids. Remember that show 3-2-1 Contact or something? How old are you?
I'll be 33 in May.
Oh, you definitely don't remember that shit then.
Doesn't sound particularly familiar. 3-2-1 Contact. I don't know.
I can only vaguely remember it. It's from when I was like 6 or 7. It's from before you were born.
What is your profile picture? Is that a monkey?
It's some fucking crypto. Yeah, it's feed every gorilla. It's some fucking cryptocurrency I was fucking with a few months back.
Oh. Let's start Sasquatch coin.
Bro, Bigfoot's no joke. Have you ever seen that Lloyd Pie, Everything You Know Is Wrong?
No, I haven't seen it.
I'm telling you, man, Bigfoot's no joke, bro. No, I'm serious. I used to think Bigfoot was stupid. I'm like, that shit's dumb. And then I saw that thing and I was like, oh shit, this guy made a fucking excellent case for Bigfoot. What's today, Saturday?
As far as I know.
Fucking totally lost track of days. I didn't work all last week. And it was weird. My wife took Thursday and Friday off. We'll just go home, get high, and fucking deal with my maniac 4-year-old. As I left, my wife's trying to. We got him a bouncy castle, a bouncy house for Christmas, It eats up like a quarter of his room. First of all, the 4-year-old has the biggest fucking room in the house. Double closet, most square footage. Anyways, it takes up like a fucking third of his room or some shit. And as I left, my wife's trying to plug a hole in it while he's jumping in it. I'm like, "Do you need help?" She's like, "No, I got it." I'm like, "All right, good luck with all this stuff."
What is it?
It's like a fucking bouncy castle.
In his room?
Inside the fucking house. Yes, these kids are spoiled rotten these days. All right,
What's wrong with you?
fucking spoiled rotten.
How did you allow that to be a thing?
I don't know, dude. Somebody got. I think my daughter bought it for him for Christmas or something. His whole room at one point was full of bouncy castles and forts.
You better hit him extra hard when he steps out of line so he doesn't get too spoiled.
Elbow drops. Elbow drops to the face.
There you go. Pile drive.
Fucking figure 4 leg locks out this bitch. Unbelievable. My wife tells me don't put the fucking lawn. I did a bunch of lawn bags yesterday with leaves and shit. My wife's like, don't put them out. You can't put them out yet. I'm driving through my neighborhood. Everybody and their fucking mothers got leaf and lawn bags out in the front of their house. Unfucking real. Ooh, is that a metal shovel? My wife thinks I'm nuts because I'd be looking at garbage, people's garbage. Hey, one man's garbage is another man's treasure.
Is that legal? To like, isn't there some law about like taking people's garbage? Maybe not.
No, people actually do that for a living here. Guys that go around with like pickup trucks and stuff, and they'll just take the scrap metal. That would be dope if I could just do that 10 times a month, what I just did just now. Like, that was nothing. Honestly, I hope the automation hits and they start universal basic income. I don't know where that money's going to come from, but whatever.
There was what was it? Some place in California, I think, that's going to start giving like transgender people specifically like a universal basic income or something.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. That's just fucking dumb. I would be pissed. I'd be like, really? This is what my taxes are going to? You fucking guys? Why? Why do they get money? I'm transgendered now. Give me money. I identify as a female. Give me money. Like, what the fuck?
Listen, Jeremy, this is a very serious thing. You need to take it more seriously. Stop with your hate speech.
I am serious. I need money.
Yeah, it's really
identify. I will identify as a woman. To who? Who do I need to identify as to? Like, just when you give me the money, I say, "Hey, I'm a woman," and then you give me money, and then that's it.
People in that area need to just basically eliminate whoever is making those decisions from the community by pretty much whatever means necessary.
Yeah, seriously. I don't know why. Why are they special that they would get money for nothing? Telling you, Bob, cell phones. If it's off the books right there, you can make it off the books if you wanted to. It gives you something to do on all those downtime. Well, $700 worth of phones, it gets you making $5 a day. That's bare minimum. I'm kind of jealous of them YouTuber dudes because they got like 100,000 subscribers. So if they can even get a few hundred people as referrals, they fucking kill it. Like this one app, I make $300, or sorry, I make $1 a day on. That's what they're doing, the bare minimum on it. So if you had like 500 referrals, that's basically, and they give 10% of what your referrals make. That's basically like getting $50 a day for nothing.
Do a YouTube thing, man.
I'm not a big YouTuber kind of guy. I honestly thought of flyers because I used to work for this Chinese restaurant, and when it was slow, we would go around and put flyers on people's doors. So I thought about doing that. I'm like, I could just print this shit up on flyers and go put it on like 10,000 people's doorsteps. You know, the paper would probably cost.
Write up a little kind of spiel or whatever, kind of make it sound like, try to make it sound interesting or whatever. You might be able to get some people to do it, maybe.
Yeah.
But then if you do that, since you're like, what stops them from like being like, oh, hey, yeah, this does sound like a good idea. And then like, instead of like using your code, they get together with people they know and they use their own codes. I don't know. Maybe
yeah, but
not.
you got to sign up for it. You got to sign up for it initially, so you might as well use my code.
Maybe.
You need to do one of those office space things where every time someone gets their taxes done, you get like a fraction of a penny.
Get what?
Remember that? You ever see Office Space?
No.
Oh, it was hilarious. They wrote this program, and it was like, and their company did like tons of transactions, and there would be like fractions of a penny left over sometimes. So they had it so that all the fractions of a penny went into their account. And after like a week, it was like $1 million or something crazy.
Nice.
Oh, that movie was good, bro. That's all you really need is every American to give you a penny right now. You'd be fucking loaded. What's that, like $3 million or something? There's 300 million people. Divided, yeah, it's like $3 million if every American just gave you one penny right now. They wouldn't even feel it, right? I wouldn't even, I could do that for 100 people a day.
Yep, that'd be nice, wouldn't it, mate? Although
that's how we get our that's how.
If they just gave you a penny, like, boy, that would be a lot to haul. That would be a lot of hauling around you have to do to get it into a form that's like more convenient.
Yeah, you just be like, cash at me a penny or Venmo me a penny or something. You ain't gotta like lug pennies around. Yeah, no, I hear you. But think about it, dude. If you did that, okay, $1 million somebody can retire off of with the interest. If they're getting like 8%, that's 80 G's a year. So that's a nice income right there. Real nice, real fucking nice income. So you could do that if everyone in America gave up a penny a day. Then you get $3 million. That's 3 people a day that could retire. That's better than my janitor thing. Remember the janitor thing I had in mind? Yo, my school gets mad bottles, bro. The kids don't even care about the cans and bottles. They put them in recycling bins, but they don't do anything with them. So we always got to empty them. And some of the people just throw them in the garbage. Some people take them. Like if there was like a fund where like all the schools pooled their money and then like hit the janitors off whenever it got big or something, that'd be so dope. PayPal should pay interest on the money you got in there. Elon Musk is killing it. Let's say there's like $1 billion in PayPal, right? That's fucking. All he's got to do is take that money and put it into a bank account. Like even if you get 1% on $1 billion, that's fucking dope. Is that like 100? Is that $1 million? 10 million. 10 million a year.
Yeah, 1% of $1 billion would be 10 million. Pretty sure.
Yeah, you get 10 million a year. That's if it's only $1 billion. I have like $150 in PayPal right now. Seeing how much I can stack up in there from my phone. It's all from the phones. What I need is for one of the kids to move out so I can have a whole room to myself, because I would have a Bitcoin miner going right now if I had the room to do it. Bitcoin miner and then like 2 walls worth of phones. I used to have Bitcoin miners back in the day. I got fucking robbed so hard on them. I ordered, I don't know, $600 or $1,200 or something. And then it was like $600 worth of Bitcoin miners from this company. They sent them. Miners were good. I was mining, making Bitcoin, all good. I'm like, all right, sweet. So I went for the gusto, ordered like 4G's worth of them, sent them the money, just same way I did last time, same thing. And they never sent me the fucking Bitcoin miners. I never got. I straight up lost 4Gs. You know how many Bitcoins I could have bought? I could have bought like 20 Bitcoins with that much money at that time. They were like $200 a piece.
So, like, you just never got the miners?
Never got them. Never got the 4Gs back. Nothing. They like went out of business or something. I emailed them a whole bunch of times. For years, I would email them. This was like a long time ago.
You think it was just like a scam?
No, because they were legit. I ordered something off them. They gave them to me. It worked good. They had a good product. Like, I was happy with it. They just like went out of business and it was like, fuck it. Peace. There's been crypto's like the Wild West. There was multiple times I lost $1,000 or more on some bullshit. Cloud mining. Used to do cloud mining a little bit. I'm gonna post this bouncy house in the chat. It's fucking. You can't even tell, but it's fucking huge, dude. Get excited. Hey, can I have that? Daddy actually needs that, please. Daddy needs that. Thank you. I know. What do you got? All the water bottles?
Oh, that doesn't seem so bad, Jeremy. Like a little mini play place thing. That's not so bad. Come on.
At least 1/4 of the. Yeah, I haven't heard from Brandon that long. WS asked about him in the text chat.
What's going on?
Oh, WS asked about Brandon in the text chat. I was just told him I haven't heard from him. I told him to sell George Hannah took the server. Like he offered like 5 or 10 G's one night. I was like, dude, sell him that shit, bro. Just go make another one. There's a list coming. Yeah. Be comfortable. Yeah. 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 If somebody leaves the slider door open or something, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, let's not break anything. Wow. Oh, I was hot micing that whole time, my bad. Yeah, have you ever seen that Lake Pontchartrain bridge? There's a part on the road where it looks like the cars are driving over like a 90-degree, or not 90, but it's probably looks like it's about 70 degrees, some scary amount of degrees that it looks like you would definitely not want to drive your car over. And it looks like it comes to a point on it. Like you would literally, your car might get stuck or fucked up on this. If that was what was actually happening there.
Where is it? Is there a picture somewhere?
I told him to post one. It's the famous Pontchartrain Bridge from Soundly.
Oh.
But there's a part on the bridge where it looks like literally the cars are driving up like this insane angle, like 70 degrees, pitched road. Like it's clearly not what's happening. There's like a little hump there in reality, I think. But it looks like a fucking roller coaster ride, like a death trap.
Nice.
Like some kid built a fucking Lego track, and this is how he made the bridge or something. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody would. It's not totally
It's like
unrealistic.
obviously not what happened with the road construction. It just
no way. Cars would get like stuck. It'd be the scariest thing you ever did in a fucking vehicle, probably for most people. It would be insane. Like it's definitely not what's actually happening when you go over the bridge. Like you're never going up a 7. I mean, I don't know. I've never driven over it.
What scenario on earth would it be? Would a road of that degree tilt be the more efficient route? Like then like even no matter what it is that you're trying to do, like how is that ever the most efficient answer to solve the problem? Like what problem are you solving with that?
It's realistically, I think it's just like some little humps to let boats go underneath. So I think it's just like a little hump in the bridge.
Yeah.
but it makes it look like a fucking
right.
There's some kind of illusion going on, and it makes it look like it's a fucking the steepest pyramid you ever seen in your life or some shit. Like it's crazy. You never seen it?
What I'm saying is like whatever problem you're trying to solve that like you think the answer is like a 70-degree or so road going up, like you're not picking the best solution to whatever that problem is. There's a better solution, pretty sure.
Yeah, the road would you'd never do a road like that. It's fucking insane. People would be crashing all over the place. That's like death defying shit. I don't even think fucking what's his name? What was that famous Daredevil's name? Why am I blanking out? Either way, Daredevils wouldn't like attempt to go over this bridge. It would be so crazy. But realistically, it's just a little tiny. I don't know how tiny. I've never driven over the bridge, but I can tell you right now that what you see in the picture is absolutely not what's happening. There's no way. It's not even like, I don't think it's physically possible. And then you want to talk to me about what that picture shows. Well, there's definitely an illusion going on here. Yeah, I'm not about to battle it out in a text chat with WS. Let him come in here if he wants to have it out. Who could type all this stuff? If I had to fucking type everything I said over the past however many years in Discord, I'd be spending the rest of my fucking life doing it. I was legit at Walmart like 10 times today. Now I got to go back for milk. Like pretty much all I did was drive to Walmart all day.
Where's the party at?
What up? What up?
Hello, mate. I'm not much of a party animal when I come here. I just like to listen, see what's happening.
Made $100 earlier doing DoorDash.
DoorDash, what's that?
Oh, it's like if you want something, I bring it to your house in a dash.
Cool. So,
Uber.
what sort of things are you delivering locally and from where? Or are you just like delivering? What are you delivering?
Robot. Around me there. About to get some pizza free as fried dough for the layman. Got that pizza free coming.
I was thinking about getting some pizza today.
Yeah, we got pizza too, but we got pizza free with it. It's like fried dough and they sprinkle the powdered sugar over it.
What?
Yeah, you never heard of fried dough pizza free?
You're breaking up some, but what the thing you're talking about, it doesn't sound like something I've heard of.
Hold on. All right, Mike, check. How do I sound now?
Better, I think.
Yeah, so it's called fried dough, and it's just like dough, and they sprinkle powdered sugar over it.
Oh, huh. I mean, isn't that just like a funnel cake, basically?
Oh, that might be another word for it. Yeah, I don't know. What's a funnel cake?
It's a thing you get at a fair. When the fair comes into town and they got the rides and stuff, you can get a funnel cake usually at one of the food places, and it's like it. I mean, it's fried bread with powdered sugar over it, basically.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It. Boom, funnel cakes. Everyone's got their own word for it.
Yeah, maybe it's a regional term or whatever. Yeah, here it's we call them funnel cakes. I don't know why, but
we got a lot of words for them here, like the Italians call it pizza free. But then other people call it fried dough. Oh, it's exciting. The highlight of my night tonight.
Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna go ahead and order some pizza.
Oh yeah, I got the extra crispy wings, the pizzas, the garlic knots, all that. Wife sent me to the store yesterday to get some wine, and she goes, "I got a giant bottle of wine that she wanted." She's like, "How much was this wine?" I was like, "I don't know. You gave me your credit card. I ain't checking for prices when I got your card in my hand."
Nice.
Yeah, she didn't think that was very funny. I don't even look at prices when I got my card. Like, my wife sends me to the store. Okay, especially for shit I need. Like, if I pull up to the gas station, it's irrelevant what the numbers on the pump say. Like, I need gas.
You just
And
tell her,
I should
be like, "It's your card. You tell me how much it was."
yeah, you might want to check your bank statement or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna snap. My kid keeps hitting the button on this toy he's got, and it keeps singing the same song all over again, nonstop. Who the fuck bought him this toy? I wish there was something where you didn't have to sleep. That like wouldn't fucking absolutely destroy your body. That would be awesome if you could just work like, you know, you get a job at the fire station, you put 20 years in, you get a pension after that. Some of my friends are retired already. But yeah, that'd be fucking dope to like do that in like, you know, half the time or something, like 10 years. That doesn't even sound sustainable. There's no way somebody could work for 10 years and then we give them a pension for the rest of their life at 28. Yeah, the whole thing's a scam. People want to talk about getting rid of the government and don't pay your federal taxes and shit. It's like, yo, we need, I don't know, do we need Social Security? I feel like that's something we like really need. Like, how many people would be fucked? What are they going to do if we don't have Social Security? They're just going to be on some other kind of thing. They'll be on like welfare or something. So whatever, wherever the money's coming from, it's not like that money needs to stop. I mean, maybe some of it, there probably are like wealthy people out there that are getting their little bullshit Social Security checks or whatever, then they don't even need it. But I'm guessing like a lot of people like actually need that money. We definitely need to rethink the way society works. Too many people struggling. It don't need to be like this. What up? What up?
Going on?
Chilling, man. Chilling. How you doing?
Pretty good. Jeremy, do you ever like write points down? Like you're thinking about something, and all of a sudden, you think of a good, like, challenging topic or something to look into, or some information you just heard, and you'll forget it if you don't write it down, and just kind of jot it down and shit. You ever do that?
Bro, all my shit's fire off the top like Michael Jackson in a Pepsi commercial. No, I don't write anything down. I wish I could, though. Honestly, I need an assistant for this shit. Like, there's so much stuff. We should have a database of all of this stuff by now. We don't have nowhere where we can go when we have all the stuff. It's like you're scrambling on the spot to, like, try to Google something for somebody that you already know, but they want you to, show it. We also need Eratosthenes redone on a flat surface. Kosho had a few issues, possibly legitimate, of that Dr. Zach one. So that needs to be redone. We got to send a high altitude balloon up. That needs to be done. Got to have like a gyro and a laser and a level, some shit. It's got to have a whole bunch of stuff on it. There's a whole bunch of stuff we can throw on a balloon. What else do we need done? Whole bunch of stuff, bro. Your shit ain't gonna work ever. You be doing the craziest shit ever, Brian. I told you can't do that fucking line thing in the ocean, dude. That's hard enough to do in a still body of water. I don't think a canal would even work.
I wasn't in the ocean, man.
I thought you were in the ocean with that. You were talking about tides.
Yeah. I mean, I was in a tidal area, but it was in a river, like in a little, like a lagoon, like where the river flows and shit. There's like a fucking bulkhead or jetties, like rocks and shit, on the bank of the river where it slopes down where the channel is. But it was off the beaten path of the river, but yeah, it's still connected. The water goes over the rocks. They're underwater a little bit at high tide. So yeah, there's still tide, but
in a river.
But there's no current. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and that was just for practice sake, for like preliminary shit. That wasn't that wasn't. Yeah, I know that'll never work if there's any moving water, much less a river or a fucking little lagoon connected to a river. But it was close, and it was somewhere I could get to right then, and yeah, it didn't work anyway. Even if I had, yeah, it was fucked up.
You gotta have 1 mile worth of land, because this is not which is gonna take days to set up. You gotta dig a trench in it, get the trench so that it can hold water with plastic. I would line it with like painter's plastic, stick some painter's plastic together, and line a straight ditch with it. Snap a line on the ground, see where you need to dig. We can snap a line straight. If you have level ground, you can snap a line forever.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, dude, you would be surprised, man. Like how much slack when I ran that, unspooled that 1 mile of fishing line, the 200 pound. Like if you're just holding it in your hands, you don't feel any flex at all. It's strong, right? But you would not believe how much fucking flex there is. How much elasticity. I mean, you just keep winding it up forever when you're tightening it up. It's unfucking believable, dude. Because of that, though, I couldn't get it up off the bottom. I needed somebody in the middle and 2 people pulling from each end. Because of just that. Because you gotta keep winding it, and need somebody to hold it up at that spot. But that, it's all for nothing, because that was just a proof of concept type of test. But I'll tell you what I did get out of it is and it was in the video that I put out where I was in the boat. About a third of the way, I was pulling it where the guy was on the other side pulling it tight, and I had it tied to a post on the other side, and I was working my way across. I had it up out of the water about a third of a mile, and it was not. I mean, it was completely out of the water, right? So just a third of a mile, it wasn't even sagging enough for the middle to be dropping down to the water. Which I know that's a far cry from a mile or 3 miles, but that just shows you that shit is it's a lot better than you would think. You know, you'd think it'd sag over a couple hundred feet. No. It's stronger than it expected, you know, than anybody had expected.
Hey, Brian, a question for you. Brian,
Yeah.
kicking around? Hey, you know how you got the equinoxes and then you got the solstices, right? So the solstices are the peak, the apogee, and the perigee of the sun, right, according to the heliocentric model. But then you have the solstices, which is the 12-day 12 off, right? So
The solstices is like in between the equinoxes, right?
Yeah, so you've got the 21st and the 21st, which are the solstices. You have the winter solstice and the summer solstice.
That's
so
basically the highest and the lowest the suns get, right? The sun gets or whatever.
Yeah, the peak. So it would be the most highest if you were on the north. It'd be the most at the highest, depending on south or north, wherever you were at. But yeah, it's basically the highest and lowest, right? But essentially it means 23.4 or 23.5 degree tilt axis. That's what it means, right? So what I'm inferring here is that if the Earth is orbiting, or as it's rotating and orbiting around the sun, it's tilting its axis slowly towards the full peak of 23.4 or 20.5, and then back to zero equinoxes, and then towards the 23 or away to 23.4 again, right? So it's always kind of oscillating. It's wobbling, right, between the axis, the equinoxes, pardon me, it's wobbling between back and forth, right?
Well, you mean not? I mean, not. I mean, I don't think it's wobbling. It's in their model, it's just tilting. So if something's tilting, and you have like the sun lined up with the very middle, if you circle it around, see, that's just it, man. They confuse the fucking the tilt of the Earth with they try and use that and the fucking the orbit of the sun or the orbit of Earth. Like they try and tilt them both. To me, in some explanations, that's my opinion. They confuse the two, or try and use them both in some arguments. But that's different.
Well, what I find the issue is that, okay, so if the Earth is tilting between the solstices, it gets to the equinox, and then you have the apparent equinoxes, which is the 12-hour by 12-hour, which is not technically true, apparently. Even in their own model, they explain that. But what I find is around the equinoxes is around March. I believe it's in March, January, February, March, April. So I think the April, just before March and February, it looks like if you look in the south latitude, about 5 degrees north in the south. So if you go to the equator, you go 5 degrees north, and anywhere along that latitude 5 degrees, the time and date will show you that the equinox is actually showing, like the 12-hour by 12-hour approximation, 12-hour night, 12-hour days, actually showing up like 3 weeks ahead of the actual equinoxes, according to time and date, right? If you look at the actual information. So go in February, late February, 3 weeks before the actual equinox happens, which would be March sometime. So in between that time frame, you have those 12-hour, 12 hours. So if it's caused by the tilt, is it tilting towards the equinox and then going back away from it and then tilting towards it again? Because that's what the data would suggest. Because you have the equinoxes show up at certain places, not every place, 3 weeks ahead of the actual equinox that's listed in the globe. Did you ever come across that yet?
Yeah, no, I mean, I noticed that like before the equinox, it starts trickling down. Like it'll be 10 minutes off, however many days later, and then like 9 or fucking 8, and then 6 or whatever. I mean, maybe not that, but that's just kind of the example I'm giving. It gets closer and closer to 12 hours, then it gets to equal day and night or close to it, and then it starts moving away from equal day and night. But the way in their model, the Polaris is always pointed. I mean, the North Pole is always pointed toward Polaris. So when it circles around, it doesn't change tilt. It's the fact that the sun. It's the fact that the way it spins is that the only time that the sun is dead over the equator is when the sun is on its, is in between the solstices, but that's because the Earth is spinning, and that's the only time that, look, if you take a laser and you line it up with the middle of the globe from just a little distance, 5 foot, 10 foot, okay, and it's just sitting there and it's hitting the equator from the side, right? And if you take and spin that globe, leave it on its tilt, right? Leave it on its tilt, and shine your laser at the analemma. As you spin it, you'll see the laser go up the analemma, as you rotate it, and then you'll see it go down, if you spin it the other way. You still there? This is the part that messes me up. Maybe you'll see what I'm saying. Okay, so this has to do with parallel light. If we're on one side of the globe and then somebody's on the other, right? And we're both looking on the equator, right? So I'm on the equator on the prime meridian. You're on the equator anti-meridian, right? You follow me so far?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, now we're looking at
circle.
We're looking straight out 0 degrees at Polaris. Okay, we're looking basically 0 degrees at Polaris, and we're on opposite sides of the globe model. And so we start. We're looking in a great circle. So Polaris is a straight shot. So if we followed that great circle path, we'd wind up directly underneath Polaris, and we'd crisscross. But since the globe is dropping down, if we just kept going straight and didn't follow the curve of the Earth, we'd leave the globe immediately, right? If we just did a tangent line. And so that's how they explain their parallel light, right? It's so we both draw a tangent line. If we had laser beams coming out of our eyes, looking at Polaris from opposite sides, then we'd be 8,000 miles apart, and our laser beams that hit Polaris would also be 8,000 miles apart. That's how their model works, right? So them lines would be parallel, right? So them lines would never converge, but if we went straight, we would converge. See, now that's north to south, but great circles, the way you see is the way you get. Now, what I was talking about is on equinox, the sun rises due east for everybody, so 30 degrees north and 30 degrees south. Like I use where I'm at as an example. If you're looking due east, then you're looking, that line of sight converges at the equator. That line of sight converges at the equator. It's a great circle. So if you kept following it, you come around and kiss your own ass. Okay. And 30 degrees south does the same thing. So their longitude lines converge. They're great circles, and you keep going straight, a tangent never connects. But side to side, that shit don't work. In other words, their parallel light doesn't apply on equinox, man. On equinox, our lines of sight would converge right about Africa, the coast of Africa, about 4,000 miles away. And even if we let's say this, even if we left the Earth and drawn a tangent, both of us, we would still crisscross 4,000 miles away. So that doesn't obey their fucking model, man. The parallel light, they confuse people. But if you think about it, there's no way them lines should. It doesn't work the same going up higher because them lines would still crisscross no matter how high we got. If we followed that great circle straight line, they would converge. They would crisscross. So they're not parallel.
Well, that
What do
would
you think about
be
that?
hard. Well, yeah. How do you, if you were trying to actually find two observers meeting at the point of Polaris, you would have to have the lines converge to find that point. And in reality, that's exactly how light works. Like if you and I wanted to find a lighthouse on Earth, you would follow the light, and it would have
right, and it would converge, right?
It would,
so that's
it would.
good.
The light would converge, giving you a location that you can navigate to. Yep.
Right. So in reality, like the shit does converge. So yeah, if we all look due east in reality, and the sun's GP is over Africa, you know, if somebody's 30 south or whatever, or close to that, and I'm close to 30 north or something, yeah, we converge in that area because yeah, light does converge. That's my whole point. Is that works on a flat Earth, on a globe. They fucking twisted it and confused it, and a straight line should not converge. The only way it works because of Polaris is because it's a straight shot to Polaris, and the ground drops. But east to west is side to side shit. So it doesn't work, man. It doesn't work. You can keep going higher. You're still gonna fucking crisscross. You know what I'm saying? Like the tangent lines looking at Polaris, the tangent lines would never intersect. Toward the equator though, due east, they would.
That just raises a general question: how would people navigate to Polaris with parallel light? Because if you had 3 or 4 observers, they would depend not on the parallel light, but they would depend on the converging light to all come to a meeting on the center, or wherever location they wanted to meet at. They would need to have a converging body to get a converging location. It's like you need that equal exchange. How do you find a location without a converging or an intersection?
That's just it. That's why they have their longitude lines converging and their east to west lines not converging, because people would have figured this shit out a long time ago if their east to west converged too, or if their north didn't converge, because they'd have figured it out sooner and people would understand what I'm even saying. But the way they set it up is slick, man, if you ask me. But yeah, they have their longitude lines converging, and the latitude lines, they have them parallel but not fucking converging. You know, so that's slick to me, man.
Well, that's a circle, right? That would be the fundamental workings of a circle, and to use Euclidean, you need a circle, right?
Yeah,
so you'd have to have those ratios to begin to find any kind of coordinates, and then you would use dead reckoning. Like imagine you'd have to have like every human being's field of view is 18 miles in circumference, roughly. That's based on the limitations of a 3-mile horizon, right?
Yeah.
So you'd have to be. Sorry, I'm a little distracted, but yeah, I never thought of that actually. You can't ignore it. You wouldn't get a calculation.
Check this out. They had to do latitude like that because that's the only way they would be able to fucking get the lines to converge. Like this is how they should have did it. If they're going to use spherical trigonometry, they should have had longitude lines that meet at the pole, and then they should have had the prime meridian and the anti-meridian, a spot on the equator or whatever spot, converging and then diverging and then converging again on the anti-meridian.
It wouldn't work because it's all rooted in time. That 60 arc minutes, that 1 degree, 60 arc minutes is 1 nautical mile, right? So it comes basically down to optics and angular resolution, because that's what it comes from. An arc minute is an angular measurement, right? So that 60 by 60 by 24 clock we have is integrated into this 1/60th of a measurement. So you have. That's why they had to do a circle. That's why they had to do this calculations, because they have to bring time into it. That's 60 arc minutes, 60 seconds, 60 minutes. It's all. There's one jump where they're related. I was watching a nautical video, so that's why they have to do it that way. It's because it's using time to find their position, right? I mean, the latitude's a little differently.
Yeah, but it's not. But here's the thing, though, man. It's not 60. You know, if you're looking at lines of longitude, if you're looking east-west or whatever, it's the fucking. It doesn't work, man. The fucking miles per degree or whatever. In other words, the longitude lines start converging and shrinking, and it's no longer 69 miles per degree, man.
The longitude lines. So the last star chart that I looked at, the longitude lines do change from Polaris to the equator. In other words, they start out around 69.283 miles per degree.
That's latitude, bro. That's latitude. You're thinking about latitude.
No. So latitude-wise, per meridian, you have your 15 degrees, but then you also have only 169.169 miles. So your longitude, sorry, your spacings of your latitude line as you move down. Sorry, the spacings of your latitude line. That's correct. Pardon me. What am I talking about? Longitude line. So I'm just getting confused here. So if I was moving down from North Pole to the equator and I was moving along a longitude line, that longitude line per degree would change. So for instance, by the time I got to the equator, it would only take me 68.2 miles to travel 1 degree. By the time I got to the
I've heard you say that before. But you know what I'm saying as far as looking anywhere except north toward Polaris or north. But if you're looking east, though, like I'm saying, if you're at the equator, it's however many miles per degree, like 69.16 on the globe. And then as you get higher, though, look, as you get toward the North Pole, it's only like fucking, in Norway, it's like 35 miles per degree. And then by the North Pole, it's 5 miles per degree. You know what I'm saying? The closer you get to the North Pole, the less it is, right?
No, well, the standard 69.2 degree or 69.2 miles per degree, roughly at the North Pole, at the base. And if we move that longitude now if we move along latitude line, like if I'm going east to west, then it remains to be 69.169 roughly.
Okay, follow me on this, bro.
Degree.
If we're at the equator, okay, and we're standing in Africa or wherever, and we look 20 degrees, let's say 20 degrees, we look dead east, and so the GP of that, let's just say the sun or whatever, will be about almost 1,400 miles away. Let's just use 70 for simplicity's sake. So we'll just say 70 degrees per mile, or no, we'll use nautical miles. It'll be so 20 degrees away. So if you go from 10 longitude to 30 longitude on the equator, you're freaking 1,200 nautical miles away, right? But up by the North Pole, if you're in Norway or whatnot, 20 degrees. In other words, if we go north from the equator, me and you, and I'm at 10, you're at 30 degrees, so we're 20 degrees apart, we're eventually going to converge. It's only going to be fucking 5 miles. We're only going to be 5 miles away from each other. So let's just say, so in Norway, it's only about 600 miles between us instead of 1,200. In other words, and then eventually it's going to be zero. Because we're going to converge.
60 degrees, it would be half. So it would be like 30 miles per degree east and west. And so to check their model, they need to see if, they go 30, miles per degree east west and north south to fully corroborate their model. If they're going to say that this ball is what's causing this dip.
Yeah. So you see what I'm saying now, Data? Like, in other words, it's not 69 miles per degree. That's horse shit. That only works with latitude lines looking at Polaris, right? That doesn't work in reality.
That's how they would get. Well, that's how you get the apparent circumference and divide the latitude system is from time. right? You can get it. You can get your longitude is actually from time, but you can devise a system from time to get it, right? That 60 by 60 by 24 is imperative to well, the completion of navigation anyway, as far as your longitude line goes. But you can deduce the apparent radius from that, and that's what I think how they built their system is from looking at the orbit of the sun, if you will, and timing it out, and then devising a circumference on the time of that sun, and then knowing that at a certain, let's say between equinoxes and the solstices, you have a zero base, which is your equinox, and then the sun declines either from north or south to that. And then you can, from mathematical time, you can measure the angle of the sun, measure the distance of the sun to the declination, and you can probably deduce an angle measurement from it, right? I'm just looking at how they did it mathematically, because they never went out and studied the Earth. They had they had a base. They didn't go out and measure everything. They were sat in a freaking room with no electricity for the first time, right? So, and they devised star charts. You know, no electricity in the room with a telescope.
To make a flat Earth model, man, I almost feel like I have to, draw my lines and like kind of keep latitudes, because it'd be so hard not to. But like draw a grid, in other words, draw longitude lines also north to south, so I could use the time and all that shit. But I wouldn't have any line crossing Polaris. In other words, I'd have equal lines, like so every square would be equal. My lines there'd be no line over the North Pole. It would be like 5 degrees on either side of the North Pole coming straight down. So there'd be no converging lines, except, like I said, I'd keep latitude. I would keep the latitude just to mark the path of things, but then that might even be tilted. I would tilt it, so to draw like a flat Earth map, I would do just squares, basically grid squares over an AE map, something similar to that anyway, and then and have the sun, have the path of the sun in a circle, and the path of the stars. I would so they would be kind of tilted a little bit. They would be at an angle. So in other words, it wouldn't be the ground tilting. It's the fucking path of the sun and the path of the stars that's angling, and that's my idea that I have. I was going to try.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, there's definitely lots of things. I mean, they devised a whole model in a room, right? Watching the celestial patterns. They needed a base though, and that was the constant of the celestial bodies. But the base, that base produced a sexy-decimal system. It's called sexy-decimal. Is that what it's called, or sexy-decimal? Sexy-decimal, I think.
I never heard of that, man.
So yeah, that's the 60 by 60, right? Like the sextant is 1/60th of a circle, right? The 120 degrees measurement. The sextant is based on that 60 number, right? That nautical number. So the nautical mile comes back to arc minute. That's the relationship. 60 arc minutes, 1 degree is 1 nautical mile. So 1 arc minute is 756 meters.
It's called the sexagesimal. It's what the ancient Sumerians used. It's a 60. It's a mathematical system based on 60.
Well, trilateral
Or Babylonians.
triangles.
What's up?
It's based on a circle, right? 2-dimensional circle.
I don't know why they made it 60.
Well, 60 by 60.
Because hours in a minute, minutes in an hour. Sorry.
Well, yeah, but look at how time was devised, right? And look how the mile was devised. Like the ratio system that we have, there's some secret knowledge in it.
I think they use that for like seconds in a minute, minutes in an hour, and then go ahead, sir.
Their stuff will lose right now if we ever get rid of feet and inches. Like there's a lot of feet and inches kinds of things built into these ancient ancient megalithic structures, and if we all switch over to the metric system, we're going to straight up lose that.
Well, you know what I just learned the other day, and it's not something new and crazy exciting, but it's part of the other stuff I learned. But I never thought of using your arm. You know, when you put your arm out in front of you to match the horizon, you can get a 90 degree, right? Or you can get a 0 horizontal, depending on how you look at it. Your fist, if you stacked your arms, like if you put your arm in front of you and then you stacked your fist on top of it, stacked your other fist on top of it, like where your hand is not palm to the ground, but your palm is facing your left hand. Your palm would be facing outward to the right. So and your fist on fist, you can actually use that as a sextant or an angle measurement system by stacking your fucking fists, because your hand is about 10 degrees width-wise. So if you put it vertical and not horizontal, your fist, and you stack it on top of each other, you can actually get a rough approximate angle, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 degrees to the star. Just anyway, that's how it was all devised before instruments, right? It's human ratios. Eyesight, hand length, so forth, size of thumb, all that stuff.
Yeah, 1 foot.
Well, the 666 shows up in everything, man. It shows up in the optics of the eye. It shows up in the gravitational constant. It shows up in the tilt of the Earth, the rotation around the sun. It shows up in there's another one, Gauss, I think. Gauss is another calculation it shows up in. I think it's called Gauss. It's Newton's other calculation. So yeah, you get rid of he's right. You get rid of the foot and inches, then that 666 goes away.
Yeah, the number 273 pops up way more than 666. I'm not saying that 666 don't pop up a lot, but 273 is big. Like heads are sleeping on it.
Now, Jeremy, I never finished asking you questions, but do you feel like up for it later? Not right now, but I still want to get a couple of questions from you.
Yeah, that's fine. Am I going in the book?
That's the idea, buddy.
I am like the top 10. What's up?
Historical purposes, man. You'll have a book when you're 50 if we're not, put in concentration camps by then.
I mean, I should get my own chapter in whatever book.
There's everybody gets a little slice of your description. No, I'm just joking. It would be just your questions you answer. I think the only content that's really in there is just about the YouTube channels that came out of it, Globe and Flat, and the people involved, and then kind of the rest is history. I mean, you've been around for a long time now. You've seen them come and go.
Yeah.
Fuck, man, when this first started, I saw, I never thought, because I knew nothing about military psyops at that point. Not that I know much now, but back in the day, dude, all those videos that came out, how polished they were and how put together they were.
Yeah, I mean, some guys learned how to do it on their own. But yeah, some guys came out right out the gate with clean, polished videos all night. Like, that's a little weird. Would you think this whole thing is just a big psyop?
Well, here's so as you research more about kings and leaders and governments and stuff, it's funny because what's funny, I should say, is how governments handle stupid people, and when their population has been just kind of bad, not really good people, you kind of have to handle them a certain way, right? And there's a wrong way and there's a right way. Well, governments never do it the right way, apparently, but they do it in a way that seems right, ironically, too, at the same time, because if you have a whole bunch of people that are drug users, abusers, mental health issues, obesity, you name it, and your population's getting worse and not better, well, then how do you fix this population? Well, one king did, or one government, let's say, printed a whole bunch of Euclid's elements So in history, past history, there was a government that printed a whole bunch of Euclid books to give to their citizens, so the citizens could have logic and reason. Because they admitted it, their population was really dumb. And so the government went out of the way and printed all these books out and handed it out to the public. So it's no different than Britain handing out, TVs to all of their Britain citizens back in the 70s, right? 60s or 70s, or I think maybe even the 50s. I think it was the 60s, maybe. I can't remember when it was. But Britain did a campaign where they wanted a TV in every household. Right? So it's no different, right? You want to educate the masses, you have to give them something to be educated upon. And so in a sense, we're having some sort of repeat of this in a way, a version of it, let's say, where flat Earth can be a way to challenge your status quo, your thinking, your overall understanding. And if you have a tendency to distrust, it might bring out the conspiratorial side of you more. It's a really interesting experiment, so it has to be a form of a psyop to some degree, because it's not new. They've done this before. So if they've done it before, it's just repeat. Don't you agree?
Hello.
Did you hear what I said or what? Just tuned out.
No, I heard. I agree.
Yeah, the government.
Talking to Jeremy.
I heard you. The governments don't run things right. No question.
That's not all what I said.
I missed part of it.
Yeah, you fucker.
Say it. My wife came in. Say it again.
You're talking about whether flat Earth is a psyop, and I said I'm relating that. I'm answering that question by giving you a situation what governments have done in the past. So part of me thinks it is, for the simple reason is that the governments have done things like this in the past to their citizens who are not very smart, not very bright, and they need to educate logic and reason. So they printed off the Euclid book in the past, and they did mass productions and handed out these Euclid books to their citizens, because hey man, you need to smarten up. We need a smarter population. So if we're going into a great reset, where there's they got to bring it's their words. What is that going to mean? There's a lot of real.
I hear you.
The Earth can handle it because the Earth's massive, but there's a lot of people who just, if you get angry because they didn't deliver your product, but then you get the product anyway because they screwed up, but they sent the product to you anyway, and you have two of the products you have, and they're going to take care of the other product, but you're yelling and screaming the whole way, and you got your product. It just doesn't make sense. Like being that kind of human being with all the decadence that we have, and so yeah, there's some fucking correction that needs to be taken place. When you're yelling because you got the wrong chocolate, when you ordered sweet chocolate and it's a dark chocolate you got, and you're complaining, and the world is stopping because you got the wrong chocolate, then there's just something that's got to give. Because that's just fucking full retarded.
Dark chocolate's disgusting. No, I mean I'm not. I wouldn't be flipping out. I would
But
definitely
it's chocolate though, bro.
Yeah,
Still
but
delicious chocolate.
I don't know. I don't really like dark chocolate that much.
You're really going to scream and complain that you got dark chocolate and not regular chocolate?
No, I would definitely say something though, like, "Hey, you guys sent me the wrong chocolate." I definitely wouldn't be screaming
Yeah, but
about it.
Would you lose your shit and fucking call the guy an idiot and a moron? And well, there are people that are like that, man.
Yeah, it's
And
definitely.
when you have that, I understand why the government wants to fucking do population control. That's all I'm saying.
Holy shit! I almost broke a wine glass.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, man.
I found the formula. Remember the one, the intersection between the circles in 3D space?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
found
found it. Yep. The one I was trying to use was not ideal. I found a much better one. By just using linear algebra. So it's not an iterative method. Like it's not something I have to calculate many times and get a closer and closer result. It's just a calculation that I do once, and I already have the correct result. It's working beautifully.
Did the thing I sent you put you on it?
No, actually, I got that from what Kosho did. Kosho was doing intersectional planes. Then I realized the intersectional circles would give me a line, and I could actually find the formula for that line. And using the formula for that line, I can then find
So use
where.
lines. That's what I told you to do. Is use lines, man, and a circle with lines.
Yeah, but I mean, easier said than done. Like you still have to figure out a way.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Like the circles are gonna have like a random size, and they're gonna be oriented sort of randomly in space. So what I did was to line them up, and then find intersection of their planes, and then rotate them back to where they were.
Man, that's what the fuck I told you to. I told you draw one circle, and then draw a couple lines to get the intersection point, and then you got that circle for the orientation. Pretty much. That's so maybe I didn't say it clearly what I was thinking, but
yeah. But I mean, this is a. I mean, but the way you're saying it's sort of like it's very general. There are multiple ways in which I could try to do that, but not all of them would work. I have to figure out how I should orient the circles first that would allow me to do that. But anyway, it's working now.
I had faith in you, man.
Well, thank you.
I had
I think the one you sent me.
Wait. When did you figure it out?
Yesterday, and then I tried today. My first attempt failed, so I just erased everything and tried again, and then it worked. It really helps to do it on Blender simultaneously, so you can compare your calculations to what's going on Blender. And yeah, that.
Yeah, make sure you write some examples down and shit, or make sure you chart it. I did the same thing when I was doing my fucking when I was doing my model, and I know I'm not comparing it to yours, but I'm just saying when I was doing what I was doing, I figured it out, had it, and with the method I was going with, and then woke up the next day and had to refigure it out all over again. I was like, shit, dude, and so then I wrote them down after that. Because you'd be surprised what you won't, just one little step or something like that, one little thing, and you're back to the drawing board. Not all the way back to the drawing board, but got to hone it back in, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Damon, are you there?
What's going up, all you globe lovers?
What was that?
I said, what's up, all you globe lovers?
Oh, hey. Oh, I wanted to ask some things about that observation you mentioned the other day, if you don't mind.
Sure, why not?
Like, you remember all information you had about it? Like, I remember the distance and
Sure.
the amount of obstruction was like 6 feet, right?
Yeah, I think the dam was 6 feet from the water's edge. And I was definitely at about 3, maybe, somewhere around 3.5, maybe at most. And Yeah. It had
And the
some
tripod
refracted.
was
It had some serious refraction going on. Not well. I shouldn't say serious. It definitely had some refraction going on because you could see it, like
right.
how the water was distorting the edge of things.
The tripod was 3 feet above the water.
I think so. Yeah.
Right.
I don't have it written down. I just remember what tripod I had. I thought it was that backpack one, which I think stands at about 3 feet. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
Maybe it's higher. Maybe it's lower. I don't know. I'm pretty close. It would have been pretty close to 3 feet though.
Right. Do you have a picture of that?
I don't know if I do or not. I'd have to go through my old. That was about 25 years ago.
Oh, fair enough.
I'd have to go through my old hard drive and see, but I don't have a. I don't know if I have that connector or not.
No, that's fine. No hurry. No hurry.
I'd have to dig around for it. I'm actually curious as to what's on that damn thing or whether it's even going to start up or not. I don't think I transferred those over to the cloud. You get so many freaking pictures in your life. You ever notice that, man? Like if you have a family, especially and you have like a bunch of events going on, man, like vacations and pictures and just everything I had through my life, and like I had early on, like I was in technical school for electronics, and I would buy the latest computer stuff and put it together and everything, and like I would store all that shit from scanners and everything else. Like, because back then you only had film photography. I mean, digital did come shortly after, but like they weren't that good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And film back then was cheap and easy to get, developed. It wasn't expensive at all. But I remember I scanned like a fuck ton. I spent like weeks scanning like all my old like I used to be in outdoor club when I was young in like middle school and like up to ninth grade in high school, and like I just took all kinds of pictures. I'd take one of those disposable cameras with me, so like I was young on a trip. If I would like get into, I wouldn't ruin my decent camera, but I would take all kinds of stuff, and then I also went like across the country. I saw like 31 different states, and I took loads and loads of those things. And I remember just sitting there one day, just like scanning those things and uploading them to the hard drive, like forever. I have no idea where they're at right now. They're probably on that old hard drive, I'm hoping.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with like, all the pictures and videos you ever took.
It's impossible, man. You gotta think it's in the hundreds of thousands of pictures. Is that a real cool picture of a nebula there, left lane? It did some saturation work there. It's pretty.
That's Orion Nebula, right?
Yeah, I just plucked it off the net and used it.
Oh. Putin on his fucking bear. That's funny. Oh, who's the hot chick? I like boobies. Hi, Brian.
Yeah, we've seen him on cam. He doesn't actually look like that.
Wait, why? What? Why? Why would you lie about that? Why are you whining?
I had to leave quickly. I couldn't hear you, Howard. Is that alright, Nebula?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's just one I had in my gallery that I downloaded from somewhere.
It looks a lot like Orion. Let me see if I can find the same picture. It's visible to the naked eye. I think I found this exact same picture. It's just oriented in a different way. It's that one, right?
Looks like it.
You know, the Orion belt. Like there are 3 stars close to the Orion belt, but they are closer to each other. The middle one is actually that nebula. You can see yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Orion belt is usually a group of stars that everyone sees because it's like the GP is right at the equator. I think a little bit south actually, but it's like visible for everyone.
It's pretty amazing to imagine that, you know.
Spam and pickle sandwiches with mustard.
Mustard on everything.
Bold or just regular mustard?
Just yellow mustard.
You gotta use a spicy brown at least. So
Yeah.
you use a yellow one.
Yeah.
What are you, a child?
I love yellow mustard. Every time I make a sandwich, I'll squirt a shot on my tongue.
One time my dad had bought a house, Brett. We just bought a house, and it had these metal cabinets in the kitchen. And me and my stepbrother and stepsister were making sandwiches. And he used to get these 5-gallon buckets of fucking mustard and mayo and shit. He owned a bakery. But we spilt the mustard going all down the cabinets. We came back the next day, it was rusted out.
Huh.
So like vinegar.
We destroyed the whole front of like 2 of the cabinets or something. He was fucking pissed.
Anybody have the Boar's Head? They have like a couple of different mustards, but they have this thing called Gourmets. It's fucking delicious.
I never had it. I bet it is. Boar's Head's no joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you go to Giant, like the grocery store here, for local grocery store, I guess it's pretty far across the U.S. too. But they make these like subs and sandwiches and stuff that are like you can easily buy for like lunch. And they have a section there where you can buy, like, just not buy, but they're free packets of stuff, like mayonnaise and mustard and stuff. They have like a whole selection of Boar's Head stuff.
So who's into logic here? Anyone? Anyone into logic?
I like logic. I'm not real good at it. I'm more of a, I learned my logic.
We know you're a Glover.
The old fashioned, I learned the old fashioned way in my electronics class when I was doing DA stuff.
So you're into logic. So you must be a flat earther then, if you're into logic.
No, definitely. I mean, no, definitely not.
Sorry, you just said you're into logic.
Well, I mean, I think maybe you keep using that word, but you do not what it means.
Really? Well, please explain your definition of logic to me. I'd be interested.
Well, there's this weird thing about logic, right? Is just that you can pretty much use logic to come to any conclusion, right? So what you need to do is have something what philosophy calls a syllogism, and so there has to be these premises that must be true for the conclusion to be true. So if you have A and B, but those A and B are not true, then your conclusion's not true. So, or if any one of those parts is not true, then it's right. So, you can have simple logic like that, and it doesn't matter how complicated it is. If any one of those variables is not true, then you get bunk answers at the end.
Oh, you can get the correct answer still.
Well, that's true. You can if it's complicated enough. Yes, several steps. You can put a variable out on the end, and as long as it doesn't reach it, or if it changes again. But that bit of information is, that bit of information is still going to be wrong, right? I was just saying, like, you can have wrong things in logic and come out with the right conclusion, but it doesn't mean that something's not wrong. But you can also come out with the wrong conclusion. But if you have a simple logic, like I just talked about, where there's just 2 inputs and an output, then any one of those things is false. The whole thing is, I mean, the conclusion's false. If any one of the inputs is false, the conclusion's false.
All right. Well, let's run through some of this logic, eh? Okay. So run me through the logic of the globe.
Well,
so run me through this logic.
Okay, so I have 2 syllogisms here. One syllogism here. So I have 2 premises, and the first premise is that our eyes generally work in a way that we can, generally trust it. And then secondly, I've seen videos from space of the Earth, and it's a globe. So those 2 premises being true, then the Earth must be a globe.
So 1, your eyes work, and B, you've seen images, and because your eyes work, it equals globe.
Yeah, yeah, I think
Okay,
that seems
cool,
pretty
cool.
sound. Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, so your eyes work, and I'll show you a picture of a unicorn. Thus, unicorns exist.
I said generally speaking. Of course, they can be wrong.
They can be wrong, so your eyes can be fooled with an
Yeah,
image.
like optical illusions and stuff like that. But we can tell that, like, we can investigate whether there's an optical illusion, right?
Yeah, but we're just going with eyes work.
Right. But then you
And
would have to prove any one of those premises that are not true in the moment, right? Like, so if I'm looking at the globe video, the picture, the video that I was discussing from space, looking at the globe, you would have to say that my eyes aren't working in that moment, or you would have to say that whatever image I'm looking at is distorted in some way, is not true. So you'd have to prove those two things,
or it's a number of images.
or one or the other. I mean,
Okay, well, so if you've got a number of images that are stitched together to make up one image, that could be a way of fooling the eye, couldn't it? Or if that image
well,
that you
that's
are
what a
watching,
video is.
well, no, pictures are made up exactly the same way.
Yeah, pictures have at least 3 different slides, right?
Well, I don't know how many, but when we're looking at pictures of the globe, they're generally more than one image, and they are generally stitched together to make one image, and then those images are then enhanced and color enhanced and altered and whatnot to make them look a
Not every one. No, not everyone. No,
not
just
everyone.
just certain ones. Yeah, certain ones do
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Well,
If you need a larger area, right, like represent a larger area, you would generally take, the largest clear picture that you can get with the camera you're using, the instrument that you're using to take the picture, and then you would, systematically take other pictures and then, line them up. Yeah, line them up. Yeah, to get a bigger picture. Yeah, if you want a bigger picture. Yeah.
yeah. So it wouldn't be one picture; it'd be many pictures, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to get a large picture from a small lens like that. You know what I mean? There's just not enough light coming through. So if you sort of, try and make the focal length and the distance, that you can see, width wise, really large, you're going to have very little detail, or it's going to be so light you would have to take such a long exposure, and it would be distorted in such a way because of the way the light's coming into the lens that it would be useless. I mean, that's why we stitch things together. Yeah.
Okay, and to give us a representation, perhaps, of what it may look like, or what the person presenting that picture may want it to look like.
Well, I mean, I suppose if, like, I'm an artist and I want a particular rendition of something, like I have an idea in my head, I can manipulate, real photographs if you want, in like Photoshop or other programs to make it look like what I want.
Yeah. So if your intention is to make a picture look like a particular thing, it wouldn't be too hard to stitch these things together, or color enhance them, or manipulate them in a particular way to make them look like a particular thing.
Well,
It'd be fairly simple.
I mean, hard's a relative. Simple's a
Logically.
relative term. I mean, yes, it can be done, but like I wouldn't say like some of these things are very simple. I mean, the guy that I was a roommate with that went to college for this type of work would make these freaking extremely long, drawn out processes rendering different things to make these hugely multi-layer sort of scenes. And all he was doing was doing backgrounds for like the one project he was doing was for this band for a CD cover, and it took him like freaking 3 days to get like this simple image done. So like I don't know what you mean. Like simple sometimes, yes, I suppose depends on what you're doing. Sometimes not so simple.
If you've got the knowledge, the expertise, the know-how, the software, the computer power, and all that sort of stuff, these sorts of things would be fairly easy to do if that is your particular field to do.
Yeah, easier for some than it would be for me. That's for sure.
Maybe not for you and me, but for the people that are doing it, I'd imagine, because they're doing it all the time, like it's their job, that this is what they are doing, these sort of things. So
Yeah.
obviously So what we're actually, because our eyes work and what we see in a picture isn't necessarily reality, right? Is it?
Yeah.
At all? At all. Okay. So we can throw
I
that
don't know
one
what you
right
mean.
out. Well, just that, because your logic was our eyes work. Yes, bang, check box. Okay. Now, because my eyes work and I see a picture, because my eyes work, that picture is real, and what I see in that picture is real. That was kind of your logic that you use.
Well, yeah, I mean it's
Okay,
a
that's cool.
video
So,
with one camera
okay,
in one scene, and it doesn't
right.
move. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so we can
It's just
throw
there.
that one. So we can throw that reason right out the window now, with the baby with the bathwater, because we've just kind of just eradicated that.
What did you eradicate?
Well, because you said because your eyes work, right? Check, right? Our eyes work, right? Whether or not
Yeah.
we wear glasses or not, my eyes work. But because I see a picture, because my eyes work and I see this picture, right? Thus, logically, there is proof. Right? Well,
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good evidence. I mean,
logically,
pretty good evidence.
I've just presented a case where that picture, right, can deceive your eyes very, very easily.
How?
Just that, because the picture that you're actually looking at isn't the picture of what you are looking at.
It isn't. How do you know that?
How many pictures can you show me of this place that you think that you're on are actually
Well,
just one
considering that there's videos that have been going on for a long time, I would estimate probably at least billions, right? Like billions of images.
I'm just talking about an image here, Damon. Just an
What
image.
about
I'm
it?
talking about well, you can show me
You want me to get an image? Is that what you want?
Why not? Let's look at the image and let's see what it is. If it's made up of one image or many images, and can you show me a video of the whole Earth?
No, I can't show you a video of the whole Earth at once.
You can't show the whole Earth, but just part of the Earth. Okay,
Well,
that's cool.
at most, I could show like 49% of it. Like, right?
49%, or so not the whole of it. Okay.
Well, it's a freaking globe, so if you're looking at one side of it,
Yeah, can you see the whole of us here?
theoretically, you could see 50%, but the edge you can't quite see the
Damon,
edge, so because of the angle. What's that?
No. I was just telling Bacon I was talking to you. He wanted to jump in.
Wait, hold on. What picture do you want to see? So I'm not searching in vain.
Well, what about a picture of Earth? That is one picture, one
One
snapshot.
picture of Earth. Okay.
Yeah, but one snapshot, not a few that are stitched together. Stop chuckling, Howard.
Do what?
Nothing. How you going, Howard?
Good. How you doing, baby?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. Got the grandkids coming later, so I'm pretty excited.
That's a really cool picture. Nice.
Is it? Cool. Let's have a look.
It's about something else. Sorry.
I don't want to see.
It was just cool, though.
I don't want to see what you got in your porn file.
Are you sure? I have some good ones.
Look, I've got no doubt.
Here's a fish-eyed looking one. Do you want that one?
Preferably not. No. Preferably not. We
Well,
just want a picture.
it's a nice view here. I don't know what it's showing here. Looks like
just want
maybe
a picture. We just want
the edge of Saudi Arabia, or
we just want one picture of the whole Earth.
oh,
or even.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I apologize.
Oh, sorry, I might not have been clear enough. Might not have been clear enough.
I thought you just wanted one image, like that, where it wasn't any kind of stitched together or manipulated image. I didn't know that you wanted the whole. Like I said, I could only get 50% of the Earth. I can't get the whole thing because the
Well,
other sides.
let's go with 50%, shall we? And it's something that hasn't been manipulated, changed, altered, enhanced in any way, shape, or form.
It's hard finding something that somebody didn't at least adjust the levels.
Yeah. Well, that ain't my fault. That ain't my fault.
Well, I mean, you got to adjust the levels. You know what I mean? If you want a nice picture.
You don't have to adjust anything.
Sure, you do. There's bright spots and dark spots on the Earth, and so you get white balance problems sometimes. You have to adjust the white levels a little bit.
No, you don't. You can just go snap.
Seriously, do you know nothing about photography?
About fudged photography? I know
Okay.
plenty
Here.
about fudged photography.
No, here, stand in front of this bright light and then have a bunch of people take a picture of you and see if they can see you okay without adjusting the white balance.
What bright light is the Earth standing in front of?
Well, I don't know. It depends on if the sun's shining on it or not, which it is if you can see it. So the clouds are really bright white, and certain parts of the land and ocean are really dark.
Possibly. I'd like to see what reality looks like.
Well, your eyes adjust for that sort of thing.
Okay, then let's
not a lot, but I mean, if you're looking into the sun, you can't see anything other than the freaking glare of the sun. Somebody could be holding a hand right in front of you, and you wouldn't know it.
So anyway, while you're searching, take me to your second step of logic. While you're searching for
what's the second step of logic? That was it. There was two steps. One, two. Premise, conclusion.
Hey, is that you, B-Ball? Is that you, B-Ball?
No, I was just saying, what's wrong with the picture I put in the chat of the Earth?
No, this is Damon's exercise. You and I can talk. You and I can talk later or now while he's searching. I don't mind. If you want to jump in, B-Ball, while Damon's searching, you're more than welcome.
No, I just heard you guys talking, and you asking for a picture of the Earth, and I just posted a video and a picture.
Or the Himawari.
That's the best one to get a picture from that doesn't have much distortion or anything on it. Because they're yeah.
Would that be just one picture, would it? Or would be
Yeah, definitely just definitely just one picture for the image there. Really? Unless you're saying that technically a digital camera doesn't have one image, right? It's got several color images that all layered on top of each other. Is that what you're saying? You can't say we can't use any images, is what you're saying?
Huh. Hey, B-Ball, that GIF that you posted, is that that's of a whole day, is it?
You talking about the little video?
Yeah, it goes for about 28 seconds or something.
That was a few days ago. I mean, I can post one from yesterday.
No, I'm just saying, is that like a whole day, is it? Or
yeah,
half
that's
a day, I should say. That's interesting. How come none of the clouds are moving on that?
They are moving.
Really? Gee, I have to
look closely.
I am, my friend. I am looking closely.
Matters, guys. If you take any of the Himawari or Epic or any of them fuckers and you put it in photo forensics, you'll see the fucking layering, and it's not a regular image. It's not a regular digital image. It's layered. It's clouds. It's placed over the blue marble.
Okay, I see the game you're playing here. Okay. Right. I'm not following this game anymore. Screw that.
This is my point. Like, we're just after and unadulterated.
Well, if you want to deny every image that's given to you, that's fine. That's
Well,
your
I'll tell you
right.
what, I just put a video. I just put a video in.
Why would you have somebody go and get you an image when you know you're going to reject it out of hand? That's
let me tell you why.
To do.
Let me tell you why. Because I'm somebody different. For one, I'm different. For two, I just posted in Livestream text that very thing. Put it in Photoshop. One of them images, multiple images put in photo forensics, so you can see that they're not images. They're not regular, just snapshot, digital images. They're fucking.
Sure they are.
No, they're not. Well, we'll go look at the video and see for yourself, or just stay in denial.
Denial. Somebody's got a problem with denial. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me say one thing, and then I'll let you talk for an hour. Just hold on. No. It's very rude to ask for somebody to get you evidence of something when you know out of hand you weren't going to accept it. So, if I knew that I was never going to accept any image ever of the globe, I would have told you that from the beginning.
Your farm, because I was very clear with what I asked for right from the get-go. I was very clear.
But the thing is that I have an image, right, that I believe is just one image, but you're not going to say it's one image because you're going to say that there's some sort of manipulation.
It's still an image, bro. It's still an image. It's just not a fucking a single click from a camera.
He doesn't understand the contention.
It is.
Maybe if you address the contention, why? See, the problem is you're relying that piece of information as one entire piece of evidence.
How a goddamn camera works.
That's not how it's established, though. You don't understand the process. If you think that's a single picture and that's a viable way of understanding.
Are you telling me that I don't understand the process of fucking images and how people can manipulate images with Photoshop and shit?
Okay, so
I'm telling you that you won't go look at the fucking. Sorry, go ahead.
How much width of a camera lens is going to collect detail at a certain altitude? If you're going to get all of this detail of information, you have a limited section of land that you can get this from. This is based on the optics or whatever. If you're using infrared, you still have a diameter. You still have an aperture, if you will, that is subjected. This light is subjected to the size of the aperture, and of course your bit rate. A lot of the satellite information use 16. They use 16 various filters, whether it's visible light or infrared, and the diameter of these tubes aren't collecting the data like a camera would collect the data in the sense that it's using optical lenses to do so. It's using invisible light and infrared to do the topography, if you will. Now, granted, there are multiple layers. You have low altitude. You have low altitude drones who then do take topography with optical devices. So when you're looking at satellite information, you're looking at an area and element. You're looking at an area and an element where optics will fail. As a pair. What's that?
It's all strip data, and it's all strip data.
That's all it is.
Onto the blue marble.
Well, if
they
you
don't
have
even deny
the reason why it's in strip.
Of course, it's strip data from something so low. You can't get that big of a picture of Earth.
So listen, you're thinking in your mind that's one single photograph. The contention is that it's not.
No, I don't.
Well, most
you
people in your position.
Idiot. Why would I think that?
Most people in your position. Most people in your position who believe in the globe think that that's one.
That's not true. That is a total straw man. I've never met anybody that thinks that a fucking strip of images by low aircraft stitched together is one fucking image. It's many images fucking stitched together.
Buddy, you have your Himawari. You have your Himawari satellite that claims that very thing. Okay, bud. So
Himawari is taking one image of the Earth, right?
It's not taking it. It's not. It's again what okay, show me what optical device it's using to get that information, the detail that it's showing.
A camera.
No, it's not. Again,
it is.
a camera working in 20,000 miles.
He's not going to listen to you, Data. He'd rather stay in denial than see evidence.
Stay in denial than see evidence. You're looking at evidence that you're denying. I am not.
You go by the public information of Himawari.
I'm looking at evidence that's presented me as a claim. That evidence that is presented as that claim of the Earth being a ball is not good enough evidence.
It's a claim.
Stated fact that
they don't even claim it's
when you have to add a specular highlight, or if you have to add things to an image, it's not a real image. And when you look at most of 99% of the globe stuff, it's not.
Okay,
So
real
no
pictures.
phones take real pictures anymore.
Literally, a specular highlight has been added to almost all
So,
of
like
these
I said,
images.
this is a stupid thing to be talking about. Let's just reject any images
It's
whatsoever.
not a stupid thing to be talking about. Again, the contention is that it's not a single photograph, therefore it's manipulated. And if it's manipulated, it's not an authentic, full representation of what you claim it to be. That's it.
Okay, so if I take a regular film photography, if I
Hold on 2 seconds.
No, let him respond. You're not allowing him to respond.
No, I've been trying to get in for a couple of minutes because I started.
all right, fine, go ahead, Jesus.
Because I started this conversation with Damon.
Yeah, but Data was making a point against Damon, and you're not allowing him to respond.
Hold on, Bacon. Hold on, right? Hold on 2 seconds, right? Now, Damon, we had a conversation before this even came up about for 5 or 10 minutes how the photos are manipulated, right? And I asked, right, can you find one that isn't manipulated, right? And you
Yes.
said, oh, yeah, I should be able to do this. No dramas. And you asked me what my contention was. Right? I said, because they're either stitched together or they're photoshopped or they're manipulated in one way, shape or form. And can you show me at least one photo that this hasn't been done? And you went, sure, I'll jump onto Google and I'll try and find one. And now the contentions are coming that the images that we're being shown are being manipulated in some way. You're throwing your hands up in the air saying, oh, you're not going to believe anything. When the actual request in the very first premise was just show us one that isn't.
That's a good point. If you ask for an image that wasn't manipulated or whatever, and now you're crying because all your photos are manipulated, like that's not his problem.
If I like take a selfie and I put like a Snapchat dog filter on it, is that a fake picture?
Yeah, he still doesn't get it. See, again, you don't understand a composite image then, do you?
You can't answer yes or no question. You're gonna say he doesn't understand.
So it's
without
not a
answering
yes
the
or no
question.
question. He's asking what the difference is between the picture and him
No, you
adding
didn't
something
ask
to
what
the
the difference
picture.
is.
That's not what I asked.
So
That's not what I
here's
asked.
how you know it's a composite. If you're going to take a
Not
picture of a
that at
dog and
all.
throw it in,
Yeah,
are you
just
going to throw
ignore
the
the
whole
question.
picture? Are you going to throw the whole picture of a dog, or are you going to lay individual strips of the dog until a dog is built in the picture?
You're not going to answer my question.
Yeah,
What are you going to do?
It's cool, man.
You guys are spiraling.
Most in most current phones, they don't give you the picture as the raw data from the camera. I don't think any modern phone, when you take a picture, it gives you the raw reading of the camera.
All the information is there. Yes, it is.
No, they all. Yeah, but I'm not saying the information isn't there. But I'm saying it's not the raw data. So you can use the same argument and say it's manipulated. So you don't have any real, authentic
When you look
pictures
at
with
a
your-
composite
I wasn't
image,
done. I wasn't done.
if I'm going to
So you
composite an
don't. I wasn't
image
done.
of a dog,
I wasn't
but I
done.
have no way of taking a
Okay,
full
speak
picture
to
of a
yourself. Then.
dog,
Just speak to
I'm
yourself.
going to take
Hold on,
stock
him.
pictures of the dog.
Hold on a second. He left. All right. Let's try to let people finish, guys, please.
Yeah, like Data's wilding out. What the fuck?
You're wilding out like Nick Cannon. Relax, Data.
I can't post anything.
Do you need the voice verify? Hold on, I got you. I got you, Damon. I give you the voice verify roll. Hold up.
Tried 3 different ways. It's not me. It's something about permissions or something.
Oh, don't give me that. It's not you. It's me. Shit.
Yo,
Did you guys see that black?
Come
Did you
on,
guys see that
Jamie.
black
Stop you
officer?
with me.
delete that link, bro.
Did you guys
You
see
should
that
delete
black
that link
officer
that
punch
has
the
your
shit
name.
out of a trans guy? Did you guys see that? Apparently, a black officer just punched a trans guy in the face. Did you see it? It's all over the news. It's going to be another big subject. Black guy punches trans guy in the face.
Wonder what trans guy did to get punched.
The video's online already.
Oh yeah, why did the cop punch him?
Hey, what do you guys think of that nano ledger thing? you think it's a good investment to get Nano Ledger? What do you guys use for your cold wallets?
I got one. I don't even use it though.
Yeah, so I have one, but it doesn't. It just seems like kind of scammy, dude. Like I've been experimenting with all this shit, mining, collecting stuff. I have no way to spend the money. It's just a couple $100, but fucking around with it. And I tried the Nano for the long-term investment because I don't want to keep like if I'm going to buy XRP, right? Because that's all I give a fuck about is like another Bitcoin happening, which XRP is sitting like at $1, right? So if it went to like $5,000 a coin, you bought $100 worth. Well, you're sitting on a good chunk of money. So I figured if I'm going to do that, I'll just get a fucking ledger. It's a cold wallet, and I'll just leave it sit there. The $100, it costs $100 for the device. $100 is a $200 investment, and then you just leave it XRP, and then there's no way that it can be hacked, apparently, because it's a cold wallet. It's not a hot wallet, right?
Yeah, no, it's
So
super secure. No one online can get at it. But yo, if you want to make a few bucks a day, I've been fucking around with phone farming. You hit me up in the DMs if you want to know.
No, man, I tried all that shit, dude. Listen, man, I was mining
I'm
there for a
telling
bit.
you, like, all right.
I was already mining for a bit, dude. I had the Bitcoin going. I was mining like $120 a month after expenses, depending on the price of Bitcoin. When it was up there around 60 US or whatever, 60 Canadian. Sorry, I was getting like, I don't know, $70 every fucking every 10 days roughly, give or take, and then $30 a month for electricity costs for the just for a laptop and the fucking tower. Paying like $28 a month for electricity. It's crazy. It's just not really.
I'm telling you, man,
profitable,
cell phones, bro. Hit me up.
Cell phone mining.
I don't mind anything. It's different shit you can do on cell phones. If you got any old Android phones or even iPhones, any old cell phones, I buy them brand new at Walmart for $50.
Yeah, but what are you mining? Ethereum, Bitcoin?
Dude, it's just some of the shit's watching ads, some other shit shares your bandwidth, some of the shit plays games, one of the things listens to music, a couple of them play videos. There's just a whole bunch of different stuff.
Oh yeah, so you're just doing you're trying to build a digital platform so you can have residual.
Yeah.
See, what I did is I
make
started
a
playing.
couple bucks a day.
Yeah, I see that method. I started playing chat, but the thing is, gaming is where it's at. For some reason, making any game, that's the data they want because people watch that shit for hours, man. So what I started doing is I started playing chess, and then I started recording my chess games. Like if I have, because of 10-minute chess games, right? So I just started recording them and uploading them to this thing called Cause TV, and which pays you in their own fucking crypto. But that's the kind of stuff that actually will pay you money, is uploading video games from this site anyway. I don't know about Twitch or any other site like YouTube because it's all saturated, but all these new blockchain platforms, they just want video game uploads.
How do you spell that? How do you spell that? Cause.
Bizarro. Cause TV. So COS.TV.
You said you're making money off of that?
Yeah, but peanuts, dude. Like peanuts. It's just like 0.00016.
Not even a penny?
Not even a penny, dude, on the videos. But you have to upload them. There's some guys that make $7 a video, and just doing video game shit, right? And obviously it's residual, but it seems like this particular platform, there's a window of time that you can make money on it based on likes and watches. So it's not like it just keeps, what do you call it? Syndication? There's no syndication to it. It's like you have this shelf life of time to make money, and then that's it. And then they have the content. And it's theirs, right?
I got my one crypto thing. I get interest off Bitcoin and shit, bro. You need to holler at me, Data. I know you're into all this goofy shit, man.
Well, I deal with Binance already just to experiment, right? And that's all I do is stake and DeFi the money, but and I lock it away for 90, 120 days just to see it. But dude, like the interest is like for instance, there's this one called Lido. So if you use the Ledger or if you use Ethereum wallets, then you'll have this thing called Lido. It costs you $20 to fucking start the contract. That's more than you'll ever earn in the interest.
Oh,
you're only putting fucking peanuts in it.
The last Ethereum
well, it doesn't matter.
Transaction I did. The last Ethereum transaction I did, I spent like $200 in gas in one transaction.
Ridiculous. I have I tried that pool one. It's called Pool Money Pool or whatever. You pool your money, and when you pool your money, it enters you into a contest, daily contests, right, to win crypto, Ethereum, whatever. I put like $150 on it, different coins, the DAI coin, the fucking pool money, whatever, several of them, the sushi coin, whatever. and they enter you in draws, right? Well, if I want my $79 back from
Dude, you need
Diecoin,
it.
and I bought Diecoin, they want to charge me fucking $700 to get my $70 back just for the
I'm
transaction
telling you,
fee.
dude, you need to hit me up, bro, because I fucking around on the Binance chain a lot. The transaction fees are like 50 cents, dude. There's a whole bunch of shit I
If
got
I stay
going
away
on.
from Ethereum, it's fine. But if I deal with, like, if I go to Coinbase and if I'm using Ethereum platforms, the fees are crazy. But if I use like
No, dude.
XRP, if I use BNB or Binance or whatever, it's like 50 cents a trade. It's cheap. It's only
Dude,
dealing with the Ethereum.
You got to get MetaMask. You got to get MetaMask, and then
I have MetaMask. It's the same thing, man. Binance.
Yeah, you get
chain.
MetaMask, and then you get on and then you download the Binance chain.
Yeah, I tried
Your
it, and then you
MetaMask.
know what? Because I have software. I have antivirus software. That shit's a scam. You got to be careful with that Binance. There's a third-party app installed through Google Android that you have to be careful. That shit's spying on your phone, dude. Your text messages, your phones, everything. I have software on my phone that notifies me. I use BlackBerry antivirus, and then I use Norton. These Binance, some of those apps, dude, are fucking shady as fuck, man.
Yeah, you got to be careful what you go on. Obviously, do Pancake Swap pays good interest, and their coins real low right now. There's a whole bunch of them that are good.
I use those third parties as well, but I'm just saying when I'm in pool as a third party to get my money out of that third party, they want to charge me astronomical Ethereum gas fees, which are crazy.
Not on
It's
the
retarded.
Binance chain, though. That's what I'm saying. Not on
It
the
doesn't
Binance.
matter. I can't. It doesn't matter, dude. Even if I was on Binance, I can't access the pool Ethereum through Binance.
Oh yeah.
There's no platform for that. It's only through Coinbase that I can access it. So the money's on that platform. I can't get access to it. And if I want it back, they want to charge me way more than it's worth.
Well, they
right?
might.
When I first started, dude, my transactions.
2.0. They might switch to 2.0
yeah,
first, and that might go down. You might be able to get that money out of there someday.
Dude, only a couple months prior, my transactions were $1, $2, right? Peanuts. And then all of a sudden it went from that to fucking like $900.
Ethereum shot through the roof, yeah.
Well, yeah, it got me in on it because it's like $1 to put $100 into something that basically the pooling is so you get entered into a contest. Like I said, every day there's a contest, or every 6 days there's a new contest. Well, if I put $100 in, the platform says, well, you don't lose your $100. You can get it back. It just costs you the gas fee of putting it in, the gas fee of getting it out, which when I first started was peanuts. You get $100 in there, and then you get entered into a contest. And then when you want your money back, you get your full $100 back minus the fees, right? Well, that's a pretty good deal. You get entered into a contest, and then they pay you with pool cryptocurrency, like pool money, right? So it's an added way to earn interest while you're putting your money into this platform. Well, they fucking changed all the rules. Now you can't even get your $100 back. So that's what it is. And then same with the ledger. I'm using like it all seems great and all that, but you literally have to be a computer guy, and there's no way to spend the money and no way to generally earn the money. You either get in at the bottom in the beginning and you just hold, and that's it. Because I don't see any other way of trading this shit. I've tried trading it; it's fucking ridiculous. You can't trade this shit. Anyway, it just seems more wishy-washy, more dreamy than reality, right?
Yeah, dude, you got to invest in. I'm telling you, the Binance chain. There's so many good deals right now because everything's low, and the transaction fees are cheap. If you just stick to the main ones, there's a lot of scams. Crypto's like the Wild West, dude. You got to just be careful.
With Binance, I got the AXX coin, the MC coin, the Ethereum, all staked. What I'm doing right now is I'm staking. Like what I did is I went through the DeFi staking section and I looked for the highest amount of return. 120% return, 80% return, right? That's all I've done is just stake those coins. There's ones that are like the MC coin, which is basically a gaming token. Like it's an extra, it's like as these people play games, they get and make transactions, you get this percentage of this coin based on the sales of the video game or the action of the video game. It's called an MC credit or something. And that's an 80%. So if you put $100 on it and you hold it for 100 days, you get 80% of that back. So that's what I'm hoping this is going to be to fruition, because that's the only way to do it is put your money up front for 10, 20%, maybe even 80% return, and hold it, lock it away for 3 months, right? If you put, $500 here, $500 there, and you add it up, then maybe you might be able to earn money from borrowing your money out. But I haven't made anything yet.
I'm getting like $10. I'm getting like $10 plus a day right now from doing shit, like staking and shit like that. Almost
that's
all of
good.
it's on the Binance chain.
That's
Yeah.
that's your food expense. Well, $10 a day. That's not your food. That's basically your fucking coffee budget.
Yeah.
That's still good
It's
though.
fine.
That's $300 is a cell phone payment. It's still good.
It's not bad. It's a little something. It's a fun hobby. Definitely a hobby that's worth. Plus, I got a thing going on. I got I buy cell phones and I run some apps on them. I can get $10 a day from that if I wanted to, and then trying to just get my income up.
It seems time intensive, man, for such little money, but I know it adds up. That's why I'm just investing in XRP, maybe ICP, XRP, ICP, maybe some Solano, and no ICP. ICP is internet or IPC, sorry, Internet Protocol Connection, I think. Basically, it's the new Internet 3.0 they're trying to build, right? Because they want to upgrade this internet that we're in and go to 3.0 apparently. Web 3.0 as they call it. So they're creating a new operating system for the new Web 3.0. And
So
ICP or IP.
You're gonna own like a fraction of the new internet coming out.
Well, that's the idea, and I think it's sitting at $1 something, or no, it's at $20, $25 a share or something, or whatever, $25 a coin, whatever you want to call it.
That's pretty expensive.
And, yeah, it's expensive for sure. Not like XRP. See, I think I'm just going to bet on XRP because the people that got in on Bitcoin, you know, they are the whales. They're the ones who are running the show. Again, it's another controlled monopoly, but they got in at the bottom, right? And that's the only way I think that you can. The only way I've seen so far, rather than investing in the stock market, this particular thing is just you get it. You know, when there's a dump, you buy it. Like when there's mass panic is the only time you buy that shit. When the world is collapsing, and then just hold that shit.
What's the crypto called? IPC? It's called?
I think it's called IPC, yeah, Internet Protocol Connection or something. It's fairly recent. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, you can. I don't know if it's on Coinbase. Well, it's on Binance, Coinbase. I don't know if you can. I think you can get it on Coinbase now, but it's on Binance for sure. But that's the new Web 3.0. Apparently, that's the new internet, and that's getting at the bottom. Right? If a coin goes to 3,000, 5,000, whatever it is, I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping XRP does that, right? In the next 10 years, XRP is a $5,000 coin, and then that's it. I have it on my ledger, and I'm good to go.
Yeah, you just threw a lot of information out there. I have to catch up. Google this stuff.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that it's very. It's really geeky, right? You have to be somewhat of a computer geek. You gotta be you gotta be like a fan of anime or like I don't know, man. But the crypto world, it's like you have to be, I don't know, maybe in the Middle East, Asian of some sort to really dig it, to really like pick up on it. I mean, you've got the entrepreneurs here in Canada and the United States trying to make a buck on the ETFs. But even that, it's just like, what do you like? I tried buying land on the Metropolis one there for the Ethereum, 0.03 Ether for a digital piece of land. I mean, that's where we're going. So it kind of just seems like it will all collapse, and this is how they'll steal money is through this .com boom. Whatever. So
so far this crypto market has been going stronger than the last .com bubble. It's definitely been more resilient than I think than the .com thing was.
Well, I think they're all trying to, like, I mean, in this game of finance, it appears to be all about raising money and interest and hype, rather than putting something together that really does genuinely work, right? And so you got all these pump and dumps. You got all these pump and dumps, right? These flash in the pans, and that's hard to trade, man. That's like, if you want to invest something, you can invest in pump and dumps if you know they are and you know how to play them. But I've been watching this crypto game for a while, and I've seen things shoot up and come back down, in the same day. Same as stocks too, but just you get in the bottom.
But I've gotten good at sussing out what pump and dumps are. It's really the old.
It's all hype.
It's too good to be true, then it's probably not true.
Well, it's like I'll give you an example. I don't know if you do investment. There's this company called AIM Immunology, and it's got 43 million shares, and it's a company that's promoting this new mRNA technology to help fight against tumors. And you know, it's been around for 20 years. This company, 10, 20 years, it's been around, and it's been struggling to get this technology off the ground. But finally, recently, they just got it off the ground, right? So the stock has been sitting there at $1 on the stock market there. But if you look at it, you can see where they went up and then where they sold off and where they raised and reverse split. So you can see that a lot of these companies are just making money off of hype. So it's not legit shit. It's just on hopes and dreams. And that's what a lot of people seem to make money off of. Not make a lot of money. It's hopes and dreams, but holding long term with hopes and dreams when you have these kind of investments seem to be a good choice, because it worked out well for others that it potentially could work out well for other people that, you know, buy XRP at $1 and hold it for 5 years and it's $500 a share, and they only put $500 on it, right? Which is, you know, a week's worth of wages, and you know, you put a week of your life away and you hope that, you know, it's a good investment, right?
Yep.
So that's kind of how I do it. I go to work, I research, I look for potential investments that I like. I like the stories, I like their CEOs, and then I never buy them on the ideas of pumps and dumps or anything. I just buy it on the idea of investment, and then I say, okay, if I'm going to invest $1,000, it takes me 2 weeks to make $1,000, or it takes me a week to make $1,000. I'll give up a week's worth of my wages to invest in this, and then the money's gone. It's like going to a bar, going, you know, fancy dinner for a weekend or something, or a hotel or something. You've spent the $500, $1,000, right? Instead of doing that, I go, I buy in this company, right? I'm going to invest in this company. I'm going to wait. At least that's how I play the strategy. It's worked out in some areas, but this Bitcoin, man, the holding for Bitcoin, the trading for Bitcoin, like just in general cryptocurrency, has been a nightmare. I haven't made a cent at it. Even mining it, I think I've broken even just mining, because it cost me the money to buy the machine.
Oh, you were mining stuff?
Yeah, just with a laptop, like I got a GTX 2080 and an RTX, an RTX 2080 and a GTX 2060. I think those are the processors that I last remember, and those are the two that were giving me about $5-6 a day, roughly, right, depending on the price of Bitcoin. Right, if Bitcoin was sitting around,
that's
60,000
good money right there. $5 a day is good.
Yeah, but it's, you know, it's whatever, $5-6. Every 10 days is about $60-70. But that was when Bitcoin was sitting around $60 when it, or 60,000 a coin Canadian. But when it dropped, it was down to like $3 or $4 a day. So it's like a coffee a day, right? And you're spending all that time mining it, right? Those two computers.
You don't have to sit there and watch it. It happens when you're in the shower, when you're at work.
Oh, you still have to sit there. You have to check it up. You have to check to see if it's overheating. You have to make sure that, you know, like where I'm at, it's not good for where I'm at, because I live in an apartment. So when you mine and you have a sun deck, you can't put your computers on the sun deck. It'll just roast it. And then you can't bring them in the summertime. You can't bring it in your apartment. You have to have your place sitting at 5 degrees Celsius at least to keep these machines, you know, at the optimal range of so they don't burn up.
That's why miners do really good in cold climates where there's cheap electricity, like renewable electricity, but in a cold climate, because you got to keep them cool. Yeah, the cooler you can keep it, the faster you can run them.
That's right. Yeah, the longer you can run them too, they don't degrade as quick, right? So
yeah, you'll make more quicker, and the machine will last longer.
Yeah, so what guys do in warmer climates, they throw it in mineral oil, and mineral oil dissipates the heat. So they just run it in mineral oil.
Yeah, they still got to cool that mineral oil. Don't they have to cool that down still?
Apparently, I mean, the mineral oil just works fine for keeping it at 50-60 degrees Celsius. Right?
So I don't think so. You'd have to cool that oil down. It's going to get hot. Mineral oil don't get hot?
I don't know. I think it would depend on how much volume of mineral oil you have versus processing power. If you have enough processing power where it will processing enough to heat up the volume of mineral. I imagine if you have a volume of mineral, enough
Yeah, what
volume
do you
of
got?
mineral oil
500
that
gallons? I mean, you're talking
I
about
don't know, dude. It's a
dissipating
lot.
heat.
If you take a let's say a 40-gallon container, no, let's say a 20-gallon fish tank, and you had 4 processors in there, you might be able to fill that whole fish tank with mineral oil, and put the processors in there totally fine, and it keeps it cool. It's still going to be warm, but it's not going to be plus 90, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that heat's just going to dissipate. The heat's going to dissipate into the area that the mineral oil's in. So if it's in an apartment, the heat is just going to dissipate into your apartment. It's not like, I don't think it's really solving any problems.
It doesn't allow the boards to heat up as quick. Just go look at what they've done to it, throwing it in mineral oil. So it cools it down.
No doubt.
And they don't cool the mineral oil from what I've checked. So it's just a process of keeping it not being able to heat up as fast as it wants, right?
Yeah.
So it works.
Yeah, they may have something set up. I'm telling you, man, hit me up in the DMs, bro. I got all kinds of shit going on for making a few bucks a day, bro.
Oh, I want to get away from it, bro. I fucking hate the digital world.
What country?
Man.
Are you in Canada?
I'm in Canada, dude.
Yeah, you got goofy shit going on there in Canada.
No, I want to get away from the digital stuff, man. It's eaten up quite a bit. I've spent since the whole flat Earth thing, I spent more time in front of my computer than I'd ever suspected in my whole entire life. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, because I learned a lot of math, physics, and stuff, and I had a lot of fun some points. But I want to take back some of my actual power and not be subjected to making money online. Like, I'm looking at opening a plumbing business and starting from scratch again. Middle age, man, starting a whole new career.
You a plumber?
That's fine. You still got time.
Well, I want to work for another 15 years and then retire. And I think, well, if I become a plumber, take me about 2 years to become a half decent plumber, with some training and some practical experience. That maybe I start my own business or work with a firm. But plumbing ain't going to go out of style. I mean, we're running short on houses here in Canada. We're having a housing crisis, so that means that if history is somewhat true, then they're going to, the 90s will repeat, which we're in the 90s again. There'll be another booming housing build, because that's what they do, right? They destroy the economy, and then they get everybody into infrastructure, building highways and roads and houses again, and everybody's got money again, right? Like this weird fucking twisted cycle they keep us through. So I figured if I do that, I can work my ass off for the next 15 years and retire.
Is that
my
all
uncle
it
did it.
takes? 2 years to become a licensed plumber over there, Data?
I don't know about being a licensed plumber, but 2 years for me to be, I think it's only a year. Actually, all you need is a year, and then you need a year of actual practical work. So I think it's only, it's a couple. It's not like a major profession where you need years and years of education, no.
Really?
Not that I checked. Not that I was told. I could be wrong, right? I could be barking up the wrong tree.
Well, for us to do a trade here, whether you're a Sparky plumber or a chippy or a boilermaker, it's generally a 4-year apprenticeship at minimum. And then if you want to become licensed, you've got to do another 12 months to 2 years on top of that to become actually licensed.
Yeah, it's pretty bullshittery. I don't know. I'm happy just to work with a company too, right? I don't know, man. I have to think about because I did a career change and I'm I chose to be a full-time dad, and it put a wrench in my career, and now I'm not going to go back to that career. I got to figure out something else, and that's kind of a weird feeling. I worked my fucking ass off to get where I was at, and now I have to switch professions. It's bizarre. Oh, if you guys have ever encountered that, but
I know you can do your plumbing apprenticeship. So you're just a qualified plumber. That takes 4 years. So then you can go work under someone that actually has their license. So the person that has the license, they actually sign off on the work that you do.
Why would it take 4 years to become a plumber? That's absolutely ridiculous.
It's just what it is, mate. It's not as straightforward as just sticking pipes together.
No, my uncle, both my uncles. My uncle was a professional plumber, had his own business, and my other uncle worked under him, learned, and he wasn't a professional plumber, but he was fixing toilets, man. Making $1,000 a week part time. Just started out with fixing toilets for old people, and then before you know it, everybody calling him up to fix little odds and ends here and there, right?
Yeah, but you know, obviously there's more to plumbing than just fixing toilets. Like you can
No, I
use,
know. I'm just saying how he started out, right? Being a handyman. I think of being a handyman is a good thing, right?
Look, there's
Handy.
definitely a market for doing those jobs, 100%. But if you want to go start doing groundworks for buildings and houses and that sort of stuff, you know, there's obviously a lot more to it. But yeah, just fixing toilets and, you know, changing taps and tap washers and then that sort of thing, leaking taps. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward stuff.
Yeah, I'm just reading the protocols here. It's 4 years of post-secondary education, and this is where did I get this? This is that's crazy. I didn't realize it was 4 years. I might have to reevaluate that.
But no, but Dana, there's definitely a market for being a handyman. Like I said, fixing toilets, taps, you know, basic odds and ends, and there's actually quite a good market in doing that sort of stuff too. So
Yeah, I got to think about it, man. I had a pretty good career before, but it's sort of taken a back seat. So, and I kind of really don't want to go back into it. So I got to figure out something, man.
good luck to you, man. Good luck to you.
I'm telling you, go get like 100 cell phones.
No,
Jeremy.
Get a few more crypto miners. Yo, get a few more crypto.
Jeremy.
You know that shit. I think that shit made me sick, man.
Yeah,
All
no,
the radiation
it
in my
didn't.
apartment.
Building a extension to his home, a new bedroom just for his phones, and he's got to put all his phones in there. They'll start breeding soon. He's gonna have so many. he'll be playing lullabies to them, whispering sweet nothings in their ears.
Yeah, I think my
What's wrong? What's wrong with that photo of the blue marble? You know that one that they claim is one pic of Earth, like the one and only, you know, the original blue marble image. Is there anything wrong with that image? Is it just one pic?
the crepuscular rays or the specular highlight they added to it.
Oh, so they did
Is that
add.
real?
I don't know. I was just asking if anyone knew.
Every image I've ever seen has a specular highlight, which means it's added in the 3D program. So when you have to add a specular highlight, it's a complete fucking fake fraud, fucking, because you're adding the sun. If the sun was already there, it'd be in the photograph, wouldn't it? But it's not in there because you're taking individual strips, so you have to add the sun. Because in the individual strips, you're not capturing the sun. I mean, you're capturing the sunlight, but you're not capturing the highlight of the sun. The hotspot, or whatever you want to call it, specular.
Yeah. Well, they do claim that one is just one image, from what I've heard in the past. Yeah, poor old Damon did a puffer valve actually in the end. You guys ran him off.
Made $100 doing DoorDash today. Got lucky with some nice deliveries.
How many hours that take you, Jeremy, doing that?
4 hours maybe.
That's all right. That's pretty good coin.
It's not bad. I think I'm gonna start doing DoorDash. It's a fucking hassle compared to doing Uber, but you get more dollars per mile.
Why is it more hassle?
You gotta like bring groceries to people's doorsteps and shit. Sometimes they make you shop for their groceries. Like with Uber is it's lazy. Just I pull up, you get in the car, I drive somewhere, you get the fuck out of the car. You know what I'm saying?
But don't you get remunerated just as well for doing someone's shopping, or is it just based on the miles you do?
Well, I mean, I base it off how many miles I get for the car. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
with doing Uber and shit, I get about $1 a mile.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good. I mean, you buy a brand new car, 100,000 miles, it's $100,000. It's all about how quick you can do it. My friend I put my friend on the Uber and Lyft and shit. He's like, oh, I'm not trying to he was doing it for months. And he's like, well, I only do it make 50. He would only make like 50 or $75 a day. Cause he's like, I don't want to put too many miles on my car. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to put as many miles as I can on my car right now. Like, let me put 100,000 miles on my car this month. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm like, the faster you do it, the better off you are.
Exactly
right. Are you using a 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder?
I do a 4-cylinder. I've seen dudes doing this shit in trucks. The gas money. I mean, the gas money used to not be an issue. Nowadays, though, it honestly, it almost is an issue with the amount of gas because it's so high. They're on some bullshit.
It's only going higher and higher too. The petrol.
Yeah, they're bugging.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that DoorDash shit a little bit.
It's not bad.
Sometimes it is pretty lit. Like some people will pay like $8 and you just drive like a total of like 1 mile.
Yeah, I was getting. Well, I live in a nice area, so people are tipping good. It was fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, and I
As
turn
soon
on
as
the
I do a delivery,
4% or some shit.
I do a delivery, I pause it and go back to the spot, this spot at Walmart, just right at Walmart.
DoorDash, you said?
Yeah, I had my car spotless too. The people at Walmart were like, "Oh, your car's so clean." I was like, "I know, I was gonna do Uber, but I don't feel like fucking around with that many people and shit."
Yeah,
More money.
DoorDash was pretty lit sometimes, or Uber Eats was pretty lit because
Yes.
Because I would turn down all the bullshit orders, all the shit that don't pay shit. That shit blew my mind though. There are people out there that think they're gonna get their food delivered for like $2.
Yeah, some of the shit's ridiculous.
And I'd be seeing those TikToks of like the piles of orders at the at the
Yeah.
and shit. Because people are tipping like negative dollars, like they're not paying shit for their food delivery.
Yeah.
Like that shit's gonna pile up, dude. I only take your order if you're gonna pay me a lot, dude. Like I'm a greedy asshole, dude. I did a couple of those like CVS orders. I'll only take those CVS orders if it's like less than like 3 items. Because more than 3 items, it becomes like a bunch of bullshit. Like people ordering like crazy ass shit that I can't even find. But some of those were paying a lot. That was like, because you got people ordering stuff that like, I guess stuff that they really need, but it's just too far away to walk to the store. So some of those people were paying like $10 for like a 1 mile trip, like I said.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why with Uber I get like $1 a mile, but on average. But like with DoorDash, I'm getting like $2 to $3 a mile. It's way better.
Sometimes you hit the jackpot.
Yeah, I'm just on average, you're getting $2 to $3 a mile with DoorDash. It's like double the amount of betterness as far as that when it comes to that.
Yeah, sometimes you get pretty lucky. Some high
But you want to put as little miles on your car for the most money, basically. You know what I mean? Because those miles will start racking up quick, especially with gas prices now. Mechanic prices are no joke. You've been to a mechanic lately? They're like $100-something an hour. Dude, I work like 10 hours to pay your ass for 1 hour of my car.
Oh yeah.
Cars are a money pit.
Yeah, you gotta start knowing some of these people that do like side hustle mechanic work out of their garage and shit.
Yeah.
Because those people, that shit's cheap. Like if you pay some Puerto Rican to do your shit, that shit's cheap as hell. But you gotta know those networks. You gotta get in on those like nepotistic networks. Have them do your work for you. Yeah, those shops are crazy. Like when you go to a real shop to get your work done, you're basically paying for convenience. I don't know. You're paying because you don't know any better way to fix your car. I've been lucky. I not have a check engine light for well over a year. I not had a check engine light. So I've gotten pretty lucky.
Yeah, it's good.
I spray the like Rust-Oleum, you know what that is?
Yeah.
I'm always caking that shit underneath my car. Like I don't let particulates get up in my engine and shit.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
All around the brakes, all around the suspension. That's where a lot of damage comes. Shit rocks your engine. Water and all that.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I live in New York too. We get a lot of salt on the roads. So in the wintertime, it's just salt slush sticking to the underneath of your car. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
all
so
that
funny.
shit.
That's so funny.
Fucking salt slush. That shit'll fucking rock your shit. Just in your fucking brake. Yo, I've had so much snow and slush and shit in my wheel well that it fucking, if you try to get on a highway like that, your car, I thought it was broke before. I'm like, yo, my car's broke.
There's an easy solution, Jeremy. Move to a sunnier climate where you don't have to worry about the
Ridiculous,
fucking
I know.
snow. What the hell?
It's ridiculous what we put
Sunnier
ourselves through.
climate, you're gonna get somebody's gonna steal your car.
You guys are insane. Fucking driving on roads that are packed with fucking salt, having a bloody well get a shovel out so you can get out your front door in the morning because the snow's piled up. Like what the hell?
You know the upside of snowy conditions is there's usually like less traffic. There's less bullshit going on the roads.
That's because you can't drive on the bloody roads.
Right. So only the better drivers are out there.
Yeah, only the insane people drive on the roads.
No, every time winter hits, it's like people forgot how to drive in the snow, and you see like 4 or 5 cars just slid off the side of the road. On the New York State Thruway, the biggest road in New York. There'll be just people all off the side of the road every time it snows.
New York State Thruway, does that run north or south or east or west?
It runs east. It runs both. It goes down to New York City. It goes down to New York City, but then when it hits my area, it cuts west.
Okay.
So it goes through like the whole state. It goes from Buffalo to Albany, then from Albany to New York City. Pretty much.
Is that 4 lanes both sides or changes?
It changed. Some points it's 3. I don't think it ever gets to 4. It's usually 2. It's 3 in Albany. It might be 4 lanes for a couple minutes in Albany, not much, but it's normally just 2 lanes.
Mic check, mic check.
Oh, Jay's at a disco.
Out in there.
Since you're at a disco, bro.
Oh shit, you guys can hear that? My bad. Wrong sentence.
They rocking it out. John Travolta.
Nah, that's a little bit of reggaeton. Spanish music.
Nice.
Why is it so quiet here?
Because the flat Earth was debunked.
The flat Earth was debunked. That's it.
Yep. Debate's over. Elon Musk went to outer space and took pictures.
Did he go to a place that looks so real you can tell it's fake?
Probably. That does happen.
The world is so real that it looks so fake, right?
Hey, truth is stranger than fiction.
Elon Musk's world is more real than fake.
Elon Musk world, yeah. He put so much money into what he's doing that the product at the other end is just mind-blowing. Stuff
You know, he was asked about his Neuralink, right? He says, when do you guys expect that to be online? You know, he says, he goes, well, sooner than later, paraphrase it. He goes, we only have a short amount of time to get it done, he said. I wonder why he has a short amount of time to get his Neuralink done. I wonder why that is.
Why is that? I don't get it.
Well, if you have a goal, or you have a goal, and you want to achieve this goal, you would probably say, I'm going to achieve the goal when I achieve the goal. There wouldn't be no limitations. But if you're saying by the time I'm 25, I need to achieve this goal or else, what would be the or else? You're not going to achieve it? So you tell me why he says we need to finish. We only have a short amount of time to finish it.
I think he's saying
If
that
it's a goal,
if something doesn't happen.
Well, I'm just saying my understanding of that would be that if people found out more about Neuralink and how many people had to die for the technology, you'd find out that you had to commit crimes against humanity to get that kind of technology to work.
Why?
Because you have to drill a hole into somebody's brain, and then you have to implement wires into that said brain, and then you have to make sure that all those synapses work. And then once it's finally implemented into the brain, you have to connect it to the brain. So the most important fact is the skull. Is there's a hole drilled into it, and there's about a coin-sized chip that will be attached to the.
I'm pretty sure he's been doing that to monkeys, actually.
Oh yeah, they did it to not chimpanzees, not apes, but they did it to not orangutans. I think they did it to baboons. I think he's got one. One of the baboons are operating ping pong at the moment.
There you go. What about the poor baboon? Where are their rights?
Well, without experimenting on animals, a lot of the drugs that we have nowadays wouldn't have gone to shelf as quick, if you will.
Yeah, I saw it. I think it was a TED talk with Elon Musk talking about how he's drilling holes into monkeys' heads to test out his technology.
Yeah, not just a tiny hole either. The size of a freaking quarter. That's a big hole in the head, man.
Dude, they're trying to connect. They're trying to fucking be able to download brains onto fucking computers. I mean, I don't know if that's what he's specifically trying to do with that, but
they'll never be able to do that, dude. It's complete nonsense.
I don't know, man.
That will never work.
Why would it be nonsense?
Consciousness will never live inside of a computer. No.
But if the body is made out of the same material, basically every computer is made out of every element. Why is it impossible?
Because you're talking about creating a soul into a computer.
But
consciousness is not in the brain. Period.
Okay. But what would impede it from them? What would impede them from developing it? You guys are saying that they can't do it because it's morally wrong, or that they simply are not able to accomplish that goal.
It's not only morally wrong; they'll never accomplish it because of the fact that it'll never be accomplished. And what emphasizes it being more morally wrong, it's for the fact that it will never be accomplished. So why go out and proceed to do it anyway? It's because you're not going to tell somebody that it cannot be accomplished. So therefore, they have to break rules, saying by denying the fact it will never be accomplished. Why won't it be accomplished? Because you can't do that to a human. I don't care. I'm still going to do it to a human. That's where it becomes.
Do you believe that animals have souls, or some form of it?
I can only speculate a human being does. Based on conversations and anecdotal experience. I cannot relate to an animal to find out if that's the case. No.
So the better question would be, what do you consider to be a soul, or at least define it in? I don't need a Google or weekly definition.
Something cognitive of its zeros and ones.
Can you repeat that, please?
Something cognitive of its zeros and ones. So we as human beings are cognitive of our electrical processes, our synapses, our nervous system. We're aware of all of this makeup of the human body. An animal is not. I believe that's the difference. I believe that's a difference. I believe that's the difference between a soul and a not soul, is recognizing the fact that you have a body and a flesh, but you're beyond it.
So recognizing your own mortality, you mean?
In a nutshell, there you go.
Okay, so have you ever tried to catch a fish? Does it just allow you to catch it, or does it have like some sort of instinctual survival mode? Why do you think that is?
Depends where you're at, because up in the north, in the great north, up in like Alaska, there are some places where you can grab fish out of the water because they don't recognize. I don't know, for some reason there's some sort of effect where fish are not exposed to certain things. This is, by the way, another anecdotal rumor. I haven't proven this myself, but from what I've heard from guides, you can pick fish out of the water because they've never been able to recognize a threat like a human before. They never saw it as a threat. So apparently you can pick up fish in certain areas up north that are, haven't been exposed to human activity. Apparently you can pick the fish up.
But you do realize that that doesn't apply to the general, right? That would be a specific place.
That sounds so made up. Yeah, that sounds so made up.
So
an animal, especially a species that wouldn't react to another animal around it. That sounds so made up.
I'm just saying that's what I've been told. That's what I've been told about some
And fish are
northern
not
places.
naturally
Some
curious
very,
animals.
some very,
regardless
very
of
remote places.
regardless of you being able to catch or a human being able to catch them because they're unable to recognize that threat, they still have a survival instinct to those threats that they do recognize. So, which goes to the point that I'm saying, right? If they have an instinctual thing to survive, that means they have to have some sort of consciousness, or at least they know that they have a mortality. They know that they don't want to be inside the mouth of that other bigger fish. They understand that. Now, if you could rationalize it that it is an imminent threat of death, right? That and you saying that is a soul, no immortality. So animals then have a soul, right?
I would have to agree with you, Matrix, because like, what animates the body?
So if animals have a soul, right? And okay, so now this goes to my other point, right? I've personally seen, and you can look this up. I've seen people on TikTok pretty much make up new animals, right? They take the genetics of one animal and then another random animal, and they just make a motherfucking like a gorilla cow or some shit, right? And this guy he just does it, and he just releases these motherfucking animals. Like, I don't know the legality of it. I don't know if he lives in his own private island, right? But it seems to be a couple of people that do this. They just genetically modify animals, take one animal's DNA to another motherfucker, right? And if we agree that animals have consciousness, and we're talking about random people, because this is a random guy. I'm assuming he's a random guy. He might be some fucking genius, right? And how many geniuses are in the world doing this, just making animals and releasing them? And if we agree that animals have souls and these people are just making random animals, you're telling me that these animals don't have souls, right? What is it about the soul?
What I'm saying is I have no way to verify if they did have a soul. I can verify from other humans.
Oh, we can logically deduct that, can't we?
Yeah. Would you say that?
Because you would be assuming fight or flight would be indicative of a soul because of self-preservation. I'm saying that a human being can choose whether or not to enter into a dangerous situation. A fish, I don't think, is aware of a dangerous situation. So cognitive awareness, if we're going to, is that an indicator of soul? No, I think you have a survival because you want to survive, not because it's a soul. It's because you have a natural driven code to procreate for life. It's a driven default.
Have you ever been shot at?
That's not necessary.
Have you ever been shot at or just mugged or fucking about to get jumped by like? Have you ever
I've had a gun pulled on me and I've had a knife pulled on me. Yeah. What about
basically what I want to know is did you ever been in a situation that you've had to run for your life? And why did you have to run?
No, because I was under gunpoint, so I couldn't run.
Regardless, you're telling me there was no certain point that you heard a loud crash, like right next
to you.
Run. Now you just had to run for your life. That never happened.
Run, buddy. I couldn't run. I had to stare down the barrel of a gun and wait till it unfolded. Same with the knife. I couldn't run.
Been there, done that. I'm not talking about these specific points where you could. I'm asking you: have you ever been in a situation that you've got scared, thought your life was in danger, and started to run? Maybe like seeing a bunch of people running and you just running with them because there must have been running because of some. Has that ever happened to you? And if it has happened to you, well, okay, then you're the only person this probably hasn't happened to, right? Because if something happens and you decide to run, it's obviously some fear instinct, right? Fear, death. I might die, right? And the animal does the exact same thing, and you're saying that you cannot say, you can't logically deduct that they have a soul.
Yeah, I find that a bit silly that you can't. You think animals don't have souls? That's just strange.
It's not what I said. I said there's no way for me to confirm if they have a soul, and if you're trying to equate or draw parallels to the fact that fight or flight a symptom is indicative of a soul, well, that's what you're seeing as a soul. I'm saying there's no way to confirm that. You're saying that's one way to confirm it is see an animal fight for its life.
But you
I don't think survival has something to do with the soul. I think survival is just the entity's innate there's an innateness inside of you to protect your life.
I think
But
it's
you
what animates the
specifically
body.
mentioned mortality.
I think it's what animates the body. So it would have to the animals would have to have souls, otherwise their bodies wouldn't.
But when I asked him for his definition of
but are you
soul,
talking about electric?
he
Are you talking
specifically
about
talked
electric?
about recognizing their mortality, which is your survival instinct to run. So you're saying that now this is not this wouldn't be the definition for a soul? Are you saying there's something else?
If you're saying that the way to see an animal has soul is to see the animal to know the difference between fight or flight, and therefore soul, you can have that. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying it's a little harder to determine whether it has a soul in the sense that a human does, because a human has a choice whether to enter into fight or flight. I think a fish doesn't necessarily have an awareness to it or of it. They're just, if they are in an environment where, I could see something threatening, but not have a fight or flight response. That doesn't mean I have no soul.
Okay. I could lean, even though I don't agree. I can lean your way, right? But now I would give you these examples, right? We're all in the internet, right? It's 2020, 21. Everybody has internet. Everybody's been in YouTube. We've all seen weird shit with animals, right? I saw this one video where this cat was drowning and this dog was trying to save him. But dogs don't really like water, so he was like looking for a way to save the cat, right? Until he finally just kind of like bit the cat's neck or whatever and dragged him out, right? But the whole time he was trying to save the cat, you could tell, right? I'm just gonna assume, because empathically I could tell he was worried. He was running around the rim, he was crying, he was like, damn, he's gonna, you know what I'm saying? And if you're telling me that isn't indicative of a soul, bro, right? I saw a rat one time go down a hole and rescue her little ratties, right? Her little babies, because they were drowning. She went one by one, getting her babies, right? You're telling me that bro, come on, bro.
You're talking about life. You're talking about life, though. And see, the way I'm looking at a soul is the soul is something that leaves the body and enters another existence, another realm. So we get that from theology, right? The mind of wanting to, the mind that we have wanders. There's something greater. Does a mouse or a rat wonder if there's something greater? Is there an afterlife? I don't think so. And so a soul wonders. A soul is aware. Hold on. A soul is aware of that boundary we're going to cross. I don't think a rat is aware of that boundary we're going to cross. So that self-awareness of self-preservation isn't necessarily formed in the same context of death in our realm versus death in a rat's realm. You're saying that this awareness of death is evidence of a soul in a rat. I'm saying, well, I don't necessarily confine that to be true because it's part of self-preservation for procreation. It would be a natural instinct to defend oneself, not because there's a soul, because there's just an innate ability to self-survive.
But it will only be a natural instinct for something to survive if it's alive, because a computer wouldn't have a natural instinct to survive, would it?
Not necessarily, because because the animals are driven mostly by food, right? And food offers instinct. The search for instinct is how they find food, or smells and senses. But usually they're relying on an instinct. Now, does that instinct mean there's a soul? Because there's an instinctual behavior there I'm hungry, I'm going to act on my stomach, I'm going to act on my urges, right? Does a soul in a human being, somebody who acts on their urges, knows the difference between acting in a good way on their urges and a bad way? I don't think an animal can understand acting on a good or bad way if they have instincts.
Listening to you, I figured out why is it that God or the designer or the creator, why he took away our ability to communicate with animals, right? Because we will probably be able to convince them otherwise that they're not animals, and soon enough we won't have animals because they will all be sophisticated fucking sophistry talking bullshit. This is exactly why we can't communicate and understand them, because we will probably change their fucking nature.
So why don't you think you can't understand them? They work off of food, right? This is why we can train them. We do understand them. We understand their pantomimes, and we understand that we can work them with food. This is also another, to me, another proof where the concept of soul is not really evident in an animal. It's alive. It has feelings. Are you implying that being alive and having feelings is a soul? Okay. Well, then in that case, yeah, of course, they have souls. But the essence that I'm looking at as soul is that we have an awareness of between right and wrong, and animals don't. And to some degree, because food will take over, right? Instinctual food behaviors will take over. In humans too, and humans as well.
I don't agree with you with the right and wrong, right? I've seen cheetahs and lions not eat the prey, the babies of their prey, and raise them, right? So that is nurture or nature taking over their instincts right there, because that could have been easy.
So was the stomach of the animal full when she came across the
no,
baby?
No.
Because it's known that if the animal is not hungry and will be a little bit confused. I mean, this is something that happens, but it's not because it's usually because the animal's full. It's not because the animal. If that animal was hungry, that baby would be eaten hands down.
Well,
if there was an instinctual drive.
I've also seen videos of like chickens being friends with snakes, and not just a few photos of them growing old together and not eating each other, or not, and at least the snake not eating the chicken.
Yeah, I've seen a crocodile. I seen a crocodile go into a nest with a whole bunch of ducks, right? So I suppose if you have an imprint, you're going to get imprinted with your whatever it is. You're not going to see it as a threat or something you're going to have to worry about.
So we can agree that they like us, they can possibly have a soul, right? You just don't agree.
I'm not saying they can't. I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying that the definitive proof for me is the clear indication between right and wrong. Even though some humans still fuck that up, for the most part, we do know. Even if we're hungry and have instincts or urges, we can usually rationalize and control them. And to me, that is let's say the full spectrum of what a soul is empathy, apathy, compassion, understanding, control, rationale.
So being able to understand yourself is what you call like a soul. So what if you're illiterate and unable to communicate? How do deaf mute people communicate with themselves, right? If they've never heard or they're unable to see, how they have thoughts? So you're saying they're unable to think because of it? They just obviously have a different.
If you're looking at somebody in society that's left completely alone, that's not true. Even if you're have disabilities, you're always in constant communication, whether it's physical touch or some sort of guidance is there. So what kind of scenario would you suggest? Because you're looking at somebody having different understanding of senses and the concept of the world. Like, do they see the world the way we see the world? If somebody's never seen the world, right? I mean, that's
obviously right. Obviously, they don't see the world as we see it, but they are in the world, so they have to have. This is only by logic, right? I'm not deaf mute, but they have to have a perception of the world because some of them have the ability to get up to actually be functional in their environment, and that safe zone that for them they're able to. So they that's life, bro. They breathe, they eat, and they
So again,
right.
it comes down to understanding between right and wrong, and I believe to some degree all beings have the creator's imprint. Like human beings, for the most part, know between right and wrong. I mean, this is documented throughout society.
So it's a rankings thing with you, right? The problem is in your scenario, we rank on the top and they would rank on the bottom. Therefore, they don't have a place.
Well, everything is created for us, right? Everything in this earth is created for us. Whether it's to look at, to own, to play with, to eat, to enjoy, it's all for us. Everything.
Unless it isn't.
Well, that's why we can domesticate, most of the species that we see, right? Because it is meant for us.
Is it though? I mean, We seem to be
Sounds like all of this is for us. This is why I believe that there are entities that are really angry and disgusted, is because they weren't given this gift. We were. And the gift was to enjoy all of creation, all the varieties, all of the sights, smells, sounds, foods, tastes. And then we were given a body, a vessel. Now, granted, because of genetic malformations and man being sinful, we have, a breakdown of this DNA, and we have a weaker part of society and a stronger part of society on this, based on the genetics, right? I believe that, this is all of ours. Everything that we've been given is everything under our feet we own, and everything above the sky we own.
What do you
And
mean
that's
a
why
weaker part of society and a stronger part of society based on genetics? Could you elaborate on that?
Well, you have blind people. You have people born with disfigurements. You have people born with learning disabilities. And this is, to me, is a byproduct of man sinning with food and procreating with. Like, give you an example. A lot of famous Dutches and Dutch. Anyway, let's say oligarchs are wealthy. They're known for being inbred, and so. This is an example. This is spread out through society.
Quite a lot of those defects happen just from a lack of oxygen at birth, by the way.
Sure. Well, if you look at the anomalies of inbreeding, then you're telling me that all these people just didn't get enough. All these people didn't get enough oxygen while they were inbred, okay, or when they were having sex with their uncle, cousin, and sister. And anyway, the point is that you see these defects.
Yeah, because that's exactly
based on. You can see these defects in upper class people. You can see the defects in upper class people, and you can actually see their facial features, and how like some of the kings would have these elongated jaws. These jaws that were extended due to sleeping around with their family members. Right. This is well known, guys. You can go look this up. I can't remember the name of the elongated jaw shit, but there's a name for it. And yeah, a lot of wealthy, extremely rich people.
Are you
a lot of wealthy, extreme
inbred is related to sin?
I'm saying you can create a weaker generation, a weaker DNA, weaker genetics by inbreeding. Yeah, for sure.
But is that sinful to inbreed?
So inbreeding.
I don't know. I don't know if it's sinful. I'm not a judge of it, but it looks like genetic wise, it's not a good thing. So anyway, I'm saying by weaker genetics,
it would be impossible then for God to have made just one.
Eugenics wouldn't exist if it wasn't true, right? So you can look at whatever format of eugenics you want to talk about. There are stronger DNA.
Where did the mutation come from? Where did the mutation come from? If he made just one race of people?
I think when you like genetically, what they say, once you receive an X amount of X chromosomes and Y chromosomes. The reason why it's good to mix other bloodline is so you don't get the same match. And apparently when you get the same match, you end up with more genetic anomalies. And through having the same match, not a different match, you get more corrupted chromosomes. And through those, I don't know the names of it. I can't remember this shit. This is years ago. And a lot of the big words I forget. But apparently,
according to the good book, right? He made Adam, right? Out of the raw materials, he formed them out of clay or whatever.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to tell you about DNA.
Hold on, Dad.
Hold on. DNA. Apparently, this is what
from Adam.
I know, but I know where you're going with this. I'm just going to interrupt you. I know where you're going. If you have a
let him finish.
If you have I know where he's going with it, though.
You gotta let him finish, buddy.
Go ahead.
All right, so according to the good book, right? He formed Adam out of clay, dirt, whatever. He blew life into him, and then Adam got lonely, and God put him to sleep. He took a rib out of him, and from that rib, he designed woman, right? According to the good book, right? At most, one DNA with Adam or bloodline, at most a second. But I don't see how, because it came from Adam, from the woman, right? At most, I could give you two bloodlines, right? How can you how you justify all the blood, the different blood types that there is in the earth right now, if that was the origins of the nature of our reality? Go.
So if you look at so if we have a shell, and inside that shell we have a subset of assets in it. those assets are high quality assets. In other words, nothing is mixed with it, nothing has exchanged with it, nothing is left, nothing has come into it. It's pure assets. I might not be able to finish this conversation. Give me 1 second. Put it this way, there's a shell, and inside that shell there's pure assets. It's like gold. There's 99.9% ounces in a 1 ounce, or 99.9% purity in 1 ounce of gold, right? Well, Atom is that 99.9% of pure gold. We're not going to mix any elements into it. There's no exchange of DNA. There's nothing subtracted or added. You guys follow so far?
We're following. Go ahead.
You haven't said anything.
So look at Atom as being the 99.9% pure gold. And as we smelt the gold, change the gold, add to the gold, we get less and less pure gold. You guys follow?
Where does the impurity come from?
Hey, that's exactly what I was going to ask. Where is the modification coming from?
So if we're going to exchange hands, so like in other words, gold, we're going to exchange hands, we're going to come in contact with other impurities. So if we have Eve, who is going to die of sin, she's not going to be pure anymore. She's going to have a form of impurity. Same with Adam, form of impurity. We're going to mix those impurities. Now, if we look at the biblical creation story, did Lucifer come and have sex with Eve? Well, it looks like possibly that could be an exchange of how we've got Cain and Abel, right? The story of Cain and Abel, and how we have that duality now, and why, in fact, we have evil and good within inside of us, and maybe perhaps why our skin even actually looks like reptilian and under microscope is perhaps the story that Satan came in and slept with Eve. So if you have this degradation already in the genetics, and they keep multiplying and multiplying, you're going to end up with more and more degradation. In other words, the assets become more and more impure. And funny enough, what does modern science say? Modern science says the exact same thing. They're saying that there's one Y chromosome that has never changed in thousands of years. It's one one shell, but inside that shell you have degraded assets. So in other words, if I have a string, and that string has a whole bunch of fibers, so it's a really good string. But I slowly keep moving a piece of those fibers from the string. What ends up happening? The string becomes weaker and weaker. And so that's what apparently happens to our genetics when you have a cousin of families sleep with them, or better yet, the daughter sleeps with the father, or the father sleeps with the daughter, and they procreate kids. You're looking at that one strength of string in that family becoming weaker and weaker. The fibers are being removed from that string slowly because the assets of the DNA are becoming corrupted each progression of the family members. So you're not adding any baking goods. You're keeping with it's like basically using the same flour, and each time you use the same flour, the flour becomes less and less.
You're getting
flour.
less and less pure. You're getting away.
We get it. We get what you're saying. All right, but if what you're saying is true, then the degradation of the DNA would only be nature, because if you have, again, I gave you the DNA of Adam and possibly a second DNA from Eve, and now a third from Lucifer. Fine, 1, 2, and 3, right? They could only be mixing with each other, and that would only be nature. So what are you saying about the degradation, about the DNA? So what of it if it's nature?
Okay, so even in modern times, if you go look, I don't know the name of this king. I wish I had. I wish I was better at remembering names. But this particular king was inbred, and there was a byproduct, an asset that comes along with inbreeding. And this particular asset that was developed, or attribute, was this elongated jaw. And in fact, to the point where I think one of the kings couldn't even speak or write. And these were kings. And this is modern because they were inbreeding, which genetically speaks the same effect over and over, but actually degrading as it went along. So the assets were there, but they continued to inbreed. And so those assets actually became, I shouldn't say assets, attributes became increased. So they developed more of the same attributes, indicating the more cell degradation. So I'm only going by that as an example of cell degradation based on inbreeding.
So
society right now doesn't have
so
that much inbreeding because apparently after the flood, there was, according to even German science, there was 3 artifacts found, and similar to the 3 sons of Noah, you have offspring from those 3. Now, this is what even modern science says, looking at the chromosomes and the assets. There's 3 which match biblical story. Now you have black, ruddy, and then you have yellow. I can't remember what Bible describes these men, these 3 sons of Noah, but they actually give them colors. Well, what do we know genetically about black? Can black produce white skin? It can. Black people can be born without melanin and actually have white skin and blue eyes. So black can produce white. Ruddy can produce redhead, ginger, and then yellow can produce and the black can also produce the brown as well, right? So you have all of the genetic capabilities and all of the sons of Noah that match with this German study talking about the same 3 origins of human development.
Can I just ask quickly? So would you say like stuff like bad diet or just bad lifestyle, these things would happen over a longer period compared to like what you're saying with the inbreeding, that happens quicker?
Malnutrition is also a huge factor in development for sure, 100%. Malnutrition can actually cause malformations as well, apparently. I don't know the severe effect, but definitely malnutrition can harm development. Yeah.
And pass down.
You get inherited genetics, yeah, for sure. That's why these kings kept getting worse and worse because they kept inbreeding. They never allowed another bloodline in the family, thereby changing the assets or the attributes. And it looks like that's how our genetics works better, and why a mother can give birth to a baby and they both don't have matching DNA. Right, so it looks like our blood already is designed to create its own assets, but if you keep using the same blood, apparently, when you do that, you deform your assets. I mean, this is obviously, probably 3rd, 4th generation in. You're sleeping with, 50 years in, you're sleeping with your cousin now, or you're sleeping with your mom 50 generations in, right? So the assets are now not having anything introduced, thereby changing the genetic makeup and strengthening it. It appears to weaken.
The problem with that is you're saying that a baby now is not as healthy as a baby 1,000 years ago. That's what you're saying.
No, how did I say that?
Well, I would kind of
you said
agree
you
with
keep
that.
on...
Just like what you're saying with like the DNA almost gets less pure. Like you have the original, and then it gets less
what
original.
Even modern science. This is what even modern science says. Modern science says the Y chromosome is losing more and more. Okay, so if you start with one Y chromosome, inside that chromosome you have 1 million receptors. Let's say I don't remember the word. I can't remember the word. Inside that cell, there's 1 million, but 1,000 years later, there's only 999,000 now, right? So it looks like as time goes on, we are losing the assets inside the shell. It's becoming
right.
Less
Your
and
parents
less
are a better version of you. Their
exactly. It's less and less
version.
information. Less and less information is being carried along. And if you pollute it looks like if you combine this degradation, like the less and less assets, with weaker information, which means sleeping with your family members for some reason, looks like it causes this genetic anomaly. Not to say that it's not entirely true, because I don't think that's entirely true. But I think in this king's case, it's 30, 40, 50 years of doing it in their family. And this is what they claim is a byproduct of that act, which is, incest, right? So
you're saying a baby born now is not as strong as a baby born 500 or 1,000 years ago?
Well, I would say that nowadays, telling mothers not to use breast milk actually it may be causing more children to have asthmatic issues, and they eventually grow out of them, maybe some of them. But that's one thing I've read in the studies, is that they stop breastfeeding. And so the antibodies that used to pass on in breastfeeding, there's an uptick in asthmatic issues and so forth and whatnot. But, anyway.
That's a custom. That's not in the DNA, though. Okay, so you take the same breastfed babies born today and breastfed babies born 1,000 years ago. You're saying the ones 1,000 years ago are more pure.
Maybe genetically, yeah, for sure. And perhaps the even the family structure was better back then, right?
Again, not the structure, not the customs, just the physical DNA.
Well, what happens when you keep making copies of copies of copies of stuff? Does it usually come out better or stronger? Evolution would tell you that it would come out stronger.
You eventually
But
lose the original data.
Genetic diversity leads to a more fit individual.
yes, you're saying copies and if we constantly make copies, we're getting stronger. However, I mean, I don't think that's how it works.
Is a seed and an egg, are those copies or are they individual unique organisms?
Well, it's like
I mean,
how much like say the first family, right? Okay, we all probably don't agree that's how it happened, but so you got the original human family, right? What sort of profaneness can they do to their body to make their offspring so bad? Yet we've had thousands of years to do that. So I would say that just from our lifestyles that we've degraded our bodies.
But a lifestyle, how does that hurt your
Definitely
DNA?
add to it, right? Our food intake. Our food intake for sure, what we consume, how we sleep for sure would affect. Well, I think there was a study.
That wouldn't
I think there was
affect
a study
your DNA.
done on. There was a study. Well, here's the thing. I think I got to go back and read this because it's actually now it jarred my curiosity here. Is that study on people like, for instance, John Lennon was trying to have a kid, right, with Yoko, and they couldn't procreate. They couldn't get. They were trying to get Sean. And I read this about him. He basically couldn't procreate because of the substance abuse that he was on, right? And it's
leave it on there.
Kind of thing. What's that? Well, this is what came from John Lennon, right? Like this came from his mouth. He said he couldn't procreate with Yoko no matter what he did. And what kind of substance? Because you can drink alcohol and marijuana, but what substance are you going to take that's not going to allow you to facilitate that, right? You got to be taking. In my opinion, I think half the babies in the world are made through that process of drinking and smoking. So what are you doing that's stopping the process? Anyway, apparently he stopped for a while, cleaned up his life, and then sure enough, Sean Lennon was born. So now I don't know if that was the causation because he quit. The point is, the study is what effect does you, like for instance, women who are pregnant who were taking marijuana for pains and so forth. Does the child come out retarded? The studies are no. Apparently, I haven't done a lot of cross reference on this. But then if you look at mothers who drank, does the kid come out retarded? The answer is yes, or can. You follow me? Anyone?
Wait, so did you say no problems with marijuana?
Well, I haven't done. There's probably more studies that come out that I haven't read. This is years ago, so I'm not up to date. I'm sure there's pro and anti studies.
Sure.
But from anecdotal experience, I haven't. A mother that was a habitual user every day, her child was born healthy. Now, is there any development issues? I don't see any. There's none that's stuff to talk about. Is there any self-evident? No, there's none. Studies say that there is no effect. The ones that I'm referring to, which is years ago, so I would have to probably dig them up to tell you the names of them. But however, if in the alcohol side, you have FEA and fetal alcohol effects and fetal alcohol syndrome, FAS and FEE, which are directly responsible for drinking. So when John Lennon couldn't procreate,
I know cocaine can damage your sperm as well. So I'm not sure whether he done cocaine, but.
So see, there you go. So I don't know that. I didn't know that, right? I didn't know that if you're using these harsh drugs, what are going to limit you from procreating? What affects your procreation abilities, right? Yeah. I kind of chuckled at that. So it brought my curiosity up a little bit. What DNA effect? part of your DNA is affected if you were, let's say, a guy who uses marijuana and then has a child with somebody who doesn't use marijuana. What level of DNA is affected in that range, right? I don't know. It seems to be greater.
But is there always a physical? It's not just the physical aspect at work there, though. There's always the sort of mental thing behind it, like placebo. You know, you can be healthy because you've got a healthy mind. You know, yet you're taking substances that wouldn't be healthy. But you know what I mean? If you've got the right mind.
The native Indians, they smoked on a hill and they were wise, and none of them had cancer. But you get this whole culture of sickness, and then everyone gets cancer in America.
Yeah, because you always hear it every day. 1 in 3 people get cancer. Blah 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 blah. Oh well, there's 3 people here. That must mean I'm going to get cancer. You know, it's just that placebo, that non-SIBO. Yeah. So there's also the non-SIBO.
Nocebo.
Nocebo. Sorry. Yeah. Like this apparent killer virus that I don't even think is real, but many other people might.
That's a big nocebo.
And then, yeah, exactly. People think it's real, so they think there's a possibility that they can catch something that's not real, you know, but they think it's real. So, yeah.
Yeah, a small percentage will get sick, and if you're already sick, then that percentage would die. That's the next step. So there you go. There's your 0.01%.
Yeah.
So it's like that thing about how can you have an accurate test of this, like whether these substances affect you, like, because are you also testing for this placebo thing, this thing that is affecting this, but it's not physical? Well, it is physical. It's your mind, though. You know, it's just.
Yeah, if you tell a whole nation,
and
a whole nation on TV, there's a shortage of body bags, there's a deadly disease, you know, wear a mask, you know, stand apart 6 feet. So a small percentage of people will get sick, and some of those will die.
Because of nocebo. That's mad.
The mind is a powerful thing to either heal or harm. The other guy, though, is kind of far out with his data about sin. I'm not sure about that, but it's a nice story, a nice theory. Sin will cause mutations. The problem with that is we all sin. We all struggle morally. So that's the problem with that. You can't really tell.
I don't think animals struggle morally, my friend.
No, animals just have instincts. They don't have sin or righteousness. Only humans have sin or righteousness.
But do you think we can teach it to animals?
No, you can't. If you teach a bear to throw a barrel of toxic waste into the river, that's not a sin. You're teaching them a trick. If a human does it, that's a sin. Animals don't have the spiritual connection. Animals can't pray.
They can't create.
They can't pray.
They can't create. They can procreate.
It depends on what you mean by create. You know, what do you mean by create?
Well, they procreate. That's creating life, isn't it?
Both can procreate.
They have to feed us somehow, right? They got to keep the food supply going, so they're driven to they're driven to make sure that is kept in line, right? That's part of their code to make sure that there's enough food for everybody else.
All for me, Mr. Greedy Me. Yeah, it's all for us. It's all for me. It's just, it's just a slab of meat.
But that's instinctive.
It's just
They
a
don't.
slab
It's
of
not
meat.
for the 1%. It's not for the 1%. It's for the whole 100%. Why
Just
is
a
it the
slab of
1%
meat for
owns
me.
the whole? Why does 1% own the whole paradigm and tell
It's
you how
all
to live?
mine. It's all mine.
That's instinctive. They don't know what they're doing.
I want it all.
They know perfectly well what they're doing.
Animals don't know what they're doing when they procreate. They do it out of a sense of instinct.
How would we know? We're not animals.
Well, I can tell you they don't have a smile on their face like a human would.
I've never seen an animal watch porno.
Wait, you've never seen an animal what?
Watch porno.
Well,
what?
Have you ever seen your
watch a
fuck
lot of
face
sport.
before? Have you ever seen your fuck face before? If you have, well then you anyway. If you have, that's good for you. If you haven't, you might want to check out your fuck face because no animal makes a fuck face. Only human beings.
Thank you for that knowledge.
Get out in nature. See a couple of fuck faces. Live a little.
Do you ever see American Psycho, Christian Bale, in the scene where he's looking at himself in the mirror, kissing his muscles? He's checking out his fuck face.
Great
Animals
movie,
don't.
by the way.
Animals
Excellent movie.
are not aware of their performance.
Animals aren't aware they're aware. They don't have the consciousness that humans have.
Yeah, the cognitive soul. I don't know if that makes sense. The cognitive soul, the soul that's aware of itself.
Sentient.
Yeah, that just means alive and living, though, right? And aware of itself. But I don't think animals are aware of itself. It's aware of danger and fear, but I don't think it has self-awareness.
Right, yeah, like when you put a mirror in front of it, it doesn't know what the fuck to do.
I would say no.
Yeah, so the
I'd
self-aware.
say they definitely have a soul.
You know what? You know why they don't. You know why
they
they don't though? It's because it would be harder to kill them. If they had the attributes that we refer to as human being, then yeah, we don't. So there has to be a boundary, or else you wouldn't.
Maybe that's why it's hard for people to kill them.
Well, it's not hard for me to kill something to eat it. No.
Well, you live in a hunter country, don't you? Your culture in your country is hunting, right?
Well, we wouldn't have survived. We wouldn't have survived without it.
Across the whole world, obviously. But you know,
yeah, but it's everywhere.
Modern day and age.
The nature to eat, like without fish, people wouldn't be able. You'd have mass starvation. Like, forget the cow, forget the bird, whatever. Look at the fish. The fish. You
can grow mushrooms in 2 weeks.
It doesn't matter. The fish are meant to eat. Look at how much they produce. Look how tasty they are. They're literally meant to eat by the thousands, right? They produce thousands of eggs. They're literally meant to eat. Like it's obvious.
But
now,
didn't it also say in the Bible? Didn't it say in the Bible that I've left all these animals for you. Yeah. You are their master. But treat them well, because you also have a master in heaven.
Sure. 1 Timothy chapter 4, brother. If you want to know the Antichrist religion, it's the one who tells you what to eat and who to marry.
You're telling me I should eat fish?
I'm telling you that fish is obviously there to eat. Whether you eat it or not, I don't care what you eat. Just don't tell me that I can't eat.
But you're telling me what to eat.
No. I'm saying fish, the way they procreate is obviously designed for eating. Look at a mass. They're designed to eat by everything. Yeah, everything in the sea.
I don't get it.
Everything.
What's the
sustenance for life
where's the logic?
in the sea. The logic is the fact that the way that they procreate, the way they produce in mass numbers. They're meant to eat. They're a food source. Wow. And that is an obvious trait of the way they produce. Now, pandas don't produce in mass quantities. Now, are they a food source? Maybe for some, but they're not an obvious food source, right? Now, if you look at cows,
how long until you say that about humans?
Well, humans are not a food source, buddy.
It won't be
they're
long until you say that, isn't it? Like, oh yeah, they
What's the
create.
difference between humans and fish as far as the food source?
Well, if you guys are trying to draw parallels to be eating humans and fish, then I think you need some therapy.
No,
and if you
I
don't
just
know
think
the
you
difference,
just explain it.
if you don't know the
I'm
difference,
wondering when you're gonna stop.
if you don't know the difference, then yes, I urge you to go
I'm
get
wondering when
therapy.
you can stop, bro. I said
Stop
about
calling you
mushrooms.
shit. I'll never
That
stop
offended
calling you guys as shit.
I said about
mushrooms are
That
fine.
offended
Mushrooms are fine. You can go
That
eat them, but
offended you, bro. It offended
they'll
you.
never satisfy.
Hang on, I just want to say
Me
humans
speaking
are
about vegetables offended you, bro.
Growing mushrooms
You're
didn't
like
offend me,
fish,
not at all.
no mushrooms, fish.
Yeah, fish are awesome. It looks like eating fish offends you, dude.
Bro.
You're projecting, dude. It's all good. Eat
I'm
mushrooms,
not.
eat fish. I don't give a fuck. Just don't tell me that I can't eat the
I
items I
think the
want.
fish has a soul. I don't think the mushrooms do.
The fish have a soul now? Well, you guys need some therapy then, man.
I think animals have a soul quality. I don't think they have anything next to a human. They do have a spiritual quality on all animals.
There's nothing inherently wrong with eating any animal on this earth because the way that they're produced.
So let's be clear. Humans are not animals. Let's be clear. Humans are not animals.
A vegan would disagree.
Human is not an animal, no.
Thank you for that.
Vegan
That's why
says
we don't
anything
eat humans. We eat animals. We don't eat humans because humans are not animals.
Science will tell you that humans are animals.
Not allowed to eat mushrooms.
You can eat a lot of mushrooms you want. Just stay away from the psilocybin or whatever you call it.
Yay!
I mean,
Who said, wait, who said humans aren't animals?
what's that?
Somebody said humans aren't animals?
Humans are not animals. That's correct.
That's what we said. Do you
We're by
disagree?
definition animals.
That's what science will tell you, right?
Yeah, animalia.
That's what the word means.
Yeah.
That's atheist talk.
It's just
I
plastic.
don't think Christian biologists would agree with you.
Who wants
That's
to
just an
agree
idea.
with Christian biologists?
Well, they're the one that defines those words.
Because
You can't
there's
just say it
humans.
means something else.
Because there's humans and animals, and we have dominion over all the animals and all the creepy crawlies.
Look, we have a
Which
language. We have a
doesn't imply what
cognitive
you're
ability
saying.
to discern between right and wrong. We
And
are
animals do not. Correct.
We are above a hierarchy that animals cannot.
Am I denying any of that? Am I denying any of
it
that?
doesn't mean we're not animals.
Yeah, the fact that
This
the
is why we're
fact that
different than animals.
It actually proves that we're above the category of animal. Yes, it does.
no, the fact that there are differences between we and the rest of the animals doesn't therefore imply that we're not animals. Am I implying that we are unique type of animals or maybe superior type of animals? It doesn't mean we're not animals just because there are fundamental differences.
There's humans
Because the
and
word
animals.
animal still includes us, even if we are fundamentally different.
Let's look at the differences. What are the differences?
Well, you can have how many differences you want. It's still in the definition of animal.
Animals have instinct, and humans have intelligence and consciousness.
Yeah, I think when you say animals, you mean the rest of the animals, which are not
That means
humans.
non-humans have instinct, and
No,
humans have consciousness
then you're
and
just
intelligence.
assuming. I mean, if you're assuming animals don't include humans, then of course you can conclude that, but that comes from your assumption of what this word means.
No, it's a fact. Animals have instinct, and that's how they guide themselves through life. They
I'm
know
not saying
how
that's
to
not a
hunt.
fact.
They know how to breed. They know how to eat. And
Yeah,
humans
but
don't have that. They have other things: intelligence,
yeah, but
consciousness.
even agreeing with that, when you say animals, you referring to the rest of the animals. We are still animals, even if the rest of them don't have something that we do.
Humans are not
It doesn't
animals.
change. It
That's
doesn't
atheist
change
talk.
the definition of animals. That's not atheist talk. That's
Are you
what the word
atheist?
means.
Are you atheist?
No, I don't have any religion, but you
So you're
could
an
say that, but
atheist.
I don't think about religion.
That's why you buy that. That's why you buy that
No,
nonsense, because you're an atheist.
there are biologists, there are Christians that will all disagree with you.
Show me one.
Oh, pick any Christian biologist. I know.
Is there any Christians in this room that think that humans are animals? Go.
I don't care about opinion of people in this room because they are not the ones that define the words. And the word animal includes human, whether you like it or not.
Correct.
Animals can sin.
You can keep pointing differences. That doesn't change
That's
it.
why we're different.
You're not
That's why
getting
we're
it.
distinctly, fundamentally different. Animals cannot sin.
I'm
Humans
not
can
disagreeing
digest.
with that.
I just said it. Like if you put a toxic waste barrel on the mountain and
It's not
knocks it
hard to
over, if an
understand.
animal knocks it over, it's not a sin. If a human knocks it over, it's a sin. It's a moral sin.
You can keep pointing differences. That doesn't prove your point. You can point how many differences you want. The
Well,
word
only way that-
animal.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna repeat myself. Go on.
Yeah, I was going to say the only reason that humans have the word sin is because they believe in a God. I mean, that's some people don't believe there's a God. So
I mean,
does
even
that
when
mean
I believed, even
animals?
when I was Christian, I would still call humans animals.
Yeah.
Of course, I would say we were superior than animals. We are, we had souls and animals don't. We have morality, animals don't. I'll agree with all that you're saying.
You don't think it's a sin?
Say,
Hang on.
I
The other guy. You don't think it's a sin to take things that don't belong to you? You don't think that's morally incorrect?
Think it's a sin? What?
To take things that don't belong to you?
I don't call it a sin. I just say it's not the right thing to do. You come take
Well,
my shit. Don't let me catch you.
well, animals don't have that issue that you do. So I'll correct you. It is a
Yes,
sin,
they do.
and you
You ever
know
seen
better
a dog-
because you're a
you ever
human
seen a
and you're
dog
not
fight
an
over
animal.
a-
That's how you know.
Have you ever seen a dog fight over a steak bone?
For a dog, it's not a sin. For a human, it's a sin. Humans can commit sin. Animals cannot.
No, okay. It still doesn't distinguish humans from other animals.
I think that
That distinguishes
more,
right
more
there.
comes down to
Right there
intelligence.
distinguishes it.
you can distinguish humans from other animals. Doesn't mean humans aren't animals.
We are not
maybe
in
you
the
would like to
category
have.
of an animal. We are not in the category of an animal. Do you understand why?
No, it's not that I don't understand why that.
Because we're the
That's
most
just you
alien
disagreeing
thing on
with
the
the
planet.
word.
How do we classify? How do we classify species? If we are going to be labeling as an animal, what would classify a human being to be in that category as an animal? What classifies it as such?
Biological.
So biologically, how does it classify as an animal?
Oh,
Mammal?
I think the first criteria is to be eukaryote.
So a mammal is a
And
mammal. It has
I think it's
nothing to
called
do.
Homo erectus.
Okay, so Homo erectus is it. So you're going to use Latin words, which is an origin,
Homo
the
erectus.
origin of the caveman, which is origin of evolution. Right?
What Homo erectus has to do with all that?
So I'm asking, what category do you place it in? You say you place human beings as part of the category of animal. And I says, well, how do you classify species? If animal is one category, how do you classify as human as an animal in that category? And you said biology, or the other guy said biology. I was like, what? Mammal. How does mammal distinguish the difference between animal, a human and animal? And how do they, or if they don't distinguish the difference, how do they equal the same? Because they're mammals? Mammals
I'm not
equals
getting your
animals?
question.
That's
Are
how
there
do you
any mammals that
classify?
aren't
I mean,
animals?
there are criteria.
How do you classify
You'd
human
say
beings
human,
an
wouldn't
animal? How do you classify an
You'd
animal?
say
A human?
human, right?
Yeah,
When I ask the question,
It's because it's a related term, a relatable term. Human, we all understand. Now, the word human and Homo sapien all derive from evolution.
no, what I
We
asked
use-
was, what's a mammal that isn't an animal?
It doesn't matter. How do we categorize a human being as an animal? And somebody said biology,
Well, I'm
and because it
asking
was an animal was the answer. I said, okay, if you're gonna have that as a classification as an animal, what makes a human being a human being and somebody who because a dolphin or a raccoon, they may have the.
What are you asking for? A sub animal? Is that what you're asking for?
No,
I
I'm
have
not
no
asking
idea
for
what he's
anything.
asking for.
I'm asking how do you classify it as a human being as an animal? And you said because they're a mammal, right?
Who said
That's
that?
how
Who
you
said that?
classify as a human being
I
as an
did.
animal because they're a
say mammal.
mammal.
Who
They have
said
the
that?
way
I didn't
animals
hear anyone
behave,
saying
right?
I
that.
said mammal. I did. It was me.
All right.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what I was addressing was that interjection of that thought.
No, but I might have answered wrong. But the question though, what is it you're actually asking for? Like,
Every species has a category. You want to name animal as a category. What classifies as an animal? Somebody said
right.
mammal.
Okay. I get you. I get
If
you.
you're a
But
mammal,
that's the
you're going to
wrong. That's
classify
the
as
Yeah,
an
wrong.
I
animal.
wrong. Yeah,
That's the
okay.
wrong answer. Like there are a bunch of criteria that if you meet, you're considered an animal, right? One of
And
them
I
is to
I'll never consider a human being an animal. Can we have animalistic
yeah, but
behaviors?
they
Yes,
meet
but
all
that doesn't
those
mean we're an
criteria.
animal.
Yeah, because
Yeah, the
when you say
criteria. That's what I'm saying.
animalistic,
What's the criteria? Somebody
I'm
said
trying to
mammal.
respond. Yeah, that's not the criteria. I cite the first, and you started interrupting me from that first word. I just said they have to be eukaryotes. But when you say animalistic, this word is referring to other animals that aren't humans. It doesn't mean it applies to animals in general. It applies to animals with the exception of humans.
Yeah. So again, if you want to label a human being as an animal, what's the criteria? If it's not being a
They're
mammal, then what's
eukaryotes.
the criteria?
Just reading the definition here. Eukaryotes that consume organic material, breathe oxygen, are able to move, can reproduce sexually, and go through an ontogenetic stage in which their body consists of a hollow sphere of cells. Anyway,
So is that
we
a
meet all
mammal?
the criteria.
Is that a
No, that's
mammal?
for
A mammal? A
animals.
mammal would
That's
do
for
that,
all
right?
animals. That's for all animals.
Okay, so mammals that produce, right?
That sounds like
Mammals are
bacteria.
included.
Yeah.
All mammals fit this criteria,
I
but
think
there are
that's
other animals
bacteria.
that also do. But
Human,
bacteria aren't eukaryotes. Are not
yeah, human.
multicellular. Sorry, Howard. Go on.
If you don't have a criteria then.
Yeah,
I
humans
just
check
listed the
all classes
criteria.
of animal, right?
Yeah,
we
so
check all
so
classes.
it's a broad. See, here's where I have contention with that broad, general category, classification of what an animal is.
It's
It's
not
because
broad. It's not general.
an animal's biological functions doesn't make it. The word animal, in the connotation that we're used to, animal means wild. The connotation behind the word, right? I'm just saying this is what it means, animal. So there's an association with the word.
Animal
There's
doesn't
an
mean wild.
association. There's association with the word animal, and these are the associations that bring about this connotation. Instinctual.
Yeah, but we're talking about
predatorial.
biology.
Hold on, predatorial or let's see, the connotations with animal would be
I'd
like
like to hear
the
yourself talk, right?
way that we use the behavior in human form, or the way we use the behavior against somebody who's a human. We say that guy acted like an animal. The behavior that's associated with animal: violent, aggressive, loud, basically inappropriate behavior, calling names,
Non-human.
making a mess, spilling. You went wild. You acted like an animal. So the connotation with animal is usually in that regards, right? We can all agree that guy acted like an animal. So the connotation with animal is that there is an awareness with a human being that separates the instinctual behavior versus the awareness of the behavior, and I'm not going to act on it. So self-control versus instinctual, if you will. We all have instincts that we can control. That's what separates us from being an animal and not an animal, is that I guess that quality or that trait. And animals don't have that. And so when you say humans are animals, I'm like, no, they don't. They're not animals. They have the actual trait that an animal doesn't contain. So that we don't fit into that category. We might have some biological similarities when it comes to production, procreation, and survival, fight or flight, so forth. But when it comes to category, we're above an animal because we are actually cognitive of animal behaviors. So we don't fit in the category of an animal. We're above it.
I like that self-control. I like that. So if we're hungry and there's food, we don't have to eat, but an animal will eat, right?
Well, if we give an example,
animal can't go on a hunger strike.
Apparently, a human being that died next to a cat, if it died next to a dog wouldn't necessarily start eating the human. A cat would. So a cat would have no attach to the human being per se, but would start to eat, smell the rotting flesh, and then start to eat on it. So that's the category classification that separates that is the attribute classification that separates us from being an animal and human, in my opinion. Is that
cat's looking at me really weird now.
one awareness factor?
That's good. That and self-control.
Well, I've seen dogs exercise self-control for sure, and through training. I've seen lions exercise self-control through training, right? So it's not that animals can't exercise self-control. I think again, it's being aware of it.
Can't commit
There's
suicide.
something a human has to teach it, right?
Yeah, but having
Well, there has to be.
self-control, being sophisticated, all those things do not disqualify the classification of being animals.
Well, I would say you'd have to have a category, and if you're going to place human beings in a category of animals, does that mean they carry all the attributes of what an animal would carry, or do they have select attributes? And if that's the case, then they have their own category. They're not an animal. Because if you have similar traits, but you're going to have similar traits, like you breathe oxygen and have babies, but you're going to have a classification of a bird. So if you have all these classifications, there has to be a category that you fit into to give you that classification. I don't think human beings fit into the animal classification because the long list of things that we have above animals give us our own category.
One is a moral code, right?
Sure, the way we treat humanity in general, for sure. How we treat the earth, how we treat animals too, right?
Not that how we treat them, it's that we know if it's a sin. If it's not moral, we know that. Animals don't do that. Animals don't sin.
Well, if you have a chicken farm, and in your chicken farm you want to make extra money, so you start injecting chickens with extra fluids. Well, you're providing a service to feed people, but then you're injecting animals with fluids to make more money. So, that's on the corporatism,
That's a gray
right?
area.
Well, that's the corporatism part of it. The system itself is good. It feeds lots of people, which is a positive. Depending on how the animals are raised, you can raise it in a relatively healthy environment, or you can be abusive. Well, there's two sides. There's been farms that are amazing with their poultry, amazing with their cattle, and then there's other farms that aren't. Right? We can see that through the history and whatnot. But the goods that come out of it is the abundance of people that can eat. So the system is good that way. But like anything, what evil does is evil goes takes a good thing and perverts it, and turns it into maybe more greed, more of the negative qualities that corporatism is founded in. We've created an awesome system, and then they need to destroy it, right? So food plants and all that other jazz they're attacking right now. I mean, what system in the world back in 1950 could you buy a house and have 12 kids and feed everybody and own a piece of land? What other place was doing that in the world?
America?
Well, that's what I mean. North America in general, right? Western society was doing that. But that's the whole point.
Well,
is
we were doing that. Now everyone's in apartments and everyone's poor and debt.
Yeah, that's because of perversion of the good system, right? They got to make us hate this system, so we beg for a new one. Anyway, I'm out of here, boys. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
Take care, fella.
I think the reason science classifies humans as animals is because it's inherently satanic, and they're attacking God, and they're attacking the religion. They're trying to remove God. They're trying to say humans are not special. They're just like animals. So basically, they can kill us all. If you just go by science, humans are not special. So there you have it.
I don't know why it would be so wrong to see all life as special.
That's a good point.
Well, some life is for eating, right? Fish, like birds, right? Do you agree? Some life is not for eating.
Sorry?
Some life is for eating, and some life is not for eating.
Yeah, like plants. Eat it all.
Except for the toxic plants.
You can grow it again.
Isn't that what they do to cows and to chickens? They grow them and they eat them. They grow them and they eat them.
Yeah, what would be so wrong about cloning the best tasting cow? So then you're only killing one cow 1,000,000 times, right? Or 1,000,000,000 bazillion times. But then you know that that is a healthy cow that has no diseases or anything. So you're going to be eating the same quality meat each time.
When they clone them, they clone do they clone the egg and the embryo? And
I have no
the
idea,
cow
bro.
is birth normal birth, or do they birth them in like a vat, like in a
Oh,
outside
so
of the?
it's tarnished. It's not a
I don't know.
perfect.
I don't know. I think the original cloning is you clone the DNA or you clone the egg, so you get basically an identical specimen. But I believe they have to be birthed the same natural way, through the birth canal. I don't think they have the technology to grow stuff in that, though I wouldn't put it past them. So the question is, would you allow yourself to be cloned? Let's say the government came to you and said, well, we're going to clone you. We like how you're tall and how your muscles and
I don't know, but
dick or
maybe
whatever, and then I'm going to clone you. Can we make 1,000 of you? What would you say?
I don't know. See, this is the thing, right? Some people might agree to cryogenic, when you die, cryogenic chamber. But who's to say they don't just take you out 20 years later and clone you? So
Or you have to trust them, right?
yeah. Or just go to Antarctica and sit in an ice cube. Wait for them to wake you up in 1,000 years.
Will they let you do that?
I'm swimming, bro.
Just go down there and just mark off a place on the ice shelf. This is my house. Don't bother me. They'll start building an igloo, just hang out there and
I'm
build
going
a
to be
fire.
frozen here for thousands of years.
It's worth a shot, man. Try it.
Yeah, man. See you in the year 3000.
Did they discover the Earth is flat by then? Year 3000?
What was that?
Will they discover that the Earth is flat by then?
Oh, I bloody hope so.
It's propaganda, man. Propaganda is sick. It's everywhere. It's in education, science,
Just can't escape it.
social media.
I think that's why us guys come here, really. Speak to people that actually want to disconnect from that bullshit.
The rat race of debt system.
Keeping up with the Joneses.
I was just thinking that. I have to buy more and more shit and fill complete trinkets and toys and excess things you don't really need. So you have to keep up with the Joneses. Have a nice car, nice house, nice clothes, nice watch.
Like just what you said there. It just reminded me of these lyrics. One of my favorite rappers said in one of his songs. He said, "More things we don't need will make more thieves. More laws we don't need. It's all Siamese." But that first bit, that more things we don't need will make more thieves. That just.
What rapper is it?
Akala.
Akala?
Yeah, Akala. Akala.
Is he current?
Sorry?
Is he current or is he way back?
Yeah, I mean, he's more underground, isn't it? Because he's quite a conscious rapper. So he's not on daytime radio. You know what I mean?
He's woke. He's woke.
Yeah, but he's not a flat earther though. Unluckily.
How do you know?
Because of some of his other videos, like one of his songs is called "Money Runs the Globe." So
Hey, you know what? Speaking of which, what if they hired these shills to try to connect to us, like with half truth, and then but not.
But I knew maybe I get that. Yeah, you can have plants. Yeah, definitely. But I don't see him like that. I just see him. I do see him as someone that wants to empower the youth with intelligence. Because he does a lot of lecturing. He does a lot of. He actually does history lectures as well. So he teaches.
Isn't it funny to realize that these guys really won't have the knowledge that they hope to have until they realize that we're right about this no globe thing? Like that, it's going to change music completely. It's going to change every song and the intention of this, the whole industry's message in general. You'd think,
like a bigger 60s.
In a way.
60s, yeah, 60s like worldwide.
Right?
Great.
Yeah, it'll be a whole new perspective on music in general and the lyrics. Like that, it'll be like the pre-flat Earth, post-flat Earth era as far as music goes, I'd imagine, as well as a lot of other things. But
Yeah,
Goddard, did I hear you ask if like? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying about instead of the shite that we've got today, that's a poor excuse for music at the moment. Some of it.
Oh yeah, it's gotten a lot worse. There's a lot of underground stuff. That's the thing. You don't. If you judge music by what they're playing on the mainstream, then you would think that. But there's so much underground stuff that doesn't get even heard. That's really good.
So true. They're the best ones to go for, man. I always like you find the ones that they say things and it hits you, you know, and you're like, wow,
Yeah.
actually, whoa.
If you like lyrics, have you ever heard of Built to Spill?
Nope.
I'll send you some of their stuff. I'll DM you. I have a friend that became kind of like my music guru. Like I was when I first met him, like 15 years ago or whatever. I was playing him like Coldplay and shit, And I'm like, you like this? And he's like, yeah, I like good music. I'm like, what's good music? Like, let me hook you up with something here, like all the stuff that you never heard of. But if you like Modest Mouse, they kind of became a little bit more mainstream, but they're a little bit like indie kind of.
I don't mind indie. It's not my first go-to, but
Yeah.
it's grown on me a lot. Like, especially like I'd say about 4 or 5 years ago, one job I had, I think most of the guys there just liked indie, and it just grew on me. Like I started liking it in the end. But I'm a drum and bass fan.
Or they call it emo, like emo, like emotive.
Emotive, yeah. I still can't put my finger on what that means. So. What?
You maybe like Death Cab for Cutie. You heard of them,
No.
You heard Death Cab for Cutie, right?
No.
You've never heard Death Cab for Cutie?
Like I say, I'm not really rock. I'm not rock. Like I don't know bands.
You like rap, huh?
Well, I like drum and bass. That's my first genre.
Oh, okay. You could send me some of your favorites there because I'm not familiar with what to look for there.
Oh, drum and bass is the one, man. Liquid drum and bass. If it's done well, it's done well. But yeah, let me just send you this Akala track. I'll chuck it in the live stream so everyone can hear it. We'll play it if they want.
Godric, did I hear you say, do you think they'll discover that the Earth is flat by 3000, year 3000 or something like that?
Yeah, you did ask.
I don't know if he's still here.
I hope so.
Like if they discovered it, they would tell us. Like obviously they know already. That's the whole point. They know that it's not a globe, and it was reverse engineered to create the idea that it's a globe. So they obviously know it's flat already. So they finding out it's flat by that time wouldn't mean anything because they would already know.
No, I don't think he meant that. He meant, will it be released, to the public by that time? Like,
oh, they'll use it. They might use it here pretty soon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering when the Italy was.
I thought you asked if they'll discover. I thought you asked if they'll discover the Earth is flat.
Well, I mean, to the average person, yes.
You mean will they release?
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
Will they announce it in the mainstream? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they'll probably use it way before then. I mean, at the rate it's going, it's
I
only
fucking
been,
hope so, bro.
how many years, right?
Years away.
Yeah.
I'll still be sitting on that ice block.
These slopers are stubborn, though, man. They don't want to lose.
It's not about them, though. I mean, the Globers that you see around that you're arguing with here and there, those are like the same 20 people that have been around for the last 5-7 years, it seems like. Basically.
Yeah, so true. Like they're just here to save face now, in a sense. It's like, in a weird way, but that's a bit kind of like.
Yeah, it seems like the strategy is just to have someone there completely confident that we're wrong, just because otherwise it looks, But they help us.
Our confidence, just to try and knock our confidence.
Yeah. Or it almost helps us though, because if they weren't there would be no argument, and there'd be no spectacle to observe for others, to come into it and see the blatant claims on one side and the actual seeking of truth on the other, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why this server is so good, though, because there are Globers that come here and they will, bat back and forth, and not as a debate sort of thing, but.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate those guys more than anything.
Yeah, like it feels like we're actually getting, like
sometimes.
Not even to do with flat or globe, but we're having a conversation that's leading somewhere. You know, it's fruitful in a sense.
Right. Sometimes, yeah, that's true. It's just that they've got it, that the model, quote unquote, that they don't even have is unfalsifiable in so many ways. So they're stuck on the idea that you have to have everything answered before they can give up, you know, the whole of it. You have to have all the answers that their model answers, and that's why it's so brilliant on the part of the devisers, because they've made it, they've constructed it that way that, you know, there's answers to things you could never know. You could never even hope to have a model or a, you know, a guess at, but they've claimed they know it. So unless you have a claim that you know it and redefine it, then you're going to stick with this model. And there's, you know.
Right, but is it like, is that an oppression, or is it an opportunity to, you know, show the rest of the world actually, if you question people and you go through with it, you can change things.
Well, yeah, and it's not even about. I mean, I guess the idea that you have to have the whole world together to actually create change is maybe the misconception.
Small, yeah, small groups will do it.
I look at it as like we've already won.
Exactly,
You know?
exactly. It's almost like a waiting game, which sounds a bit, yeah, like
Well, what are we waiting for?
non-constructive. But I know, like, I don't know.
Well, that's the thing is, because we still think like they have to somehow accept it or announce it for it to be a real thing. That's the misconception. It's already a real thing. It's already happened. We already won.
Well, I think it's
just in the fact that we've normalized the conversation and it's not something taboo to talk about is the win, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, it's so obvious that we all think that we've kind of all really know that we've won, because flat earthers don't even really have the same sort of effort in the arguments these days. I notice it, and I'm like, yeah, I get you, bro. Like, why? Like, what are you wasting your breath on people that are like, you know, the ones that are, you know, and they're not really listening. They just want to get you riled up, waste a bit of your energy, and that's it. But yeah, I think they've captured onto that, and they just see the ones.
It is interesting to find out. I mean, when you get deeper into the conversation beyond the just the surface, you know, the complexity of the answers they do have, and understanding how it is that they, you know, that this thing is constructed that becomes the interesting part after you get past some of the assumptions on both sides.
Right. What you mean, like the conception of it?
Well, yeah, just like, you know, like some of the complexities of the answers that some of the people in here that know about the reasons that they think this is actually the case. Like I was saying, I was making a list of things that maybe we assume on our side that they don't have answers for, but there are answers for.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Your questions. How have you got on them anyway? Like, what we up to? What's it looking like?
There's, yeah, like, you know, five you know, good ones that I think that their answers just aren't adequate for, at least. Then there's other ones that, you know, they have answers for that aren't so great. But yeah, I gotta put it all down and then we'll share it, and people could add to it, or you know, they could put some notes of maybe things I haven't heard yet.
I'd be really intrigued though to see if there's one that is in the camp of not answered by either side, because that would be a great neutral talking point, I think, as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think you brought up last night. Yeah, are there any that neither side has an answer for? Well, I mean, you could go into like, you know, the unanswerable celestial things that.
Right, that are just speculation anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I guess. Yeah, it would just be on their list of things that they call dark matter or whatever. They're the placeholders.
Placeholders.
It seems like dark matter is a placeholder, kind of like, or they actually will admit there's some things that are just placeholders. They don't have a complete understanding of it yet, or whatever, or they don't think they have a complete understanding, even though the whole thing. I mean, it's amazing that that's what becomes interesting. Like I'm saying, the reverse engineering of it and the complexity of it, which which is why people like Chronic, who is in the field or whatever, you know. I mean, when you look at the complexity of and the efforts that it takes to make it all seem to work in this reverse engineered heliocentric model,
Well,
it
that's
would
what
just
happens if you
baffle you to
start.
think that it's not real, right?
Well, definitely, if you start a lie 3,000 years ago and you've got to keep lying on top of that original lie, it's going to get even more complex to keep this like more lies going and more. It's going to get so complex, you know.
Right.
All originating from one lie, though. I bet you know.
Right.
Snowball.
Yeah. Right. The math that and then it becomes an industry just to create the model. I mean, the model and the theories are where the money's going, and employing the people to devise a
Yeah,
way to
you
have an
have
answer
other
to something
areas
that
where you
doesn't
have to
work the way
lie
it
now.
actually works. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to now lie about where you got the money for this and that, and then it's just everywhere you have to lie again. Like when you see it from their point, I get what you're saying. Like put yourself in their shoes. What effort they they go through to try and pull the wool.
And probably people, you know, even towards the top of their industries completely believe it because it's so well done by this point, you know, as far as their you know, mathematics working out the way they should, or the way they think they should. Yeah.
So here's a
that's
scenario. Here's a scenario though, like you know, like we were both saying, and Godric, about when will it be released to the public? Well, here's the thing. What about if it was a scenario that isn't controlled by the government? So some sort of event happens, right? I don't know, whatever. But because of it, it somehow, you know, I don't know, it pushes people out of the system or something. And I don't know. There could be something.
And then if that event happens, how do we know it's not them still? Making
Right,
it seem
I
like
get
it's
you.
just an
I get
event,
you.
right?
Sure.
I think that's what they're probably planning on doing. It'll have to be something that people think is out of their control that happens.
But I mean,
that
I
makes
was
change.
kind of coming from a point of an event that's almost like it's not televised. It's not media driven. It's out in the open in the public, like Wacky Roadrunner.
Yeah, I'm in a parking lot about to go back in to polish more rocks, but go ahead. Yeah, like some kind of natural thing, some kind of like plasma event or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Something like this that I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking that the plasma
could
event was
open up
going to happen.
something. Yeah, it could open up something into Earth, and then people migrate into the Earth or whatever. Anything, something like that would completely blow the narrative out of the water. So.
Yeah, that's the other interesting part about whatever this reset is, and if it coincides with something that they can't control, or is what that is.
And that's
are
why
they
they're
gonna,
so desperate.
Yeah, could be, or it could be that they're planning on manufacturing an event, and that even the ones in the past that we thought were plasma events were just directed energy weapons.
Like that Tunguster, isn't it? I was always curious about that.
Right. Have you seen the blimps or the sky ships they call them, that like had little ports that they like on the steeples where they could like
on the huge on the buildings, and it would
kind of recharge, and they also had directed energy weapons. Do you watch that channel Divergent at all?
Yeah, I've got Divergent. I first saw it from Campbell though, you know, autodidactic.
Oh yeah, he kind of picks up on a lot of other people's stuff too. Yeah, he's cool.
But and then you really think about the disaster that happened in Germany with one of those, and it's almost like they used that.
Chernobyl?
No, the blimp, the blimp that you know what I'm on about. There was a blimp that set alight.
Yeah.
In Germany, and I think that's when all of those sort of blimps started kind of going out of fashion. I mean, you still see them.
The hydrogen became like the enemy number one. That probably was a red flag or what do they call it?
Just to try and put people off of them, you know.
Yeah, exactly, because of the free energy potential that hydrogen offered, or just the blimp in general was
The freedom of just being able to go. Yeah.
right. Right. They're actually, I heard some mainstream report recently rethinking everything about hydrogen.
You guys, what do you think about this war? Is this war fake with your thing?
Yes and no, just like everything else.
Yeah, it's
I
so
feel like
like this is the thing. Like this
just
is
take
why
500 tanks and just crash, shoot up Kyiv, and take over, and they'll be done like within a few days.
this is the thing. Like this is why I would so love and wish that we had someone from each nationality in here that we can go. What are you being fed on your news, and what bullshit are you being fed? And like we want an inside man in every country. Like
Yeah, almost like a Craigslist ad, which goes out to every country. We need one person, one representative from your country.
right, we do,
And then
man.
you'd have to make sure you didn't get a shill that was just giving you whatever they were supposed to give you. That's the thing. You never know.
My sister-in-law is Ukraine, right? She lives in Australia now. She hasn't lived in Ukraine for about 15 years. It's been quite some time, but obviously, she's still got friends and relatives that are over there. Not
That's
exactly where stuff is happening at the moment, right? But there is something going on now. The extent of what's going on, I cannot neither confirm nor deny. But there is stuff going on over there.
like dodgy stuff. Like they're not. They
No,
don't
no.
agree with
Well,
the war.
not. Hold on, just 2 seconds. I just got to do something here.
Look, the news I got in California
problem.
Jeez.
I didn't realize on mute. I started lighting my fires with a butane fucking torch. It's so awesome. I saw an old timer do it, and I was like, "That is the fucking way." I just went and got one fucking the other day. It's so
Work smarter, not harder.
oh, dude, the old time. Oh boy. I'm
what
sitting here making
what
cheap.
old guy? Were you watching
No,
like
no,
rocket stove videos?
no. I was watching my neighbor.
Oh right, cool. Like, have you what you getting going? Like just a wood fire?
Yeah, wood stove, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm over here building fucking teepees with all these fucking, you know, all the extra shit I got fucking over here, you know, and then I see the old timer, he just leans over with it, and I still have not got, he's got like a gun on it. It's like he just clicks it, and it's like fucking awesome. And fucking, you know, I got a whatever other one, but when I seen him do it, I was like, you fucking genius. I was like, I don't know, you know, it's like the first time I saw someone just like, you know, like just like, you know, you go camping and like someone's got lighter fluid and you're like, that's what
It's like, why the fuck did I think of that?
right, why you fucking mad? You're so right. I forgot we did come from civilization when we were on the way.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. You're like, shit, what am I rubbing these two sticks together for?
Right,
Fuck.
I'm over here fucking, you know, finding dry leaves and shit, and you're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You know, it's so funny.
Yeah, yeah. Man. I do a fire like maybe once a week. Just I got my my little rocket stove that I made. I haven't cemented it or nothing, but works fine. And then any of the tissues, because we kind of recycle any of the tissues and that. Perfect to get it started. You don't really need butane or anything like that.
Yeah.
Aren't the rocket stoves amazing how they burn everything down to nothing? Like there's hardly
So
any
cool.
remnants. Yeah, yeah.
Things to have if your gas is off.
Dude, I think about like, you know, because I've lived in all kinds of places and shit, and like, you know, but like to live in a house without a fucking wood stove, are you fucking kidding me? The audacity. Like, you know what I mean? The reliance. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how dare you? You know what I mean? Like, or how dare we allow us, you know, or like, I mean, I guess people are retarded.
I get what you mean. The energy companies.
Well, not even that, but just the idea
Is that
that,
what
like, just the idea that you would ever build a house without some kind of alternative heat function
Right,
ability.
right. No plan B.
Right. No plan B for if the grid goes down. You know what I mean? Like, you're running everything off of electricity. You know, maybe gas, right? That's different, maybe. But, you know, but even then, not really much, you know? Like,
You can still use
well, you need
you can still use
electricity.
human waste to bag it up.
Well, you
And
need
then,
electricity to pump it through your house, but I mean, like, you know, but the idea that, like, you know, you could have like a gas fireplace. Like, I actually was when Sandy happened. It was like that hurricane and whatever, and I was down in Jersey when it happened, and we didn't have power, and like we had we had hot water, thank God, and we had a little gas furnace or a little gas fireplace. And if it weren't for that, dude, it was fucking nightmarish, dude. It was freezing cold. And it was like, it just sucked. It was like November in Jersey and it was fucking freezing, dude. And yeah, that was a wild time actually, because like everyone in my neighborhood would come out, like I would build a huge fire in my backyard and cook. So I'd have like, and then like finally everyone got generators. So like everyone was like, went home, you know, because like generators and shit, right? You know what I mean? But then it sucked because you're out there. We were still hanging with making a fire, and it's like, you know, every backyard's just like humming. You're like, God damn it.
So funny you should mention that, Isa. When we first moved here, you know, we live in a little town, about 100 people, but it's fairly isolated. So when you have a power outage here, it's generally for, you know, minimum 12 hours before the power comes back on, before they can get a crew out to actually fix it. Anyway, we're blessed. We've got both an open fire, plus we've got a Canara wood stove as well. And anyway, the power went out
Great.
one afternoon, and it was still off, hadn't come back on, and it's just like, oh damn, we want some dinner, and it's just like, what are we going to do? You know, have a sandwich or whatever? And it's just like, no, babe, like we've got the Canara here, and because Canara is one of the old style ones where it has the hot plates on top of the Canara as well, where you can lift
Yeah,
the
man.
little lid.
I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. So we had one of those. So we started up the fire, and well, we had steak and eggs and whatnot. It was the bomb, like, you know, good old primitive sort of stuff, and it was like living the life doing that.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Having
you
a
can make.
fire in your home is the bomb. Like we've got the open
Yeah.
fire, which isn't too efficient, but I tell you what, when you light it up, it sets the mood. It's nice and romantic and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, that's the bomb too. You know, you put on a bloody 3-foot log on that puppy, and she'll burn all night.
Yeah, that's got to be nice. It's interesting when I learned about how we kind of, you know, went away from fireplaces and into wood stoves. You know, it's a cool, cool little advancement. You know, but yeah, nice open fireplace is beautiful. Yeah, but you do lose so much heat.
Oh yeah.
If you're trying to, that's why the wood stove. It's interesting. Like that's why we made wood stoves.
Yeah, they're just so much more efficient. But yeah,
Right.
like I said, the open fire itself, like I said, you know, we do arc that up, you know, a
Oh
few
yeah, that's
times
fucking awesome, man.
to set the mood, you know, lay on the
Oh
rug
yeah.
in front of it, all that sort of stuff, mate. You know.
Yeah,
So.
man. You can always shut the flu. You know what I mean? You'll be all right. You know what I mean? Yeah, you get the wood stove. And then you got your wood stove anyway, so you're fucking right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
that's
right,
awesome.
man.
Dude. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
I love how creative people get with these rocket stoves. So like how they make them so multifunctional and that.
Yeah.
Them